Okay, let's give this a try, shall we? Dear Las Vegas, in the last 100 plus days, your name, your city, and your home have been at the forefront of most conversations surrounding the A's. While this process has been informally discussed dating back to 2021, I entirely understand how recent developments have immediately amplified the excitement, attachment, and investment some of you hold towards this opportunity. I mean, from a few hundred miles away, I can easily see extreme civic pride in Las Vegas right now, maybe greater than it's ever been before. You love the Golden Knights and their new Stanley Cup like a child. You'll accept the Raiders for bringing the NFL and a new stadium to town. And of course, the Aces have now officially made their mark with the first WNBA title. All that plus F1, the Sphere, the Loop, and countless new interesting projects always up and coming right around the corner. It all breeds tangible momentum for sure. And personally, I've enjoyed more than a handful of trips to Vegas, and outside a few of the, self-inflicted and well-deserved mornings after, I've literally got nothing bad to say about anything you've ever dreamed up or accomplished. Building the proclaimed entertainment capital of the world in one of the smaller U.S. metropolitan regions is nothing short of unbelievable. And in Vegas these days, it must feel like nothing is impossible or unreachable. Which is probably why I seem to get a lot of defensive commentary from Las Vegans right here on the YouTube channel. Anytime I question the plans, the details, and the process that we've seen unfolding with the A's since late April. And I'm only questioning what's most outstanding and obvious here. I mean, can MLB's lowest payroll team fulfill some projections and promises that have never been achieved by anyone else before? Things like building the first ever retractable roof ballpark on just 9 acres in the back parking lot of the Tropicana Hotel. Things like selling out every home game for nearly 30 years to adequately pay off Clark County bonds. Things like relying on 10% of all Vegas-bound daily tourists to help sell about 30% of the tickets for every home game. Things like going from dead last in the league to a near top 10 in annual players' salary overnight. And most importantly, to achieve all this while constructing a magical and captivating venue in the competitive Vegas entertainment landscape for only $1.5 billion. Look, I realize Las Vegas and Las Vegans always aim for yes, and you love a challenge. And for the most part, your track record here is pretty good at finding ways to win. I respect the approach to risk and rewards, but right now is the equivalent of asking a newly minted sprinter to run a marathon in sandals while carrying a 50-pound backpack. And I know your instinct says, sure, we can do it. And I know your creativity and ingenuity, they can get you a long way too. But maybe there's a reason nobody else in baseball has ever attempted all of these things before. And let me go back to that reference of a sprinter real quick, because that's what the journeys of your NHL and NFL teams have been so far. 6 seasons in hockey, and now 3 years of football. That's it. Not nearly enough to understand how the Vegas market will react and respond to the ups and downs of sports results and the economy. Like everybody else, struggling more times than you succeed, and the metaphorical marathon that is hosting multiple pro sports teams for a half century or beyond. Now, I saw the comment from Nevada Assembly Speaker Steve Yeager essentially saying that the A's will have to spend on their product because, quote, Vegas doesn't tolerate losing, end quote. In theory, that is a commendable mindset. But the reality of sports is that teams and fans don't get any say in their ultimate fate. And what happens when a future team in Major League Baseball's smallest market of Las Vegas, is on pace to lose 226 total games in 2 seasons alone. Do you think that Oakland fans are tolerating that right now? And how would Southern Nevada do if it was their turn? I'm absolutely not suggesting that Las Vegas won't ever be successful over the long term with all sports endeavors. I mean, the Raiders and Golden Knights, they've already found respective fan bases in the short term. And I do think an NBA team is right around the corner. But the undisputed point here is that we just don't know how the volume of baseball and a team like the A's at a stadium site like this will fare across many years in an untested market in the middle of a desert in the middle of summertime. A person like me from Northern California even suggesting the fact that we don't know how this will go seems to be taken a little bit personal by a lot of you in Nevada. But until this actually ever plays out in real time in real life, none of us have exact answers and definitely can't guarantee some of the eye-opening promises that have already been made. And separately, how exactly does a struggling A's season compete for ticket sales when, Adele and Seinfeld and Katy Perry and Bruno Mars are all performing literally right up the street at the same time on any given game night? Now, if I wanted to give Las Vegas the very best chance to succeed with Major League Baseball, it would go like this. Expansion franchise with all the homegrown clout that brings. At the site of the Rio Hotel, retractable roof structure surrounded by a small ballpark village sitting on about 20 acres of land. Plenty of parking nearby with a dedicated pedestrian bridge or people mover access to the strip. Center every amenity towards the local fan, but also give tourists from the strip easy enough access. In fact, right next to Caesar's Palace. Make it family-friendly like every other MLB stadium in the country. Enjoy the best of both worlds. Everything here so far has been Vegas-centric because, well, this is a letter to you. But I should also conclude with some words about Oakland. If you sense a little extra animosity from the 510 area code, well, it's real and it's well understood based on how things haven't gone for this A's fan base in a lot of different ways, but mainly this. What if the Golden Knights decided to be done at T-Mobile by the end of this decade because they think things could be better in Salt Lake City? And you know that slogan, Vegas born? I know it hits home for you. It has existed for nearly the exact same time as rooted in Oakland. And it tugs at the exact same heartstrings here in Northern California. Maybe someday, that hockey team will threaten for a better fate in Utah, which seems unfathomable right now, right? But so did seeing the A's actively seeking relocation after 55 years in Oakland. I guess you never know. And that's probably the best way to leave the Oakland stuff here too right now. Most from Nevada just probably don't know where this community has been and hasn't. I know it feels like Las Vegas is the main character of this A's movie right now, but let's just say the story has been going on well before the most recent plot twist across state lines. And it's kind of difficult to understand or even appreciate any conclusion when you never actually started watching from the opening scene. Personally, there's no direct hard feelings toward Las Vegas here. My persistence has nothing to do with you and everything to do with using this platform to better educate and inform the folks where I'm from. I would only ask that when you boast about this particular unconventional route of pursuing an MLB team, you also consider the generational trauma it would cost a place like Oakland. Current A's fans didn't want any of this. And in time, we might find out how you actually feel about it too. Thanks for watching. Signed, Yours truly. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, this is a video about Major League Baseball's most endangered stadiums. And yes, some of them, like the Oakland Coliseum, are pretty obvious. Same thing with Tropicana Field in St. Pete. But there's some on this list that maybe you wouldn't expect, or there's others that you would expect to be on this list, but I'm not actually including them. Much of it is time sensitive, and on that note, let's just get to the breakdown of Major League Baseball ballparks built by decade. And you still have those two from the 1910s, Wrigley and Finley. Those are relics. They've been updated and improved, and we'll discuss them individually in just a second, but they are the only two from the 1910s. You have nothing still existing from the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. You've got three ballparks, including the Coliseum from the 1960s. In the 70s, you've got Kauffman Stadium. From the 80s, you've got Rogers Center, aka Skydome in Toronto. From the 90s, you've got 7 different ballparks. Look at the 2000s, a dozen baseball parks built in that decade alone. We only had 3 MLB facilities built in the 2010s, and 1 so far for the Texas Rangers built in the 2020s. So you can kind of see that most ballparks, pretty modern, not in this conversation, but let's go from the oldest and start there in terms of, ballparks that are in jeopardy and against the clock here. Fenway Park, like I said, absolutely no problems here. It's a legacy. It's classic. They've improved it. No, it doesn't have all the amenities of something brand new, but you are never going to touch Fenway Park. It's like a historic landmark. It's a monument to baseball. That color, that Fenway green, its location, the experience. I hope as long as I'm alive, the Red Sox are playing baseball games at Fenway Park. And I think it's cool that you've got Fenway in the American League, you've got Wrigley in the National League, and 1914, I'm still giving it that green check. Not endangered one bit. Do not touch these ballparks. They are by far the oldest, but they've been taken care of and improved, and their locations, and just there's too much history and tradition and legacy at this point to do anything different. But like I said, the way Wrigley and Fenway look now as opposed to even 20 years ago, vastly improved from a fan and a player perspective. So I don't think anybody is touching either one of those. And then you jump ahead a couple decades to 1962, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Dodger Stadium at all. Yeah, sure, the parking lot and getting in and out of there is an absolute disaster, but the stadium itself, the view it offers, the climate, the scenery. Have you ever gone, by the way, on that concourse, like behind the home plate area, and looked down at the skyline view of downtown Los Angeles? It is unbelievable. They've also added a ton of amenities here. They've totally redone the scoreboards. They put out that new center field fan area behind the bleachers out there. It is just, it's a classic venue that's kind of like Disneyland in a sense that it's old, but it doesn't feel old. And they just take pristine care of it. Dodger Stadium, not endangered at all. Oh, but a short drive away over in Orange County, home of the Anaheim/Los Angeles Angels. And I do think Angel Stadium, built in 1966, is in jeopardy. I do think it is endangered. And obviously the Angels have said so themselves. They're trying to build something new or redo this entire plot of land. There's also been rumors and speculation that they might move to Long Beach if they can't get it done right here across the way from Honda Center and Disneyland, which you can see there. The crazy part is that they did
renovate Angel Stadium probably about 20 years ago when they put those rocks out there in left center field, and they took away all the football seating and the bleachers in the center field area. And so they made it a baseball-only venue. And look, the playing surface and the experience of going there, nothing wrong with it, but it just does not have something of a brand new modern facility. And so that's why Angel Stadium, maybe not as endangered as the rest, like Oakland or St. Pete, but because of its age and because you can only redo it so many times, I mean, it's nice, and they've hosted an all-star game there in recent times, but it needs something else. Okay, the Oakland Coliseum. I'm here to tell you that it missed out on upgrades like Angel Stadium got. Like, this ballpark didn't get it in the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s. Finally, in the late 2010s, they added a few things here and there, but obviously in 95, when Mount Davis was built, this whole circular multi-purpose facility took on a brand new look. And kind of at that moment, when it was not being specialized for baseball or football, it had to be both and had to be even more of both. It was in a demise and a downfall as a baseball facility. So going to have to say this one, obviously endangered, time ticking, not only because the A's are attempting relocation to Southern Nevada, but even if they weren't, I think it's well established across Major League Baseball, this facility for fans and players, it was outdated like 2 decades ago. In fact, it kind of is amazing that out of all the venues across baseball, that this one is still hosting baseball, and it has had by far the least amount of improvements or upgrades over the years. Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, built in 1973. Oh, I'll give it the endangered mark, but I'm also here to tell you that this was a stadium that about 15, 20 years ago, they totally redid. Again, just like Angel Stadium, for an all-star game. And scenically, I mean, look at it. It's beautiful. It's got some charm. It's got some class to it. There's nothing, it's not like the Coliseum really in any way. It's got some beauty to it. But the Royals want something closer to downtown. They want what everybody else wants, and so it's no surprise that here they are. Even after significant upgrades over the years, they're trying to get out of Kauffman Stadium, which went up in 1973. So this one, definitely endangered. How about Rogers Center, aka Sky Dome? I mean, that dome and that roof, the way it moves and how some of it slides and then the other part kind of circles around, and the CN Tower, which is right next to it. You can't see it in this picture, but it's in a prime and perfect location. And I know in recent years they talked about the Blue Jays moving on, but I'm going to say I don't think this one is endangered. Now, they recently revamped that whole center field sky deck area. Is that what they call it out there? So they've chosen to invest in this instead of trying to move on from this. And I think it's a good choice. Again, you have to have a dome in Toronto based on weather and the ability to play regular games regularly without interruption and weather. It's still got the hotel out there in center field. It's got a restaurant and other cool stuff out there in center field. Look, I know because of its shape and because of its age, it doesn't have everything else that a brand new ballpark would have. I get it. But I like the fact that they're working on this. They're doing the Dodger Stadium approach on this. And look, it was only built in 1989. Give it a couple renovations and upgrades before you finally decide to move on from it. I'm glad that Rogers Center does not seem endangered anymore. And at one point, maybe a year or two ago, I think it might have been a bit endangered. Tropicana Field, oh yeah, definitely endangered. The Rays need to move. That ceiling, not even safe during day games for fly balls. You can't even track a white baseball on a white roof. How about those rings, which baseballs routinely hit? I don't know if the stadium is necessarily too big, but we've talked about things that attract a large number of fans. A good team like the Rays have is the only reason fans are there right now. No fan is showing up to go to the Trop, right? There's no question about it. So it was only built in 1990. In fact, it was built way before the Rays even came to existence. They built that to try and lure the San Francisco Giants to the Tampa St. Pete area. But because it was already existing, because it was older, Its timeline got started sooner. It was never really a great idea for baseball, kind of a temporary spot that just persisted. How about in Chicago on the south side? Guaranteed Rate Field opened as New Comiskey in 1991. And this was kind of the first of new ballparks that wasn't the old school Camden Yard style. Not all the brick and mortar, not all the old. In fact, I think the seats here were initially blue. It was like, here's a modern ballpark for 1991, and it just did not go over great. There were no special things about it. Yeah, they kept the fireworks on the center field scoreboard and the candy cane thing out there. But what's now Guaranteed Rate Field, formerly U.S. Cellular Field, it just didn't have anything special or noteworthy about it. Now, I'm going to say here that it's fine. It's not endangered. But I would also understand why White Sox fans in the couple decades since this park opened, why they feel like they might have got shortchanged, because it just never offered them something that like even Coors Field has or some of the other stadiums. Like when you're going to do something new, put some thought, some time and effort to make it unique. And I don't think there's much in Chicago that's unique, but I still don't think that's an endangered ballpark. Okay, Chase Field, which came around 7 years later in Arizona, I'm going to say that this one's not endangered, but kind of like the White Sox ballpark, Chase Field for the Diamondbacks, it's not perfect either. It's got some roof issues. There's some leakage issues. Every time it rains, I heard there's a big puddle on the pitcher's mound. Location is fine in downtown Phoenix, but maybe not the best spot in the greater metropolitan area. Again, no complaints about Chase Field. It does the job, but I think there's a lot of questions on whether the D-backs even will pursue a new home. And look, it's not crazy. Atlanta, they had Fulton County Stadium. Then they went to Turner Field, right, which was made for the Olympics. They were only there for 20 years. Now they've got Truist Park. Same thing with the Texas Rangers, from their former stadium to the new Globe Life Park to now the new Globe Life Field. They've changed stadiums twice within like a 30-year span. So it wouldn't be the craziest thing if the Diamondbacks try and get out of Chase Field and go somewhere else in Phoenix and in Arizona. So that's my look at endangered stadiums. Again, those last two, Arizona and Chicago, I'm not calling them endangered by any means, but they're on the verge of it. Some of them are well on the list of being an endangered ballpark. Did I miss something? Did I get something really right or really wrong? Let me know in the comment section down below. And hey, you made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up for it down below on that. Really appreciate that. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you here next time.
Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork. And also, if you're gonna just be a greedy fuck, own it. There's nothing weaker than being afraid of cameras. So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy. Do what you're gonna do, bro. You're whatever. You're a billionaire. They exist. You guys have all this power. You shouldn't have any because you haven't earned any of it. But anyway, whatever. it is what it is. Reality is you got handed everything you have, and now you're too soft to sit and stand in front or take any responsibility for anything you're doing. Yeah, whatever. Oakland is Oakland. You can make all the cases. Oh, it's not a great city. Blah, 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 blah. But you're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people out of work that have worked somewhere for decades, and you haven't acknowledged that at all. So, just be better. That's all we're asking. Just be a human being. Because this is just billionaire keeping up with the Joneses. He sees all the other billionaires' yachts. He wants a big yacht too, and that's what this is about. And it literally is that stupid. It's that dumb. It's that dumb. It's that dumb. Don't spend money on your team. Do whatever you want with your team. It's your team. But own it. You don't have to rationalize things. Just own it. That's all I want. Just own this shit. I got to own my shit all the fucking time. You got to own your shit sometimes. How about that? Look, it's Mike O. That felt good. Thank you. Thank you for growing. Yes. And you know what? The fan base, you say what you want about them, say whatever. But they are freaking there, and they are awesome. And they give a shit about the game of baseball and the players on the field that make the money, whether you think that or not. It doesn't matter because you don't know a lot about it, anything very clearly. So, players make you the money, and that fan base is up there with the best fan bases for loving their players. Players. They support, despite all this shit, everything that you're putting them through, they still supported us. They still were like, we know it's not your fault. We love you. And I need everyone there to know how much that means to us. Seriously. Thank you. All I wanted to do was do my best and do it for you and give you something to enjoy. Would you ever do commentary in the booth? I think I would.
Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Let's be very clear about this from the beginning. The Oakland A's and F1 have virtually nothing in common. I mean, sure, they're related through sports and entertainment, but this video is actually more about Las Vegas and Clark County and how they're handling something that wants to come to them. In this case, the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix, it takes place in just a couple weeks or months, November of 2023. And there's been so much buildup, so much drama, so much confusion, so much actual frustration about this event. People are already questioning whether it's worth it or not. By the way, the Grand Prix is signed on to do 10 straight years of racing on the Las Vegas Strip. So it's not just this year or next year, it's 10 straight years of this race, which, by the way, visually, I can't knock it. It is going to be beautiful. This course right on the Strip at night, through all the landmarks, they're going through so much work to make the impossible possible. And Formula One, by the way, they don't mess around. Like, here in North America, I'm not sure most sports people even have a grasp on how much money and effort goes into F1. They are not going to do this cheap. They are not going to do this wrong. These renderings are probably exactly how it's going to look. Race cars going hundreds of miles an hour on that track, which is going to utilize the Strip, which, yes, is going to be a traffic and logistics nightmare for a couple days and even in the weeks preceding it. Yeah, that's going to be an inconvenience, but worth it to some people. However, all of this has come with some challenges, like some surprise expenses. So they had to fix up the roadway. They had to get the streets up to racing standards. And so that cost $80 million. Well, F1 just went ahead and started doing the work. They had to meet deadlines. They're already, by the way, on a time crunch, and they have been for a while, but nobody's questioning whether they'll make it or not. But they just started with the $80 million street upgrades. And then a couple months ago, back in June, they hit Clark County with a $40 million price tag and a bill to them. Clark County wasn't expecting this. They weren't aware of this. They knew it was going to cost somebody money. They just thought F1 was going to be absorbing this cost. Some people will say, hey, but for Clark County, investing $40 million to maybe get $400 million over a decade might be a good idea. And I'm not here to doubt that, but are they in a position, operating in functional debt, to just write a $40 million check? And so this came up at a Clark County meeting from Commissioner William McCurdy II. What gave you, F1, the comfort to go through this process and have us really be obligated to $40 million? Commissioner William McCurdy II asked the Las Vegas Grand Prix representatives, and the response was, there is no obligation. We're making a request today. Stephanie Allen, representing the LVGP, responded. So that's just a way that Clark County kind of got, I don't want to say tricked into this, but drawn into a $40 million price tag. Yes, they'll get the roadways upgraded. Yes, this is an investment over a decade, maybe even longer, but they weren't expecting this. And that's very clear from one of the commissioners. And then F1 went to all the businesses that had a view of the track, right? So if you want to come to the event, you have to buy a ticket through F1. You get in the grandstand, you get into the headquarters there. But what if you get a hotel room or you go to an establishment that has a view of the course? You're kind of cheating the system. Oh, but F1 is very aware of that. Liberty Media, which runs the F1 races in North America, Liberty Media and F1 have made a long-term investment to race in Las Vegas. Well, they shared that investment. We want the local community to benefit from our event, and we are confident that the race will bring tremendous economic value to Las Vegas as a whole. F1 commonly executes licensing agreements to protect its intellectual property rights, and the Las Vegas Grand Prix is following this same approach. In addition, these arrangements will allow the Las Vegas Grand Prix to ensure the fan experience in its partner venues meets the expectations for this event. Licensing rights are listed at $1,500 a person, according to a letter NYP says it received. This amount would be multiplied by the maximum occupancy of a venue allowed by its fire code. So, for example, a restaurant or a club or any establishment with a, let's say, 1,500 person capacity, it would be responsible for $2.25 million in fees. Now, I don't know what happens if they didn't pay the fee. Would there be a wall built so their venue wouldn't have a perspective of the race? I don't know. What I do know is that weeks after this, I believe this was in July, weeks after this, apparently the price went down to a $50,000 one-time fee. $1,500 a person to $50,000 total. But even then, $50,000 to these businesses to pay a licensing fee just because they have a view of the strip and you're doing a race on the strip? Again, this is what is an example of something that Las Vegas and the resort corridor and Clark County got trapped into. I'm just saying. Here's another part of it, the inconvenience. All summer long, and I'm not a person before, the A's ventures in Las Vegas. I didn't really pay attention to the day-to-day news of Southern Nevada, but now, obviously, I'm aware of it. And everybody has been complaining about traffic and road construction and the inconvenience of all of this happening on the Strip. Some of it, to be fair, is the one-time fix-up. The road construction, the asphalt work, tearing up the pavement, moving around some of the islands to, make it so that the race can happen, and the medians and the barriers, all of that stuff is a one-time thing. But look at the picture there on the top left. Look how the Bellagio fountains have been built on. I mean, we're here in late September. This race isn't even for another 2 months. And they're already doing this buildup. So if you came to Las Vegas hoping to see the fountains and you just wanted to do the typical tourist thing in November or even October, every year for the next 10 years, you're going to see that buildup right there. It's kind of an inconvenience. From the resident standpoint, from the worker standpoint, from the tourist standpoint. So I think people were a little bit aware that there would be some inconvenience, but man, not to this level and not to the year after year for a decade straight frequency. And this one really ticks me off. The manipulation. So on the left there is a picture of how the sidewalk used to look right next to the Bellagio fountains. Look at those trees, those beautiful mature trees. They were planted, I believe, already mature when Bellagio opened a couple decades ago. And obviously they've grown since, and they've been meticulously cared for and maintained, and they provide shade and beauty. And it just, in a strip full of lights and bells and whistles, this is kind of a nice break from it. And it always has been. Well, guess what? They need to put grandstands right there over that sidewalk. So all those trees, like dozens of them, and it's not just in front of Bellagio. There's other hotels. The picture on the top right is somewhere else. I can't remember at the moment, but palm trees, other trees, they're just cutting them down, literally by the dozens. And I'm not down there to do the exact count. More than 50, probably more than 100 mature trees just had to be chopped off, hacked off. Permanently for a 2-day race once a year because somebody's paying a lot of money. Yikes. That one just sucks and is stupid. I'm sorry. Okay. So we've talked about the inconvenience. We've talked about the manipulations. How about now, and even the unexpected costs? So the projections, right? You're going to make some money off this. What are you doing all of this for? Well, guess who's involved in bringing F1 to Las Vegas? Jeremy Aguero. You may recall his name as well as the gentleman he's with there, Steve Hill, to his right, your left. On the photo there, they were the lobbyists for the A's during the Nevada legislative session. Jeremy Aguero brings everything to Las Vegas from a sporting perspective. And the article I'm about to sift through here is literally on the F1 website, working directly with them. He's the principal analyst of Applied Analysis. They're the company that works with entities to bring them to Las Vegas. So his title here is A Positive Outlook, F1 Races and Community Benefits. Jeremy says right away, and this is so defensive from the beginning, we tend to focus on issues like the cost and inconvenience of repaving Las Vegas Boulevard. Yeah. Raise concerns about incremental demand on first responders within the resort corridor, or juxtapose events like the Las Vegas Grand Prix with social challenges like homelessness, food insecurity, or human trafficking. I respectfully submit that we are better served to acknowledge and leverage the exponential economic and fiscal returns generated by infrastructure investments. That's number one, asking you to ignore the inconvenience. And number two, prioritize making money over maybe helping people out, maybe doing some of the right things. It's a weird way to start off your selling points, but it goes on. And, he's all about numbers, and I'm sure this was all for the record. Conservative estimates place F1-related tax receipts at nearly $83 million, including an incremental $38 million in live entertainment taxes, $23 million in hotel room taxes, and $17 million in sales taxes. Look, I'm not here to give you all the numbers or tell you that I know the inside track on this. I don't. This is what Jeremy does, but he can't know all of it until we actually start to see how this plays out. What are the trends? What is the way that F1 makes money, and how does it kind of trickle back to the community and the county, and will they get their $40 million back? All of that remains to be seen. My point is, as much as I can't tell you if this is right or wrong, Jeremy can't really either. He's ballparking it, literally. But this is the way he's put it. All I can tell you is that there were very high ambitions for hotels and properties to bring in guests for that November 16th through the 19th time period of 2023. Back in November of last year, when all of this was announced, right, there was huge hype. There was great demand. I think at one point, the Rio Hotel, which is, way off the strip, their hotel rates for that weekend went up like 700%. Clearly, they settled down. But here are the way rates looked for these dates. November of 2022, the Link, $26.94. Paris Hotel, $34.97. Planet Hollywood, $43.36. And if you wanted to stay at Caesar's Palace, and I believe this is the hotel rates, all the resort fees, $53.23. Wow, for 4 days. 4 days, nights, however you want to put it. Look at the price changes since then. In less than a year. In the 10 months since then, the Link is down 48% for hotel rates. By the way, if you booked in November of 22, I hope you're getting a refund. Like a lot of money back. Paris down 47%. Planet Hollywood down almost 60%. And Caesar's Palace for those dates has cut their rates by 36%. What does that tell you about the expectations versus the demand versus the reality? That does not spell out something good. So again, this video about F1, not really about the Oakland A's and their potential relocation, but mostly about how Las Vegas and Clark County gets into these things and the resorts get into these things and they kind of lose control over them or they went into it so quickly. It's an example of a process that's being rushed, a project that came to them. They jumped on the opportunity. They weren't really aware of all the details. And now they're kind of figuring them out the hard way. So I said F1 and the A's not related. Maybe in this way, there is a connection. Thumbs up on this video since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I totally understand when people are curious about the A's and they ask the question, how exactly does this end for them? Is it Oakland? Is it Las Vegas? And when will we actually know something for sure, like set in stone? Are we weeks away from that? Are we months away from that? Are we years away from finality to this process, which has obviously gone on a lot longer than anybody expected? And I don't really have a good answer about what's next, how it all ends, or the timeline of any of that. And one main reason I have trouble seeing the future is because look how crazy the past has been in reverse. The A's in multiple stadium sites here in Northern California over decades. And then in recent years and months, the whole Las Vegas side of things. Who could have predicted all of that? So spin it forward now. And I am here to say, and I don't know Las Vegas or Oakland, and I will spell out like 5 main options, by the way. That's the point of this video. 5 main ways it could end. But I still think there's like 25 total different ways it could end. I still think that this process has some interesting twists and turns left in it. And look, I don't have time for 25 different things here in the video, so that's what I'm doing. 5 main ways it could end for the A's, with the understanding that
maybe one of these might be spot on, but maybe one of them is going to be really close, and there's like 5 subvariants for each main way I think this could all shake out. Number 1 is probably the popular opinion, both in California and Nevada, and maybe even nationally, is that instant approval will happen. Major League Baseball owners either need 23 yeses to approve relocation or 8 no's to deny the A's relocation application process. But this is an option. Number 1, instant approval. Major League Baseball owners either with or without the endorsement of the relocation committee, right? That's the 3-owner committee, which is going to study everything, do a deep dive on it, and then make a recommendation to the rest of the owners. It could be as simple as this. It all ends because baseball approves it. And the money goes through, the public money is already there from Nevada and Clark County. And if the private money comes through, there you go. That's one way it could end. Not glamorous, not popular in the Bay Area, not even popular necessarily across the baseball community. I'm still trying to find people outside of Southern Nevada who think that like this is really the right, best, optimal thing to do, to move the team from Oakland, not to put baseball in Las Vegas, but to relocate the Oakland A's to put them in Las Vegas. I think a lot of people nationally favor expansion. I've yet to kind of find a lot of people with no rooting interest who think that relocation for the A's to Las Vegas is a good idea. But again, instant approval is one way this could all pretty much come to an end. Number 2, the baseball owners say no. There's another side of that vote. Remember, 23 yeses or 8 no's defines an answer. Major League Baseball owners could see a different path ahead for both the A's and for Las Vegas and future endeavors. And this has happened before. I mean, like this has literally happened to the A's before. The reason that they went to Oakland is that Charlie Finley in Kansas City was disappointed with stadium efforts there. He tried to get the team to move to Kentucky, to the fairgrounds in Kentucky. And baseball owners said, no chance. No. Like Charlie Finley had it all orchestrated, the land, the agreement. Then he went to baseball and baseball said, this is not happening. So then he found Oakland and they approved that. But the point is, this has happened before. This has also happened before in the NBA. The Sacramento Kings very much looked like they were out the door to Seattle. An agreement was reached, connections were made, and then the NBA said, nope, we will not allow this to happen. Now, I'm not trying to load you up on hopium here to say that it's happened, but I think we need to understand it has happened before. I'm not suggesting in this case necessarily that there's any likelihood or certain possibility, distinct possibility. I'm just saying it has happened before, and I don't know if it will or won't happen again. Okay, main way this could end, number 3, numbers might change. Inflation or construction cost increases or other obstacles in like the private financing side of this project could maybe just cause a delay. Possible. Could cause the project to change or could totally suspend the project. You know essentially what you're going to get from the state of Nevada and from Clark County in terms of the public funding mechanism. But as any of us know who have done a large construction project before, that initial estimate is rarely ever the final number. And maybe that's a big deal. Maybe it's not a big deal. I'm just pointing this out as a way this could end. And also, by the way, does a delay in Las Vegas mean that the A's are permanently staying in Oakland? No. But could something predictable and sizable enough be enough to keep the A's in Oakland and to deter or defer this move to Las Vegas? Yeah, maybe. Quite possibly. And we know numbers change drastically in just a handful of years. And we could be a handful of years away from even construction starting at the Tropicana site. Main way this could end number 4 is that roadblocks win. I'm talking about lawsuits or a referendum vote in the state of Nevada or any other pursuits or challenges to the public funding. It could cause this project to be challenged or troubled or ultimately to cease. I think the A's made it pretty clear in the Nevada legislative session that, without the public funding mechanism, I think baseball even said this, without the public funding aspect of this in Las Vegas, it's hard to say yes. And so if that goes away for one reason or another or multiple reasons, I think the A's in Major League Baseball have a lot to reassess here. In fact, I believe it was even said that if SB 509 turned into SB 1 was voted down, that the A's would instantly move on and start searching other locations or maybe even go back to Oakland as an option. So again, a roadblock might stop the Las Vegas side. Does this instantly mean that Oakland is right back in the mix? Not saying that, but I'm saying this could dramatically pause any type of relocation now that it's got this far. Okay, 5th and maybe craziest, I mentioned subvariants before. I don't know that this one has a lot of subvariants, but it's interesting. Number 5 would be the old switcheroo, as in Major League Baseball grants the A's move to Las Vegas. They approve relocation. But simultaneously, they also award Oakland with an expansion franchise. Now, this has a lot of moving parts. I've already said before that getting an expansion team to Oakland out of all this, difficult. But maybe, when the mayor Sheng Tao went to the All-Star game, met up with the commissioner for an hour up in Seattle, maybe seeds were planted for this or something else. And to know that Howard Terminal is very real and it's still on the table and a lot of the numbers are hashed out and there's an EIR and there's land approvals and there's a lot of things in place. Maybe the old switcheroo 2 months ago was no chance, and maybe now it's just a little bit more likely. I still think this one is far-fetched, but again, this one has happened specifically with the Oakland A's before. Remember when I said, the A's were in Kansas City, they were unhappy. Charlie Finley tried the Kentucky thing. Ultimately, he got approval for Oakland to play in Oakland in 1968. Well, guess who didn't have a team in 1968? Kansas City. Guess who was awarded a team after 67 when the A's played their final season in Missouri? Kansas City got the Royals because the A's moved to Oakland. So again, I know this is decades ago, but there at least is precedent literally in this league and specifically with this team. Likely, I'm not saying it. Possible, sure, why not? Those are 5 ways all of this could end. And maybe I missed some. Put it in the comments section below. This is really hard to wrap your head around, like all the possibilities and all the variations of main things, but I wanted to try and spell out those 5 and hopefully they made sense. Hey, thumbs up on this video down below since you made it here all the way to the end. I appreciate that. And don't forget, let me try this out here. Subscribe to the channel. Oh, look at that. So that I can definitely see you back here next time. How does this look, by the way? Just trying something new. All right. See you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
The subject of community benefits is an interesting one as it relates to the Oakland A's, what they were trying to do in Oakland, and now what they're trying to get past in Las Vegas. because community benefits with Howard Terminal was kind of a sticking point. So was affordable housing, so was infrastructure costs. But here we are now in Southern Nevada, and the language detailing the community benefits package, it's just coming out. It's just being evaluated while we are potentially 2 or 3 weeks away from Major League Baseball taking an official relocation vote. Interesting, right? It was such an early thought in the Oakland side. It's such a late thought in terms of what Las Vegas is doing. We'll pick up the coverage from what happened a couple days ago via the Nevada Current. The Las Vegas Stadium Authority back on Wednesday released a draft of the contract detailing the financial and philanthropic commitments to be made by the Oakland A's as part of their sweetheart deal with the state. Is that a technical term? Sweetheart deal? The draft community benefits agreement fleshes out some of the expectations established in SB 1, the legislation lawmakers passed back in June that secured the Major League Baseball team $380 million in public assistance for their proposed $1.5 billion, 30,000-seat, 9-acre domed baseball stadium on the Las Vegas Strip. We'll have to fact check all those things. 30,000 seats, still not sure. 9 acres, still not sure. Domed or retractable, still not sure. Requirements in the draft CBA include things like meeting quotas for the hiring of minority and women workers, hosting at least 17 different appreciation nights or awareness days, and investing in youth baseball and local nonprofits. The number 17 is interesting. It's good. It's a good number. And I would say the youth activities and sports leagues, that's something the A's and pretty much every other team across baseball already does. The A's will be required to make an annual commitment of $500,000 during the construction phase, starting the year county bonds are issued. Once the stadium opens, the A's will be required to contribute annually $2 million or 1% of their ticket revenue, whichever is higher. Those amounts, which can be cash or in-kind donations, were set in statute by lawmakers. Interesting there that we get the $2 million amount or the 1% of ticket sales amount, because if you do some math and extrapolate, maybe you can figure out what the expectation is in terms of ticket sale revenue for this Las Vegas ballpark. And obviously the A's are bound to whichever the higher number is, but you'd have to imagine they set those goals pretty close to each other. Also, the fact that the donations can be made via cash or in-kind donations. A lot of times in-kind donations are things that maybe the team can give a value that don't actually cost money or cash, if that makes sense. The community benefits agreement requires that at least 15% of the baseball stadium project be subcontracted to small local businesses, and at least 51% of construction work hours must be done by women, minorities, veterans, or disabled workers. Similarly, 60% of event operations work must be performed by workers who meet one or more of those criteria. Full-time operations employees must earn a living wage and be provided benefits including health care and paid family and medical leave. The A's will be required to host, quote, awareness programming and celebrations, end quote, including appreciation nights for nurses, teachers, first responders, and veterans. Also required, Asian American and Pacific Islander, Hispanic, Indigenous, and African American heritage nights, as well as events for Pride Month, Juneteenth, Hunger Action Awareness, and disability awareness. Many of the requirements within the CBA are broad, giving plenty of leeway to the A's to decide what causes or organizations to support. A's players will be required to participate in various community engagement activities such as visiting local hospitals or schools. The team will also be required to offer, quote, no cost and discounted admissions for the benefit of students and families in need, and support little leagues in underserved communities. And I'll just pause right there to once again remind you that everything we've read so far is already being done by the Oakland A's and pretty much every other Major League Baseball team, and NBA team, and NHL team, and MLS team, and NFL team. There's nothing outstanding here, and I'm not saying that as a knock to the A's or anybody else. It's just that what's being spelled out here is pretty much straightforward and expected. And it does not really go tremendously above and beyond. It's a baseline. I think it's important to declare it is a baseline. The A's will be required to create opportunities to spotlight and support Nevada small businesses and nonprofits. According to the CBA, this could include ticket sales fundraising programs, pregame recognition, or social media posts. Like, that seems like the easiest stuff you could possibly do. And again, I wonder about the ticket giving, and eventually you'll see here the use of a community suite. You talk about a 30,000 seat venue, they need to sell every ticket as announced for a lot of years as projected. You know, we're talking about 5-10 tickets a game maybe. Is that really it? What does a suite hold? 17, 19 people? Again, it's a commitment. It's a baseline commitment. The community suite will also be available for use by a charitable, community, or economic development organization at no cost. The agreement also requires the team to have a grant program for veterans, a job program for veterans, an arts plan, and a small business fund. These things are a little bit more intricate. The CBA also includes a provision that the team incorporates visuals from the Neon Museum. Now, that's something I had seen at some point during the summer, maybe June or July, that the Neon Museum was going to either relocate and be part of this 9-acre stadium site project on the south end of the Strip at the Tropicana Hotel, or that they would have some part in this. Now we're seeing that it's visuals. So maybe an exhibit from the Neon Museum, but it's interesting how random that is and how that's kind of worked into the CBA here. The A's will partner with the Nevada System of Higher Education to provide mentorship opportunities, scholarships, and internships. Well, again, internships is something every baseball and sports team has. Big companies have. Scholarships are nice, and mentorship opportunities are nice too. The team must dedicate funds for improving and restoring baseball and softball fields in Nevada public schools, colleges, and universities, especially within underserved communities. And again, the A's have been doing that with their community fund for decades in Oakland. Hill, as in Steve Hill, said the A's won't be expected to do everything listed in the CBA each year, but instead may focus on different aspects each year in order to maximize the power of the at least $2 million in contributions. So two things pop out there. I get it. It could be read two different ways, that they won't be held to everything. No, I think they're being held to at least the $2 million commitment. I think what they're saying is maybe they won't get to every group mentioned here. They'll spread that out over time. But I'm also curious, of at least $2 million in contributions, will it ever be 7? Or will it be 2? And that's fine. This is what Las Vegas is agreeing to, but it's that's quite the sell right there. That's quite the way to phrase things. We'll see how it goes. A baseball stadium community oversight committee, BSCOC, will be formed to oversee the implementation and administration of the CBA. The BSCOC will have 7 appointed members, 2 by the Stadium Authority, 2 by the Clark County Commission, and 1 appointed by the Governor, Senate Majority Leader, and Assembly Speaker. So those are details from the Nevada Current. And again, I just think it's interesting to point out what we had heard negotiated between Oakland and the A's seemed at least this robust, if not several steps more, a little bit more demanding. This one seems pretty straightforward, very much like a template. And that's fine. If this is Las Vegas's decision here, this is the agreement that they are going in on. But my whole point is that all of this was an early negotiation with Oakland, and now it's not even signed, sealed, and delivered. And potentially we are just 2-3 weeks away from this type of approval. So just wanted to spell out and give you some detail of how things are going in the community benefits realm. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, in recent times and months, I've pretty much stayed entirely away from this subject and this conversation. Because quite honestly, what does it matter what Warriors owner Joe Lacob said more than a year ago about potentially or not buying the Oakland A's to keep them in the East Bay? And I'm not dismissing his interests or what he's capable of. I'm only saying that it happened so long ago, and so much has happened with the baseball team since then. They've literally unrooted themselves from Oakland. They're desperately seeking relocation in Las Vegas. And we haven't heard much from Joe Lacob about his continued interest or potential or where he stands on this until the other day. It reemerged, and because of that, we're here to talk about it. Now, the backstory goes like this. He's in San Francisco at Chase Center as part of a press conference to introduce the Bay Area's new WNBA team. By the way, congrats on that. Fantastic. He might have known that questions like this were coming. He could have also chose to just stay away from it. I'm here for basketball, not the baseball stuff, but he answered some questions. And what I really want you to pay attention to is he playing checkers here, or was he playing chess with his comments? Now, these questions and answers came in a group setting, but I'll take the coverage from John Shea in the San Francisco Chronicle. John wrote this: a couple of years ago, Lacob went on record saying he had a standing offer to buy the A's and would keep the team in Oakland. But that was before A's owner John Fisher committed to relocating to Las Vegas. Lacob, owner of the Golden State Warriors, was at a Thursday news conference at Chase Center to announce a WNBA expansion team is coming to San Francisco. Afterward, he was asked about the possibility of further elevating his Bay Area sports footprint by buying the A's, should they come up for sale. Here we go. Quote, "We've over the years been obviously very interested," Lacob said. "You all know that I've said it, and if for whatever reason John Fisher decided it wasn't going to work, sure, we might be interested. But I'm not like throwing my hat in the ring, and I don't want Major League Baseball to be mad at me either. So I don't want to get in their way." Again, checkers or chess? He could have entirely stayed away from this, but he didn't. In my opinion, he's doubling down. He's reminding people. He's at least bringing this back into the conversation at a most critical juncture. There's a decision to be made by Major League Baseball owners. They're planning within the next 5 to 6 weeks. Mid-November at the owners' meetings in Arlington, Texas. This is an interesting time to bring up what you said before. Now, he didn't bring it up, but he also didn't shy away from answering it. John Shea in the Chronicle says this: Lacob's comment sent a clear message that a local group would be available and ready to buy the A's should John Fisher ultimately sell or should Major League Baseball reject the relocation. An MLB relocation committee is studying Fisher's plan, which needs a 75% vote in favor from league owners to be approved. Commissioner Rob Manfred said what I just said. He would like a vote taken at the November 14th to 16th owners meetings in Arlington, Texas. So you've heard what Mr. Lacob has said here. He's not done, by the way. Watch how he carefully navigates through all of this. Says almost more than he actually does without saying it, if that makes sense. Quote, "You have to have someone who wants to sell something to be interested in buying it," Lacob said. And John is very interested in being successful. He's dogged about it, and he's going to Vegas as far as I understand it. So I don't want to comment on that because as a person, I hope he's successful. I don't want to get in his way and say anything. But you just did. Again, it's sometimes saying it without saying it. And I also understand Joe Lacob's delivery here. He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. He doesn't want to upset people. What if it's not buying the A's? What if it's being part of an MLB expansion group in Oakland? There's more quotes to get to here in just a second. He is casually entering the chat about as smooth and delicate but deliberate as I think you can be here. And we're just reading word for words from quotes. It would have been interesting to see this video, see body language, see what went along with it, but I think you can kind of understand the nature of these comments. But if an opportunity came up for the A's or another MLB team, would we be interested? We might. So I think the other opportunity, like I said, a different MLB team, is he really trying to buy the Angels? I mean, maybe not. Is he trying to buy another team that could be up for sale in the near future? I don't know about that. I think that other MLB team that was so slightly referenced was the possibility of expansion in Oakland. My ultimate takeaway from all of this is that, again, Joe Lacob could have said nothing. He could have avoided all of this, could have stayed away from it entirely. But knowing the timeline, knowing the situation, and also knowing the other people involved, and without stepping on their toes, he wanted to put himself and his group back in the conversation. What does it hurt? What does it cost to at least remind people of where you're at? Nothing. And I don't think that he really offended anybody either in the process. He's there. He exists. He might, with his group, be interested, and mostly for people in the Bay Area, they're interested in anybody who would keep the A's in Oakland or bring a new Major League Baseball team to the East Bay. I'm pretty sure you won't hear anything from Lacob from here on out. It's just that right then and right there, he was set up for this opportunity and he didn't shy away from it. You made it here to the end of the video. Thumbs up on it down below. That would greatly help me out. And also don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
If you really want to understand this current story and what's going on, you also very much need to comprehend the backstory, all the big and little things that happened over time that got us to this point. I'll try and be quick and efficient in spelling this out. Let's go back to June. And the A's got one of their biggest pieces of momentum in terms of a potential relocation to Las Vegas. But all of this happened up north, at the state's capital in Carson City. That's where SB 1 was passed. Senate Bill 1 was voted on by the state assembly and the state senate, and it spells out $380 million of public funding to go towards an A's new stadium at the current site of the Tropicana Hotel. Now that you know that, you can better understand this. A lawsuit from A's Stadium supporters seeking to block Union's Nevada ballot measure. Two labor leaders filed the challenge, alleging that the petition's description is deficient and inaccurate, among other claims. This piece coming to us from the Nevada Independent. Tabitha and Howard, again, I can't praise them enough. Their work throughout this entire process has been phenomenal. And let me also say, normally, I summarize these articles, I add in my own interpretation, opinions, and insights, but quite honestly, this time around, I mostly want you to be aware of this story. And since Nevada legalities and politics are not exactly my cup of tea and specialty, I'm going to let Howard and Tabitha spell this out the best that they know how because, well, this is what they do. A lawsuit filed Tuesday by two longtime labor leaders is challenging the teacher union-led PAC, Political Action Committee, Schools Over Stadiums referendum petition to repeal public funding for a new Major League Baseball stadium in Las Vegas. Okay, Schools Over Stadiums, as they'll spell out here, they emerged as a group shortly after SB 1 passed. Teachers were not happy in the state of Nevada that all of the things that they wanted public money for in their education system, in their schools, a lot of things didn't get approved. But obviously this stadium did. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of Danny Thompson, the former head of the Nevada AFL-CIO, and Thomas Morley, a private consultant and the retired political director of Laborers Local 872 in the 1st District Court in Carson City, where all legal challenges to ballot questions are filed. It argues that Schools Over Stadiums petition, quote, does not include the full text of the proposal as required by the state's constitution, and alleges that the referendum petition description is inaccurate, misleading, and argumentative, and is therefore legally inadequate and does not meet the requirements of the Nevada law, end quote. Schools Over Stadiums was trying to get a referendum vote on the ballot for 2024 to basically repeal the $380 million of public money, which was approved with SB 1. We go on here to say that representatives from the Oakland A's deferred any comment on the lawsuit to the attorney working on the case, Bradley Schrager. Reached by phone Thursday, Schrager said he was representing, quote, a broad and emerging coalition of business and labor interests, end quote. SB 1 obviously passed with majorities in both houses, he said, referring to the bill that authorized public funding to help the A's construct a 33,000-seat ballpark on the Las Vegas Strip. Quote, it was approved by the governor, so it's no surprise that that support exists, end quote. Asked whether the A's are part of the coalition, he replied, quote, yes, of course, end quote. The PAC behind the ballot measure was launched in June by the Nevada State Education Association following the approval of SB 1, as I just spelled out earlier. Quote, suing educators trying to put schools first sets a terrible tone for an organization claiming to now care about our community, end quote. Alexander Marks of Schools Over Stadium said in the press release responding to the lawsuit. By the way, this was announced by Schools Over Stadiums that they were getting sued. They announced this on social media just the other day. Organized labor backed the A's when the bill was before the legislature. The Southern Nevada Building Trades has a project labor agreement with the A's for the construction of the ballpark, and the Culinary Workers Local 226 has an agreement with the team to organize workers at the stadium once it opens. The A's were also the title sponsor of the Nevada AFL-CIO convention in August at the Grand Sierra Resort in Reno. Representatives of Schools Over Stadiums filed the referendum petition in September, citing a need for public funding to go to public schools, quote, not to a California billionaire for a stadium, end quote. Marks said the organization will continue gathering signatures to attempt to qualify the petition for the ballot. They said in the press release that both plaintiffs are well-connected lobbyists who have close ties to the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, and said that the effort to repeal SB 1 has faced opposition from the beginning, and the latest lawsuit won't dampen their efforts. Quote, when we launched Schools Over Stadiums in June, an A's representative called to pressure me into abandoning our effort to refocus Nevada's misguided priorities, said Don Echeverry, an elementary music teacher and president of Schools Over Stadiums. Quote, educators will not be intimidated or bullied. Some in our community claim to support educators and schools, but when we advocate to prioritize public education, they say, no, not like that, end quote. However, the lawsuit argues that the petition contains information that is misleading and inaccurate, rendering it void. Quote, collectively, material omissions and misstatements render it impossible for a potential signatory to make an informed decision whether to sign the petition. Schrager, the attorney, wrote in the filing. To get an initiative or referendum on the ballot that proposes or repeals language for state law, a petitioner must obtain enough signatures to equate to at least 10% of the ballots cast in the previous general election, meaning that at least 102,586 signatures are needed to qualify for the measure. At least 25,647 signatures would need to come from each of the state's 4 congressional districts. Right? So you can't just do it in Clark County. You can't just do it up north near Carson City. This has to be a statewide effort. And for the first time ever, we really truly understand how many signatures are necessary to get this on the ballot as a referendum vote. The petitioners must collect and submit signatures by July 8th, 2024. If a petition receives enough signatures and a simple majority of Nevadans vote in favor of the corresponding ballot question, it would pass and change state law. So the difficult thing seems to be getting the signatures. The other part about it is getting it on the ballot as a referendum vote. Once that happens, the point here is that it only needs one more than 50%. I should also spell this out. The timeline is such that Major League Baseball within the next 5 to 6 weeks or more, let's just say 4 to 8 weeks, 5 to 8 weeks, they're hoping to vote on approving relocation by the A's to Las Vegas. This, even with all the signatures, wouldn't actually go on the ballot until 2024. So this is an interesting situation where approval of public money is there, but approval is being challenged. And to be quite clear, the A's have talked about public money and what it means to the project, to the point that if there is this $380 million that goes away to any way, shape, or form, that their project can't really move forward. And quite honestly, it's a huge incentive of Major League Baseball to have public funding as part of a stadium project. They really like that as part of a project. So again, just wanted to point that out, keep everybody updated and informed about what's going on and what's playing out. And hopefully that just makes a little bit more sense. The Nevada Independent did a great job. You should check out their piece. I actually stopped reading it at a certain point. There's a little bit more to it, and you can always go back for their coverage on the latest information. Hey, you made it here to the end of this video. Thumbs up down below. I'd really appreciate that. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
But look, obviously time catches up to all of us, and LeBron James, while seeming superhuman, is no different. And I don't know if he's got 1 or 2 or more seasons left as a player in the NBA, but obviously his time in that career is soon winding down. But I don't want to dwell on that. I'd rather focus on his accomplishments, his longevity, his success over a period of time. It's been so impressive how he's been sustainable in this league, how he's adapted and always figured out what's next, including now. As he looks at the future and wondering what LeBron will do as a person and as a professional, he's made it quite clear on a number of different occasions he would love to own an NBA team that expands into Las Vegas. So this is not new, and while he was with the Lakers for an exhibition game earlier this week, it's not the first time that he's brought up the idea or talked about bringing NBA basketball to Las Vegas. Look at him on social media there. The Las Vegas branded NBA shirt and the smirk on his face. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to be successful in this. He knows how to bring it attention. He knows how to kind of wedge his way into an opportunity like this, which already has some momentum. So when he's at the press conference before the game and he's asked about Las Vegas, it really comes as no surprise. In fact, he was probably pretty prepared for it. The question was, why do you remain so interested in basketball here in Las Vegas? This is what he said, quote, "You have the Raiders here. You have the Golden Knights here. You have the Aces here. You've got F1 coming very soon. All-Star Weekend has been here a few times. You've got the NBA Summer League that's very popular. I think adding an NBA franchise here would just add to the momentum that's going on in this town. I think it's only a matter of time, and I hope I'm part of that time." Did he miss anything there? He's talking about Las Vegas, sports, expansion, excitement. Let's go over that one more time. NFL, NHL, WNBA, F1, Summer League. Did LeBron forget to include the A's and potential relocation that's very much on the table? Like, why would he not include that in the same conversation? It only adds fuel to the exact fire that he wants to burn here. Now, I know a lot of you would say, okay, you might be exaggerating on this, making a bigger deal out of this than it actually is. I think the bigger deal is that he forgot it. Sure, I am making a deal out of this, but the bigger deal is, how do you omit one of the major pros for sports leagues that's on the verge of coming to Las Vegas in this line of commentary? I'm not suggesting anything sinister here. It just wasn't even on LeBron's radar, crazy enough. And like I said, he knows what he's doing here. Tim Lewicki is part of the Oakview Group. He's their CEO, and he's poised to bring an NBA arena to Southern Nevada. There's a 66-acre site. It's going to be a $10 billion arena district. The NBA arena is going to seat 20,000. It's going to be south of the Strip. South of, 215 there, right off of I-15? And the thing about it is that he came out literally less than 24 hours after SB 1 was approved. $380 million of public money for an A's stadium at the Tropicana site. This is exactly what he said, again, less than a day after that was approved. On this arena, I'm not asking anybody for any money, Lewicki said as the crowd cheered. We're not going before the state. We're not going before the county. He's been part of other pro sports ownership groups, other arena construction projects. Basically, he's saying, you know what, we're just going to fast track this. My point in bringing this up, LeBron definitely knows what he's doing and knows there are others out there who want to be part of what he's doing. LeBron himself cannot, I don't think, own and fund an NBA expansion team. There's the fee, there's all the startup costs, and paying for a team. But he could collaborate with somebody like Tim Lewicki, who, as part of the Oakview Group, might build a building, might also want to contribute some money to what LeBron has in mind. And so this does seem like a very real thing for the near future. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said this summer, he addressed reporters, this was on a Monday back in June, July, or August. So at some point during the summer, during Summer League, I guess, in Las Vegas, that's when it was, touched on a number of topics, most notably expansion. He confirmed that the league will begin exploring the idea once the current media rights deal is up in 2025. Quote, "We will turn to expansion once those new media deals are done. It's not a sure thing, but as I've said before, I think it's natural that organizations like the NBA grow over time." And to be very clear, the NBA is quite interested in going back to Seattle. Like, here's another MLB Oakland A's parallel. The NBA and former commissioner, the late David Stern, at one point he realized that taking that team out of Seattle, moving them to Oklahoma City, not so much the move, but the removal of them from Seattle was a mistake. And so the NBA is still, after all these years and decades, trying to right that wrong and get the NBA back up into Seattle. But there's no question that Las Vegas, based on all the other things, would be a frontrunner. Let me also say that this also relates to every other sport and potential sport like the Oakland A's and Major League Baseball in Las Vegas, in that it's one more competition factor for business, for fans, for opportunities, for sponsors. Look, I understand how many tourists that Las Vegas brings in and the entertainment industry that it has become. Totally recognize that. But all of a sudden, going from just the Golden Knights to the Golden Knights and the Raiders to also F1 to also the WNBA, your minor league baseball team would still like to exist. There's also a pro soccer team there. And now you're likely adding Major League Baseball and the NBA. So at some point, it's just expanding so fast, we will see how it all plays out. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, I first saw this headline on Twitter, so I clicked on a link, and it took me to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, who, by the way, could be their own separate conversation and video and discussion right now. They've been taking a selective approach to covering the A's and potential relocation to Las Vegas. I'll leave that one alone. But here's what the headline in this case says. Raiders and Knights would be happy to share the city with the A's. And there's Raider Max Crosby right there at a celebrity and charity softball game that was held over the weekend at Las Vegas ballpark, home of the Aviators. And so the Review-Journal went out there and did some of their work, got some perspectives and opinions from high-profile individuals about maybe what it would look like in Las Vegas if they were to add Major League Baseball. And I'm just going to read straight from the article here before I give you the full-fledged opinion on this. Raiders defensive end Max Crosby said he's excited about the prospect of the A's playing on the Strip. Quote, "I think it's huge," Crosby said. Quote, "Being in Oakland for a year, I got to see how that fan base was, and Oakland was incredible. They're just going to bring more fans and more attention to the city." Now, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the idea from Max is that Oakland A's fans will follow their team to Las Vegas. And look, maybe what Max experienced with the Raiders, there is a certain degree to that. I do feel like the Raider fan base has always been a bit transient because they were in Los Angeles and Oakland and now in Las Vegas. And they've made several moves over the years and decades. Some Raider fans, and because football's also just a different beast and animal, they will follow their team like that through city changes. And I've actually had this question posed to me by casual people in Las Vegas that I don't know or I don't have any opinion on. I've also had people who I highly respect in Las Vegas and from Nevada ask me, like, how do you think Oakland A's fans will do if their team moves? Like, how many will follow them to Las Vegas? And I almost laugh when I hear that question because I think the answer is like literally 0.0. I'm talking about people who are from or currently live in Oakland or Northern California right now. Not those of you who are A's fans from across the country, across the globe. You're separate. We're talking about how many people from Oakland would follow the A's to their new state and their new city. How many people would fly from Oakland to Las Vegas and go to games? Like Max Crosby here saw it a different way. They're just going to bring more fans and more attention to the city. The A's? Like, the A's moving are going to have to build their own new fan base in Las Vegas. And, like, I don't know Max's background. Max is a football guy, and he's just got a different experience here. I'm not doing this video to put blame on Max Crosby because he saw and he went through something different. I'm telling you, as somebody who understands the A's fan base and also understands how things have played out. Maybe under different circumstances, there would be a large group of A's fans if things happen differently that would follow their team and would still be loyal. But the way this has gone, and again, when I've got that question from people in Nevada or in Las Vegas, they mean well by asking it. They're curious because they expect it to a certain degree. that some people would follow. And I should retract what I said. It's not 0.0, but it's probably like 0.2%, which is like 50 people or fewer, maybe 5. I don't know. It's a handful of people. There's not a lot of people who, in my opinion, my perspective, knowing the A's fan base, that are going to remain extremely loyal following this move under these circumstances. So, again, the Review Journal doing this work and using this as their headline. This was like literally the catch on Twitter. The bait on Twitter was this quote. I think it's huge that Crosby was in Oakland. He saw how that fan base was, and they're just going to bring more fans and more attention to the city of Las Vegas. You know how the ratio went on that tweet. Yeah. So kind of falls in line with some of the stuff that the Review Journal has been doing. Again, I'll park that one right there for now, but definitely wanted to get the perspective and share the perspective for you from the Oakland side of this and how I think it'll go. You don't get carryover Oakland fans down to Las Vegas. Let me know what you think about all this in the comment section below. Thumbs up on this video since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, it's now officially been more than 6 months since the A's delivered their worst news ever to Oakland fans. Far worse than the loss of any single game or being eliminated from any postseason series and having a really great run come to a sudden conclusion. In fact, also far worse than your very favorite player being traded away from the team in an instant. And look, those are all things that simply come with the territory of being a sports fan, a baseball fan, and yeah, especially an A's fan in recent years. Those are normal things, actually. I mean, you come to expect some level of disappointment and frustration in just being a sports fan of any team. It's inherent. It's ingrained. Again, it's normal. But I'll tell you what's not normal is going on for more than half a year now, knowing that your team has made it their primary focus to move away from you. And in this case, the A's have put forth all their efforts into relocation to Las Vegas. Half a year is a long time, and it takes a lot out of the fans to go through this. And I've seen fans react in a multitude of different ways. I'm not here to tell you which way is right or wrong. I understand all of the approaches. Some fans have really leaned into this. They want to be updated on every single piece of information and news and updates. Other fans have just said, you know what? I got to turn away. I can't handle this for whatever reason. Too stressful, too emotional, too frustrating, whatever. I get it. I'm right there with all of you in really not knowing how to process this because, you know what? This doesn't happen often to sports fans and to baseball fans. I know that there's a lot of words out there. You've listened to a lot of stories out there. You've been feeling a lot of emotions out there. But the one thing that might stick with me better and longer than anything else is imagery. Sometimes an image can say more than words alone, and it can last longer than just one wave of emotion, like this photo here, snapped by Jared, who's been working on the summer of 2023 documentary. He took this photo at a late season A's game at the Coliseum, and I'm just going to leave it up on the screen for a bit. The longer you look at it and realize what's going on and the message and the meaning It hits and it hurts. It doesn't really need a caption. You've all seen a scene like this before at the Coliseum. Relatively empty facility. There's an ice machine. There's a wet floor marker. There's a beer cart. There's an information stand. And then there's the Athletics Kids Club kiosk. And a young fan who might be coming to one of their first baseball games might have already fallen in love with the A's, whether it's a player or the team colors. They've already got the hat and the jersey. I can see maybe it's just a fascination with Stomper. Yeah, it can be that simple for kids. And as I zoom in here, like you realize as this young fan is peering over the ledge there, just seeking something more. What's over here? Is there anybody there? And in this case, the answer is no. It's been abandoned. Nobody's home. And it's especially resonant to me because that was me. That was probably you too, going to games as a kid at the Coliseum, learning the team, learning their history, learning baseball, just learning sports, learning how to be a fan. And now we're realizing that if Oakland doesn't have this, the next generation is not going to have this. And full disclosure, as I record this video, there's nothing official. In fact, there's a lot still to be settled and sorted out in this process, right? So that is a thing. But if it is going to be a worst case scenario, there's a lot of things to consider here. Like number one, this is a generational loss if the A's move. And I think we realize that right now, but I don't think we fully grasp it or understand the magnitude of the loss. Something that's been around for more than 50 years. Grandparents hand it down to their kids, who hand it down to their kids, who are looking forward to handing it down to their kids. But when it suddenly gets cut off, you realize the lineage, the traditions, what it meant when it's not around anymore. Again, I think we've talked about it. We think we understand it, but I don't know that we can fully grasp that part of it yet. Also this, kids are the most innocent ones in all of this, but they also have no clue of what's been happening this past year and in front of their very eyes. Try explaining it to that young fan that what you like and what you want to come back and see more of, it may not exist here in 20 months. It's a hard explanation to give to a kid. And how is this all allowed to happen? And look, we could sit here and point fingers in all directions all day long. I know we're in the moment of 2023 and these potential final steps of the A's in Oakland, but this goes back multiple decades, multiple iterations of the team, multiple iterations of local government, multiple iterations of Major League Baseball. And in all that time, nobody stepped up as a champion. Nobody stepped up as a hero. To fix all this, to get it back on track, and to make sure that we never got to this situation we're at right now. There were tons of points, like getting off a freeway. There's an exit here, an exit there, there's an on-ramp there, off-ramp there. Nothing positive ever happened to detour us from where we're at right now. I'll also say that, memories never die. Watching the 88, 89, and 90 World Series, as I so fortunately was able to do at the Coliseum, I'll never forget that. Or all of the other moments over the years. Playoff games, individual milestones, Ricky becoming the official man of steel. I was there when he lifted the bag third base out from its moorings, as Bill King said. I'll keep all those memories. But they are a bit tainted. And what happens, hypothetically, if the A's do up and leave? And the Coliseum is still standing for years afterwards. And I'm driving north or south on 880 and I look over, what is that feeling going to be? What is that feeling supposed to be? It's not going to be good. And everything that was good about looking over there in the memories, it's going to be hard to make right, at least for me. And even more difficult because what is ever the good explanation here? Sometimes in life, there are things you don't like, but there are things that you understand. That is the way it was. Nothing great lasts forever. Bad things can happen. You don't always get your way. I totally understand that. But in this case, what is the good explanation? Well, Nevada ponied up public money for a stadium, and that's that. Is that the good explanation that we're going to be telling for years and years if, in fact, this happens like this? And at a certain point, if Oakland loses the A's, and after all Oakland fans have been through, should there even be a fight for an expansion team? I don't mean should there be the desire. Yes, there should be the desire for that. But should there be a fight for it? Look at Kansas City, for example. The last time the A's moved, it was from Kansas City. They spent, like a dozen years there? They moved to Oakland because a lot of teams were moving west. And that's way different than here in 2023 when all the teams are done moving west. East Coast to West Coast, we're stretched out. It's not that anymore. But baseball awarded Kansas City the expansion Royals because of the A's departure. They said, you know what? This is not you, Kansas City. We're going to take care of you. Oakland fans shouldn't even have to fight for expansion. And in reality, if the A's are leaving, this should be part of the deal. Instantly. But here we are. And then last but not least, even in best case scenarios, I think we all have to fully realize that what we're witnessing and what A's fans have been through in the last year, in the last 5 years, in the last decade plus, these are all scars and chips on shoulders to A's fans. A's fans are different because they've had a different experience. And I'm just telling you that everything that's been gone through here, even if there are better days, these memories here and now will never be quickly dismissed or forgotten. So I just talked a lot about one photo right there. But I wanted you to see it, I wanted to share it, and I just wanted it to sink in. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, when it comes to the Oakland A's and potential relocation to Las Vegas, there still remain so many more questions than actual answers. Like the 9-acre site at the Tropicana Hotel. How exactly will they fit a 33,000-seat stadium with a retractable roof on that small patch of land? It's never been done before on that size with Major League Baseball. Or attendance. They'll need a sellout for nearly 30 straight years. No team has ever come close to that, but it's what they'll need in Las Vegas to pay off bonds being floated by Clark County to pay for the construction, help pay for the construction of the stadium. Anyway, things of that nature, but here's another problem/question about the A's. What if they are granted relocation? And what if they're good in like 2025 or 2026 or even a little bit after that before they could actually even get to Las Vegas? This season alone, we've seen a transformation of the green and gold. We've seen some new players get called up. We've seen some forward momentum in their first 62 games, 12-50. It's a 193 winning percentage, which they've more than doubled since then. And I know 34-49 is not necessarily anything to write home about. You're well below a 500 record, but you're at a 410 record. And you're definitely not this. This is really bad. This is on your way up. On your way up and out of the trench that you were in across the first 62 games. And it's not surprising. This is what the Oakland A's do from a player perspective and from a personnel perspective. They regenerate. Sometimes it doesn't hit the same or it doesn't go as quickly. I mean, last time, this is so familiar to the summer of 2017. First half, not great. Second half, almost a 500 record. Why? Primarily because you called up Matt Chapman and Matt Olson. And the culture changes and winning changes things. And all of a sudden you're headed back in the right direction. But what do the A's have right now? Well, they've got the start. A Geloff, Esteury Ruiz, Lawrence Butler, J.P. Sears, Mason Miller. They've got team control over almost all these players until like 2027 or 2028. They're also still a few years away from being good, being competitive, being respectable. And I'm putting the question mark right here at the playoffs in 2026. That's very much unknown, but looking at past trajectories of the team, if we're here in 2023 and the trend is going from down to back up again, it wouldn't shock me entirely if the Oakland A's could be playoff quality, playoff caliber again by 2026. But if Las Vegas gets approved as a relocation, we know the A's are playing 2024 in Oakland. And we know next year that their goal would probably have to be just to get back to 500 baseball. Okay. But what if they get good in 25? What if they get really good in 2026? And they stay that way in 2027? We still don't know where this team is going to be playing their games. Unknown where a playoff team might be playing their games for those 3 years. Does MLB really want a playoff contender? Like, let's go back to the 97 win teams for the A's of 2018, 2019, and the equivalent of that in 2020. Do you want a division leading team playing somewhere in a minor league ballpark? Is that a good look? It's kind of what the Arizona Coyotes are going through right now. Now, they're not a good team, and they're not projected to be even a playoff team for the near future, but they are playing temporary seasons at a college hockey arena in Tempe. Mullet Arena. They built it for the Arizona State Sun Devils hockey team. Seats 5,000. Well below what the Coyotes should be drawing in, but they got kicked out of Glendale. And their new arena that they're hoping to announce by January in Mesa, that's a few years away still. What if the Coyotes made the playoffs? What if they made the Stanley Cup final? Where would you play your home games? 5,000 seat arena? That would never fly. How about playoff games in a minor league ballpark? Or in a temporary city and location? Or what about this? In some way, and I don't know all the details of how this would happen, the A's would obviously, I don't think they'd be against staying in Oakland. That's probably their first preference. It's easiest, it's cheapest. It keeps a lot of their revenues flowing if they stay in Oakland for those temporary seasons, those in-between seasons, if they're permitted to relocate. But in this market, would they be getting anywhere near the support that they should? Like, they'll largely get protested in this market. Don't get me wrong. Some people are still going to go. Some people are going to not care as much. They were casual fans anyway. Or they wanted to see the opponent team or players. It's not going to be a zero total amount of fans, but it's going to be, if you thought now is low, I don't see how the number is going to increase attendance-wise for 25, 6, 24, 5, 6, or 7. Really 4 full seasons. But does MLB want a contending team in a market that's like, is that a Drake meme? I think I just did a Drake meme. Does MLB want that? Probably not. So it's kind of a problem if the A's actually get good 2025, 2026. And like I said, I'm not making this part up. I can see the trajectory happening. And as much as you've already seen, like I said, the Geloffs and the Ruizes and the Butlers and Soderstrom a little bit, Shea Langoliers, Sears, Waldachuk, Hogan Harris, Mason Miller, Luis Medina. Like, there's a lot of players still figuring things out, and there's even more players down the pipeline that are on their way up. This is bound to happen. Like, sports are ebbs and flows in the first place, but especially the A's, they tore down, they're building up. They're going to be good at this pace well before 2028, whatever that year and that season means. Is this going to be a problem for baseball if they're good? Yes. In some way, shape, or form, it's not going to go over great. Thumbs up on this video down below since you made it here to the end. You know I appreciate that. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So obviously within the last 6 months and the A's attempting to relocate, I've been paying more attention to Las Vegas than ever. And one of the side stories, so to speak, has been the construction and completion of the Sphere. And we've seen it from the outside, right? You're familiar with this. It's just a still image, but the moving picture is breathtaking. It's one giant video screen as the external surface of the Sphere. The exosphere, so to speak, is the world's largest LED screen, I believe. And they've been so creative in the different looks. I mean, that is just artistic. It's been a huge smiley face. It's been a basketball. It's been the earth. It's been an aquarium. They've done so many cool creative things from the outside just to get people's attention. And they've done a great job. But the one thing we hadn't really seen yet was the inside. And we know the details of what it was supposed to be, a concert venue, 17, 18,000 seats, speakers from all around, a giant video screen on the inside. But what actually does it feature? Well, we finally got to find that out this weekend. U2 is the debut band to help christen this venue, and now I see why they didn't really let us peek inside. It is phenomenal. This is just one of the entryways, right? That's a very cool approach into the upper levels of seating, but that's not even the cool part. Check this out. Whoa. Look at that as a backdrop. First off, they get to use the typical concert venue of a stage and a crowd standing room area surface. And then there's also all of the buildup of seats and sections, a first deck, a second deck, I think a third deck. But the way they've done this on the inside, my video here and you watching this, I'm telling you already, I haven't been there, but I can tell that I'm not going to do this justice. On the inside, the ceiling is entirely one big video screen. It surrounds you from all angles, the video, and so does the sound. The speakers for this venue, you can't see them, right? Where are the speakers at this concert venue? They're all behind that screen. You are encompassed in sound. You talk about surround sound. This is the ultimate surround sound. Watch some of these video clips. And this looks to be a view from one of the top levels and rows of seating. Oh my goodness. I am pumped up just seeing that. Maybe motion sickness even for some. Like, that is so intense. I was told that is a 16K screen. Like, not 4K, not 8K, a 16K resolution screen. And how do you even measure that? The lines of resolution. I mean, it's so big. It's so spherical on the inside. They say it can produce rates of up to 60 frames a second, which is very lifelike and realistic. My goodness, what type of computers run that video screen? How do you even create some of this imagery? Here's a look at it from down at floor level. Oh, that is so cool. And wait until the camera spins around here. You can get kind of a full glimpse of like how far back. That screen goes all the way back behind those seats. I also heard that the animals, the reptiles and insects that are depicted right there in this certain imagery and visualization. They represent all of the endangered species in the state of Nevada currently. So very cool that you too could blend nature and a message to go along together all in one. How cool is that? I mean, do you really want to go see a concert anywhere else? And then there's the ability to do forced perspective, almost like 3D. Look at the numbers and letters, all the digits there, the colors, like a digital matrix type display. It's building up to the ceiling. There's the band rocking out. Watch this. It's going to kind of feel like the ceiling is caving in on you. Whoa. That is so cool. And again, all of this phone video and vertical mode. Come on, people, shoot horizontal, but even vertical mode, you can really tell that this is a one-of-a-kind experience. They've been planning this for so long, and now they're executing it. Again, this is the first weekend of its existence. I think this is going to catch on and be a next big thing in the concert and concert-goer community. Is that... That's an EDM artist right there in the front of this video. I don't recall exactly who it is, but you can see fans enjoying this. I think this is the tail end of the concert, one of the opening nights. Here's just a nice look all the way around again. There's no real one video clip, which I think gives you a whole idea, but just look at that. You are like submerged in that environment, in that video screen. That is so very cool. How do you top that? So I've got some initial thoughts, first on the Sphere and what they've accomplished there, but also next is the big point of this video. Like, the Sphere has set a new venue standard. I mean, if you're going to do something new in New York or Los Angeles or Miami or Chicago or San Francisco or around the globe, get it? It's a Sphere. Like, how could you not replicate this? How could there not be more of these? Is this the first of many spheres across the earth? And I do believe, I should have done the full research here. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. Isn't there another one that's being planned or that's also opening soon? I don't know if this is a one-off. It shouldn't be. Let's put it that way. It should not be. The possibilities are endless. Because you've got a giant video screen and because it's such high resolution, you can put anything behind there. And I didn't even show the video clips. There was one of like a mountain range off in the distance. It literally looks like you are outside. They also put the Las Vegas skyline out there in the distance, to the point that a lot of people took a picture, and then other people who saw that picture on social media said, wait, I thought this venue had a ceiling. How can I see the outside? Does the roof come up? No, that's the video screen showing an actual picture in the perfect perspective of the skyline that you would see looking out. That is so cool. What a technical marvel, by the way. All the video screens and the technology and the band, and they can superimpose live video of the actual concert. Like, you're wondering, well, what about the typical big video screen that they have behind a band or to the sides of a band so that the last row can see the close-ups? They project that video onto that interior screen. Now, this is a project, the Sphere, which I think took years over when it was supposed to, was way behind, got caught up in the 2020 thing, and it also took hundreds of millions of dollars extra to make this complete and a reality. I'm telling you right now, however many years and however much extra money it took, in 10 years, in 5 years, in 20 years, it will have been worth it. Now, I do want to say eventually, over time, like, things only increase and get better, and at some point they might have to rip out the entire exosphere and the internal video screens and upgrade them. But at least the idea of what they're doing there, I think that's going to pass the test of time. You can upgrade the infrastructure, which is, again, already impressive to begin with, but man, that is unbelievable what they've come up with. It's worth it. I also think it gives Las Vegas and the Strip, it's off the Strip, it's next to the Venetian, but it gives the area some personality. Big hotel buildings, this is cool, that's great architecture. This can literally make a smiley face at you. This is more of a landmark type structure and operation for Las Vegas. It gives Las Vegas personality. I'm not somebody who's from there. I don't live there, but I can already tell you, I think Las Vegans feel that this is part of who they are. They've already kind of embraced what the Sphere is. So now, what comes next? I said that this sets a new venue standard, like across the country, across the world. How about a new standard in Las Vegas, which is already known for being an entertainment capital of the world, bringing in acts and people to come see these acts. And now that you've got something like the Sphere, oh my goodness, and who's next to perform there? If U2's going to kick it off, I mean, I imagine only the biggest headliner acts are going to come in there and want to play the Sphere. But if you're the A's and you're building a stadium down the road, literally, or if you're that new NBA entity and you're going to build a new NBA arena, I mean, the Sphere is direct competition to your business. If you're trying to host other events and you're trying to bring in concerts, if I'm a band, right? If I'm a band that's going to play Las Vegas, and U2 is doing kind of a residency, I believe they're the first ones in. Are they doing a month straight or a couple weeks straight? They're doing a multitude of shows back to back to back. But if you're a band and you're going to come in and play Las Vegas, the Sphere seems like the top of your list. And maybe the only reason why you would choose Allegiant Stadium is because they seat 70,000. So you've either got the volume of Allegiant Stadium or the technical marvel of the Sphere. It also seats in the tens of thousands. Why would you want to go play at an NBA arena or a baseball stadium? This is direct competition. This sets a bar for competition and expectations and future things that happen in Las Vegas. And I haven't even mentioned, I mean, you realize they're about to have that nighttime F1 race, which has been a huge inconvenience. I've already documented that here on the channel. It's cost them more in Las Vegas. I don't think that anybody's happy with it, but when you actually see it, you know it's going to be a visual marvel, right? The video footage that'll come away from it, the imagery, that part will be impressive. Worth it? I don't know. And they're also going to host the Super Bowl at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas in the next handful of months. So all of those things, now you look at whatever the A's are going to try and build and whatever an NBA team's going to try and build, like the bar has been set super high. You've got to keep up with the Sphere. And I say this from a perspective of artists and bands coming in to play these venues, but also fans on any given night. Quite honestly, I mean, every trip I've done to Las Vegas, one night or two nights tops. I've never done a 3-night Las Vegas trip, and I don't know if anybody should, depending on what your ambitions are. But my point is, if I'm only getting one night in Vegas, and I have the opportunity to go see Pat Monahan of Train at the Sphere, I just made that up, or the A's play a baseball game, you can watch the Major League Baseball, the A's play or any Major League Baseball team play in 29 other cities. I mean, I really want to see the Sphere. This is me talking right now. I really want to see the Sphere. What will most other people think? That's another 15, 17,000 people a night that are going somewhere else. So it's not just the artist preference of where to come in and play Las Vegas. How about where people will want to spend their money? I want to throw my money at the Sphere right now. I really do. I think it's that cool. I think it's that unique. And I hope more pop up across the country. But for now, this is the only one I'm aware of that exists, obviously, on the West Coast. That is very cool. If anybody is watching this who had any hand in the concept or construction or design or execution of the Sphere, tip of the cap to you. A phenomenal job. Somebody like me in the performing industry and media and production, that is one hell of a platform for a production. So yeah, whatever comes next after the Sphere, good luck. You made it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll help me and this channel. Also, don't forget to subscribe here to this channel so I can definitely see you back next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain.
It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, as we recently found out, the A's initial renderings and concepts for a stadium in Las Vegas with potential relocation, what we saw is not going to be anything how it could ever turn out to be. They said, wad those renderings up, start fresh, give us some new designs, get creative with this 9 acres of land. Which also kind of brings up another question in doing a retractable roof, and maybe it's too difficult and too constrained for this site. Would the A's and Las Vegas ever consider building a flat-out dome for a stadium? I mean, with a roof that doesn't move, it doesn't change, doesn't open, doesn't shut. Maybe it's easier, maybe it's cheaper to just do a dome. Now, that's never been part of the consideration or commentary here. I'm just saying I'm throwing this in right now. I don't know that anybody has ever seriously referenced or considered any of this. I'm just throwing it out here as an option because you look across baseball right now and the league has generally done away with domes over the years. There used to be a lot more than this. Right now there's 7 retractable roof stadiums, 22 open stadiums, right? No roof structure at all. So majority of them are open air. And there's 1 dome. It also has a connection to Tropicana, as in Tropicana Field. No relation to the Tropicana Hotel. And baseball probably wishes it had 0 domes. I think they hate domes for a number of different reasons that we'll get into. But considering this is Las Vegas and considering that an open air stadium is off the table, you just cannot do that in the middle of summer and 114-degree temperatures like they've had recently. And what if a retractable stadium either costs too much or you can't pull it off on just 9 acres? What do you do? And are you kind of stuck maybe into building a dome stadium? Let's revisit that 1 dome stadium. It's the only one, Tropicana Field in St. Pete. Highly criticized, the rings, the roof's too low, the ceiling is white, you can't track a baseball, it's just a dead atmosphere. You know, this building was I think it was initially built for the White Sox, and then they tried to draw the Giants there, and then eventually baseball came to Tampa St. Pete. And right now they are desperately trying to replace this facility. But isn't it crazy? The last dome stadium, the only dome stadium in baseball, is largely considered, and I kid you not, worse than the Coliseum, right? And I don't think there's much argument on that. You give me the Coliseum in a day game on a beautiful clear sky, late September day in Oakland, far more enjoyable than inside. Even though the Rays might be a much better team right now, I'm talking about the actual experience. Isn't it crazy that the A's might have to go to something that's largely considered worse than where they're at right now? But, a new dome, a new stadium, all of it would offer something upgraded and something different. Here are the aspects I want to consider of having a fixed roof stadium like a dome. Number 1, you basically have to go with artificial turf. I know there's ways of having a translucent roof and maybe you can grow real grass, but even look at Allegiant Stadium right across the interstate, I-15. They have the field that comes out of the stadium and back in so that they can try and let it see sunlight, natural sun, and grow real grass and bring it back in. And you can't do that with a baseball field. The shape of the field, the logistics, the space, they don't have room for that. So you're kind of stuck going with artificial turf if it's a fixed roof. Also, HVAC costs are crazy, right? At least with an open roof, if it gets cool at night, you could open it up, clear it out, let some cool air come in and, save money that way. Having a dome in Las Vegas in the middle of summer, you know how much that's going to cost per month? I saw some venues in Texas who are paying $500,000 and $600,000 per month just in HVAC costs alone. The other thing about a fixed roof is you can't take advantage of any of those nice nights that you have. April and May, where it'd be great to have a night game outdoors and maybe it's a, comfortable 82 degrees at first pitch. You can't have that with a dome. On the flip side, there's less maintenance. You don't have a roof structure that opens and closes. And look, I can tell you, even in Arizona, they've had tremendous problems. Milwaukee right now, tremendous problems with a retractable roof structure. The way it opens, the way it shuts, the mechanics and mechanism of it, it's a ton of cost and a ton of maintenance over the years that are additional to incur. So less maintenance if you just put a roof on it. There's no lights issue. I know that's a big deal right now for the airport and the type of lighting structure they would use. In this ballpark, they've got to get all that approved. If you just put a roof on it, you can do all the lights you want. You could do a light show inside. It doesn't really matter. If there's a fixed roof from the inside, you may not get the same views. Or a hotel that Bally's might build, let's call it Tropicana Part 2, if they were going to build a couple high-rise towers, like in left field and maybe center field and right field, those could have views down inside the ballpark if there's no roof or if the roof is open. But with the roof shut or the roof being closed entirely and fixed, you'll never have a hotel view that looks down into the stadium. But again, it could be a smaller footprint if you just do a fixed roof instead of something that needs to move and like retract on itself, essentially. Okay, how about if you did a retractable roof stadium? Then maybe grass is possible. And I said before that, what's the possibility of grass? This matters to the teams and the players. Not just the fans who don't want to look at a turf field. Players really want to get away from artificial turf, especially on baseball, if they can. Grass is way more possible with a retractable roof stadium. Yeah, this is going to be a lot more expensive to build, like hundreds of millions of dollars more probably for a retractable roof than a fixed roof. Also way more expensive in time. I just talked about the maintenance, but it is the clear preference by everybody. The playing surface for the players, the climate ability to have indoors, outdoors for the fans, everybody else. But yeah, it might also add 3 to 5 acres. If you really need to do this and have to do it the right way, it's going to take more land to do it. But I would also venture to guess that a retractable roof stadium would offer more opportunity. If you're a show or an act or somebody who wants to come in and play at this stadium, and it can be an open roof, maybe that's what you prefer. So maybe that gives this stadium would give it leverage if it had the option to be outdoors. Because right now, T-Mobile Arena, indoors. Allegiant Stadium, even with the, what do they call them, the bay doors or whatever those, indoors. This would be the only opportunity at being outdoors, but how possible is it? And just going back to the fixed roof thing, this is Tropicana Field. It seats 42,735, so 12,000 more, right? So a lot bigger, a lot more seats here than the 30 planned in Las Vegas. But it still takes 3.47 more acres than the A's have currently allotted to them. So less capacity, that much smaller of a footprint? I don't know. Would they build a dome? Will they have to build a dome? Could they? Would they? Should they? Will they? I don't know, but I'm just putting all this out there ahead of time as some things to consider and maybe a possibility. You made it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll greatly help everybody else see this. Be smart, be civil in the comment section below. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So here we are about a month away, in fact, even less than that, from mid-November. That's when the A's and Major League Baseball say they'd like to take a vote on relocation for this franchise to Las Vegas. They're aiming for the owners' meetings November 14th through the 16th in Arlington, Texas. But quite honestly, that seems like the earliest possible opportunity and convenience for something like this to even take place. There are so many details and specifics that have yet to go public or be ironed out even behind the scenes. Again, I understand it's what they're aiming for. I'm here to tell you that maybe it happens days or weeks after November 14th through the 16th, but a decision on this ultimately is right around the corner, which does set the tone and establish a timeline of urgency here, because we've yet to even see renderings for this project and ballpark at the site of the Tropicana Hotel. I'm not even talking about final blueprints or a final cost or design approval. I'm saying even renderings, like the initial concept of what the A's plan is here. Now, I know a lot of people will say, no, we've already seen those renderings. They came out months ago. You did see 3 images that were released on May 26th. Interestingly enough, they came out on the same day that the A's put in their request for public money from Clark County and the state of Nevada. The legislative session was going on. They submitted the language on the final day. The A's also came out with these 3 images. These are images which you still see to this day when people talk about a potential move and a potential ballpark on the south end of the Strip. But these images were valid for only 61 days. July 26th, a member of the A's design team came out and said, we've told our people and the 2 design groups competing for the ultimate project and the ultimate work here, we've told these design groups to wad these up, throw these away, don't even refer to these in what you plan to do and propose to us. These are all invalid. They mean nothing. And I get it. They're still used in thumbnails and imagery, but these designs have nothing to do with what the A's are planning on right now. You could say those were faulty renderings. They were maybe rushed for politics. Maybe the only reason they came out was to be put in front of the Nevada State Legislature. So they had something to kind of whet their appetite and get the ball moving. Maybe those images, by the way, were produced way before May of 2023. Maybe those were even from late 2022 or earlier. The A's were sitting on them. They don't reflect the rest of the project or what Bally's or the new Tropicana is going to be. So maybe those weren't even current in terms of an idea that the A's had. They're definitely not to scale, which I'll show you in just a second. The ballpark is only supposed to take up 9 of the 35-acre site at the current Tropicana property. There were really no design features. I mean, it's supposed to be a retractable roof, but then there's that big arch. You can't clearly see where the roof goes when it opens and closes. It doesn't offer a bunch of fine detail into the project. Really no design features. And yeah, I'm focusing on the retractable roof, but there's a bunch of other things you just cannot depict from looking at those images. Also, were there even lights inside the stadium? Small things, big things, a bunch of things that we're missing. What about the rest of the property? What is Bally's and GLPI? What are they going to do with the other 26 acres of the site? How come that wasn't represented, at least even partially, in those designs? I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second. And again, these renderings that, again, some people still operate on, they're still faulty because they're still used today. I feel guilty even putting them on your screen, but it's to make the point that they were only essentially valid. The A's themselves said, nope, this ain't it. And they used those renderings. They operated on those for only 61 days. So here's a lay of the land. What you see highlighted in gold, that gold rectangle, that represents the 35-acre property at the Tropicana site. Did that stadium really look like it took up only 9 of 35 acres there, or a lot more than it? Certainly not to scale. And I think it doesn't even take a scientific eye to really understand that. And then there's another image here, which I saw being passed around. This one is, and it's not official, but it shows 3 high-rise towers, maybe similar or not to what Bally's intends to do with the new Tropicana Sports Destination Resort. That's what they're saying. It might be a sports-themed property. whether it's accurate or not, it gives a better idea that something else is also going to share the property and take up a majority of the footprint on the total 35 acres. North and west of this stadium, there will be a casino and hotel rooms and other amenities. And so maybe this is more of what it actually looks like. And again, this was just being passed around. It could be completely inaccurate. I don't know, but maybe it's closer to accurate than the original renderings, which we know were very inaccurate. Here in 2023, I'll say that renderings aren't that difficult. They also don't maybe hit the same way they used to. If you saw a rendering in 1995 or even 2005, you knew that the final design would come somewhat close to that. And let's also state the obvious here. Renderings are conceptual by nature. They really only give you a ballpark idea, in this case, of what a ballpark might look like. But it's also different here in 2023 because literally anybody can come up with their own renderings. Like you saw what you just saw there, and somebody's talented and a professional, and they were able to put together those design images and set them in Las Vegas. But honestly, this is what I came up with. Yeah, I made these renderings. Well, Microsoft Bing image generator made these, but I told it what to do. Give me a retractable roof stadium for the A's in Las Vegas. Top left doesn't look very retractable, neither does the big one here next to me. Bottom line is, are these that much different than what you saw disseminated by the A's in May and June and parts of July? It's not really that different. Anybody can come up with these. People are more accustomed to seeing renderings nowadays than ever because they're just so much more easy to produce. Which begs the question, why have we still not seen updated renderings for a project that needs baseball's approval in about a month or a little bit more than a month from right now? I liked those renderings, by the way. So at this point, I think it's safe to say that renderings are very important to the project, to what the A's want to do in Las Vegas, their ambitions of this stadium, getting it approved by baseball owners, but also appealing to Las Vegans and tourists around the world that this would be something they'd want to come to. Also the renderings are important. They're also on a very critical deadline. You'd have to think that there's going to be a new round of renderings released with the 75% concept design. Now, what is that? The 75% concept design is going to be what each of those two design groups that are competing for the ultimate job, they're coming up with better renderings, more of a blueprint, and yeah, a design that's not 100% complete and accurate, but at least it at least gets you 75% of the way there. So you'd have to think that this concept design comes way in advance of any Major League Baseball vote. But we're still, again, only, they say, about a month away from the vote. So when will these come out, and when will anybody have any time to sit on these renderings or the concept or the final details? Is this going to be published and then voted on within days apart? Will there be any time for anybody to digest any of this? But going back to why there's a little bit of pressure on the renderings for a couple different reasons here. These new renderings with 75% concept design, they actually must reveal accurate scale. You can't use up the entire property with the drawings, and quite honestly, now that people have seen the initial version, you know there's going to be a bunch of A-B comparison. Well, here's what the old one said, and here's what the new one shows. The new one's going to have to be a lot more accurate. I mean, honestly, I hope they spend more time and money and effort into making them better. You'd think that's going to happen, but it also needs to now fit on an accurate scale. It also probably needs to show what's going on with the rest of the property. Going back to that other image that was passed around, I mean, that at least showed some other structures on the property. But everything we'd seen officially shows nothing, shows a parking lot, and you know that's nowhere close to what the rest of the property is going to be like. Will you even be able to see this stadium from the Strip, or vice versa? Can you see any view from the inside of the stadium looking out? Will it be able to be built for $1.5 billion? I mean, when you look at this, right, it's going to have to fit in a small spot, be magnificent, but also be doable under a certain budget. Can they fit 33,000 seats and a retractable roof and all the amenities that they want on just 9 acres? There is no retractable roof baseball park in Major League Baseball that sits on just 9 acres. Not even close, in fact. Will it be Vegas great or not? What do I mean by that? The Sphere just came out. People still like and enjoy Allegiant Stadium for where it's at and its amenities. Can this baseball stadium do the next great thing in Las Vegas? Can it take the bar that's been set here and bring it up even higher? What happens if it's lower than where the bar is set? There's some pressure on these renderings. What will Major League Baseball owners think across the board when they see these renderings? Remember, they've heard some of the details, and they've probably heard more behind the scenes than any of us have in the public sphere. But when they get to see something for the first time that gets their mind going on what this could look like and be, what will they think of it? And again, all of this on a deadline. Now, they've been working on this, you'd have to think, well, since mid-July or earlier, when the A's officially came out and said, yeah, the old renderings, those aren't official by any means. So it's not like they just started and they only have a month left. I'm telling you, at this point, they only have a month left and we've yet to see anything. And so all of a sudden, a situation where renderings are usually the beginning stages, or they're the exciting parts, or you can say, they don't matter because they're just initial renderings. These are now important renderings that have to win people over, that have to be accurate, that have to come out and showcase what a project is, what a project isn't, and it all has to happen under the certain timeline that the A's need this vote by the end of the calendar year. I said before that the vote doesn't really need to happen by November 16th. Let's say it doesn't. It could happen December 8th. Buy them a couple more weeks. That's certainly possible. But by the end of this calendar year, the A's want to stay on that competitive balance tax, revenue sharing as some people call it. They need this to get approved. They need owners to vote on it. And to get any of that to happen, you'd think they need to have these important renderings, round 2, officially the first round of renderings, released and evaluated. You made it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Look, I can definitely read the room here on YouTube. I fully recognize that most of you watching this channel are very interested in the A's staying in Oakland, right? But I also recognize there's those of you out there who are maybe from Las Vegas, you'd love to see the A's relocate, and you're interested in these videos and the developments and how things are going. Totally understand it. What if I told you, though, that for as much as those two sides oppose each other, there's actually something they can agree on, and it is a worst-case possibility for this entire situation, including the A's and Oakland and Las Vegas and Major League Baseball and its owners and a potential vote. There is a worst-case scenario here that could play out. It's not entirely impossible. I don't know if it's likely, but it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. That one thing that both sides would absolutely despise. What is that worst-case scenario? It's simple. That Major League Baseball does not approve, does not deny, or does not decide on any ultimate A's fate by January of 2024. Like, they let this slide another couple months, which inevitably is going to only have it not be decided on for a few more months after that. And we all know the process is already at least 7 months deep, seriously in Las Vegas, since back in April, the A's turned away from Oakland, put all their focus on Nevada. But what if it comes to a situation that baseball, for a couple different reasons, which I'll get into, does not have an ultimate decision on this? That would be bad. And yes, I'll explain later on why that would be bad. I think you already have some ideas on it, but first we need to dive into this. So how could that happen? Isn't all of this lined up? Isn't all of this right around the corner? Haven't they been talking about this for weeks and months? Isn't this the plan to come to a vote? There's a couple different scenarios here, 3 in fact, of how this could happen that we don't actually even get a resolution in mid-November or even December or even through mid-January, which, by the way, I said January because that's when the A's need a binding agreement on a brand new home. If they don't get that, that's why it's been their deadline, their hard deadline here to get this done by January, mid-January 24, because if they don't, they are off baseball's competitive balance tax, essentially revenue sharing. It's where the highest spending teams pay a little bit because of their tax and their spending. They pay that tax to the lesser spending teams, like in this case, the Oakland A's. But if the A's cannot secure a new home by January 24, they are off that program. They no longer benefit from it. So the A's are the ones that are on this urgent timeline to get it done. But what if baseball, hypothetically, just isn't ready for a vote? They don't want to take a vote for some reason, or they don't have all the information they feel necessary to take a vote for a certain reason. But they say, you know what, we will eventually do this, just not right now. So obviously, they're not going to deny this relocation application, but they say, hypothetically, you know, part of it here is that we don't know where you're going to play those temporary seasons at the temporary location of 25, 26, and 27. And if you don't have that on here, we can't give you an ultimate answer. But let's say that takes another 6 months, and the A's ultimately do figure out a temporary site and home for those years. We'll take the vote then. So when is the vote? March or April of 2024? And this lingers on basically for another 5-6 months? It could be that baseball owners just are not ready to vote for one reason or another, and kind of their comment is, well, you know what, we're just going to punt on this. Meaning that they will get the ball back, they will try and make a decision at some point, but they're going to let this drag on. Yeah, and you can already understand why, from a baseball sense, this is not good. From a fan sense, this is not good. A decision on this would benefit everybody, honestly, sooner than later. I'm not sure that time is going to buy anybody an ultimate better choice. Maybe it buys baseball a safer choice. And honestly, maybe that's why a vote could be delayed. Baseball owners say, well, we're intrigued, but we can't exactly sign off on this yet. So again, it's possible this could drag on longer. There's also the hypothetical here that baseball approves the move. They say, you know what, you can absolutely go, but only on the condition that public money comes along without any contingency. That SB 1 and the $380 million that was passed in the legislative session, that the A's are guaranteed that for their stadium. That's the only way that this moves forward. Well, guess what? That's a big controversy right now. There's the group out there, Schools Over Stadiums, the educators and teachers in Nevada, they are against that public funding. And they need 102,000 signatures collected by next summer. And if they get that, there will be a referendum vote on the November 2024 ballot in the state of Nevada. And all that needs is 50% plus one vote to shut down this $380 million. So we won't officially know that is entirely gone until November of 2024. That's a year from now, which would already be about a year and a half since the A's said they're turning all their focus away from Oakland and on to Las Vegas. A year and a half. What if that happens? Are you telling me that's unrealistic? I'm not saying it's absolute, but I'm also telling you it's a possibility that baseball approves the move without any public money contingency so that it has to come, otherwise you can't go. Yeah, basically you can go, but only if you get that public money. And look, we know the A's, they've said in the legislative session back in June that if they don't get the $380 million, they will seek other options. They will look for another market. They will try and figure something else out. But guess what? That starts the clock and all of this effort and work in Nevada from scratch, somewhere else. And we start the process all over again. Imagine that as a delay. So that's definitely important to baseball and the A's that they get the money. You could see how with the uncertainty of the money, without knowing for sure that it's going to happen, it's a serious threat, right? There's a lawsuit against schools over stadiums by one of the A's lobbyists. So Rob Manfred said the other day how seriously they are taking that group and that movement, that it would be a serious setback, serious adversity to the project. There's also a third idea and possibility here that baseball approves the move, but only with a relocation fee. And also the grace time to come up with that money and to consider if the A's still want to move forward with it in that fashion. I don't know if this is the most likely of the three, but baseball asking for $300 million, why wouldn't they? Right? It's been said by the commissioner on multiple occasions that there would be no relocation fee. So what if the owners say, well, actually, you might have spoke ahead of us on that one, and we would like to collect that, but we'll also give the A's the benefit of time to figure out how they're going to come up with $300 million, hypothetically. Because look, we know if 380 goes away from the state of Nevada, 300 is also a sizable chunk of money that they were planning on having, now they wouldn't have as part of this relocation process. So what if baseball says, okay, we'll approve this, but it's on you to come up with $300 million. Take 6 months to figure it out. Oh my goodness. Here we go again with more of a delay, more of a pause in this decision and process and uncertainty, and it just gets super messy as we go on. So those are three ways it could happen. Here's why indecision is the worst. Number one, you've already got confusion and frustration among current Oakland A's fans in Oakland, but potential A's fans in Las Vegas. I've heard it said, and it's been clear to me that down there right now, there is some interest in the A's coming down, but not a tangible amount. And even those who are interested in just any kind of old baseball team, they're not actually sure what's even happening right now. They heard all this fuss about public money back last summer, then they haven't been hearing much, and I totally understand right now why the process is quiet. The World Series is going on, but there still needs to be a ton more information coming out about how this would actually happen. But if this carries on, right, this silence, this lack of moving forward, lack of decisiveness by baseball and the owners and the process, if this carries on for more months, which it could, that's only going to have more confusion and more frustration by people in Oakland and by people in Las Vegas. Essentially, you are messing with the current market and where the baseball team plays, and good luck trying to draw fans for the near future in Oakland, or business or sponsorships or partnerships. That only makes it more difficult to move forward if there's not decision on this. In two places, right? The place that doesn't even have a team yet, but also the place that is desperately trying to keep it. It also, if you think about it, like that's the outward look on it, even the introspective look by baseball, it only hurts the A's and baseball as a business to keep things in limbo. I think the A's would obviously love to start selling merchandise in Las Vegas and maybe even pre-sale season tickets down there. Like they love to move forward on business interests down there, but they really can't do that unless this is approved. Or if it's denied, then they can go start the clock somewhere else. I don't think the delay, while it might be viewed by baseball as their prudent thing to do and the owners across the board, I don't know that a delay here is in the best interest of a majority of people involved in this process. And I'm talking about everybody. Fans. How about players? Do you want to sign a 3-year contract with the A's right now, hypothetically, if they were giving one out? Like, where are you going to be playing in 2024? Oakland, you know that for sure. What about 25 and 26? Do you have to move twice, move your family to Oakland, and then Move them again somewhere else? That's a lot of instability from just the player standpoint. Nobody's really talking about that right now. They figure, oh, they'll just play anywhere or play where they're told. It's not so easy. That's going to impact the A's ability to sign people. Indecision in this, it's already been tough enough, right? It's already been so difficult that something was announced back in April. May, June, July, August, September, October. We're basically in November now. Yeah. And we still don't have resolution on this. Maybe it's 2 weeks away. Maybe this video is totally outdated in 2 weeks. But maybe in 2 weeks, you find out that, wait, the owners' meetings came and went, and we didn't get that decision that we were expecting. So I think it's a worst-case possibility for, pretty much everybody involved. If there is no ultimate decision, no approval, no denial on the fate of the Oakland A's and this relocation application. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
We could be less than a month away until Major League Baseball ultimately takes a vote on relocation of the A's to Las Vegas. November 14th through the 16th in Arlington, Texas, all of the team owners get together for their annual meeting. Maybe this gets brought up. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's days or weeks after that, but you'd have to think in the very near future and sometime in this calendar year, baseball owners are going to take this to a vote. And as much as everybody's focused on what the A's are doing right now, what baseball's doing right now, the thoughts and sentiments coming out of Southern Nevada right now, the focus has really shifted away on the city of Oakland, and largely in part because they've kind of gone silent in recent times. Really, through the month of September and into October, you have not heard much from Mayor Sheng Tao, anybody else on the city council, any other leaders in the city of Oakland. They've really refrained from commenting or being involved in keeping the A's or dealing with Major League Baseball or fighting for an expansion franchise, really anything across the board. We just haven't heard much. And so to really set the scene, I want to go back to the timeline of Oakland's involvement with the A's, with Howard Terminal, and with this process of trying to keep the team in Oakland. October of last year through April of this year, Oakland says that they maintained mutual silence on Howard Terminal negotiations. The mayor, Sheng Tao, has said this on numerous occasions. She and the A's agreed that it would be best to not negotiate where they were at in the public. And I can tell you on multiple occasions, I requested interviews thinking that everything was on good terms during those times, and both sides really said, can't talk about it right now. In retrospect, here and now, it makes a ton of sense. Both sides had agreed that they didn't want to talk about where things were at and going. But all of a sudden, and that's why it kind of came out of nowhere, April 19th, the A's said that they were going to put their sole focus on Las Vegas, that they were kind of turning their back on the city of Oakland. And then the city of Oakland responded by saying, well, we're breaking off any talks with you too after this, quote, binding deal was established at the Wild Wild West casino site west of the Strip. Now, we ultimately know that that's not where the A's are still planning on going. They've pivoted on that. But at the time, Oakland kind of made that move as a reactionary element to what was going on. And you'll kind of see here that Oakland has gone from playing defense to maybe even playing a little offense here. And I'm wondering if maybe they played too much offense and now they think they're backing off that. But that'll come in just a second. So after playing a little defense and reacting to what happened, nothing else really occurs except for some back and forth until July of 2023. During the All-Star break, and actually a couple days later, it was publicly revealed that Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and her staff, they visited with MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred in Seattle at the All-Star game. And they delivered those informational packets to show where the A's and Oakland had been on Howard Terminal negotiations and discussions. Because you remember, Commissioner Manfred had been saying on multiple occasions that there was no deal, there was no plan. And she showed up with the receipts and the paperwork, at least of where things were at. She also brought packets for every other ownership group across baseball. So now, obviously, the city is playing a little bit more offense than defense. August of 2023, the mayor comes out with some speculation from her office saying that Oakland might actually demand something in return if an A's move is approved, and if the A's still want to continue playing at the Coliseum for 2025, 2026, and 2027. She wanted to use the Coliseum as leverage for something else, either keeping the team name and colors and mascot and identity of the A's in Oakland for future purposes, or potentially demanding that Oakland get an expansion franchise for 2028. That's very much on the offensive. But Commissioner Manfred came right back out and was not happy with any of that, denying that some of those talks had taken place. It got a little bit ugly pretty quickly. Which brings us to the present. We haven't heard much from the mayor. We haven't heard much from the city of Oakland. So let's kind of go down the checklist of where we're at here and now. What might be a good idea? What doesn't exist? What can't exist? The vote potentially in a month, as I said before, 14th through the 16th of November. Owners are getting together. Doesn't mean it'll happen then. They've already said that they can do this virtually. They can do this another time. So if you're the A's and you're not ready to do it by then, it seems foolish to try and rush that just to do it in person. There are still a couple weeks after that to get everything submitted and voted on, especially considering we haven't even seen renderings up to this point, and a lot of other details like where they'll play for a few years. We don't know that at this point. Oakland has been silent on both fronts, and I think that's noteworthy here because they're talking about working out a deal with the A's and how far they got. Then in August, it's suggested that, well, if they're going to leave, we want an expansion franchise. What is the aim? And is it better for them to aim for one thing or the other or both? I'm not here to tell you I know the answer to that, but I am here to say that I don't know what their aim is right now. There's nothing definitive. There's been no press conference. There's no document. There's no task force on this. There's no group on this. And I seek it. I seek for it every day. And I just don't see much coming out from them. So what is their aim? I think if they're moving forward and they want to do so in a positive fashion, they need to come out and say, well, here's what we're now aiming for. And it's fine if it's both. It's fine if it's one or the other, but I just don't know. What are the plans for Howard Terminal? What are the plans if they can get a different situation with the A's? What are the plans if there's a different ownership group that gets an expansion team for Oakland? What are the plans if there's no stadium at Howard Terminal? Is Oakland just going to sit on that 56-acre site for another decade? I mean, it's basically sat for the last 10 years, and that's why the A's have been interested in it, because of its availability. So what is Oakland saying on that? Now, we know that Joe Lacob came out during his WNBA press conference, and not on purpose, but was asked about potentially owning the A's and buying into that. And he said, of course, I've been interested, but they're not up for sale. But I mean, he exists and he's out there. And I don't know if it's in Oakland's best interest to start naming names and pointing fingers and say, we've got that owner, that owner. They have said that they have multiple legitimate potential ownership groups that would like to be in on this. Does it make sense to go further than that? Does it make sense to identify some of them for future endeavors or whatever? I also understand that maybe Oakland was told on two fronts after the back and forth with the commissioner that when I say it didn't really go well, the commissioner is the one that came out with some heat, some tension, some anger at the mayor's office. It wasn't really a back and forth. It was the mayor saying what she said, and then the commissioner ultimately kind of shoving it right back in Oakland, kind of in their face. And by the way, when the World Series kicks off, the commissioner typically has one press conference before the series. I believe usually day before the series starts. And there's wide-ranging topics that are usually brought up. You'd have to think that this Oakland situation and a vote are definitely put in front of him to be answered. But maybe Oakland was asked, hey, can you not say much? Or maybe they recognize that you typically don't want to talk about other baseball news during the postseason. That's kind of an unwritten rule. It's why you don't hear a lot of managerial front office changes. I mean, there have been some departures, but you don't hear about hirings during the postseason. Teams want to kind of keep that as low profile as they can. They don't want to interrupt, and especially they don't want to interrupt the World Series. So my ultimate question here, Oakland's silence on all of this. Is it strategy? Is there a specific reason why they're doing this, that they think it's tactical to not say much, to let this play out? Are they doing things behind the scenes? I don't know. Or is it worse? And by worse, I mean, have they kind of just shut the door on their interests, their involvements, their efforts? I don't know. You might say, well, what are you? Yeah, me. What am I trying to do to find out more information? Sure. I'll reach out to Oakland. I'll reach out to the mayor's office. I don't know what we'll get out of that, because she's been doing press conferences. She's been available to talk about this. I'm just saying there's not a level of detail right now that's understood about where things stand and what Oakland is aiming to do about it. So did they go silent? Well, technically for a couple weeks, yeah. It's not uncharacteristic. It hasn't been a tremendously long time, but we are reaching crunch time of all this. Have they said all they're going to say? Or is there more? You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, throughout this entire process, I've had a pretty good idea that I just haven't acted on yet. And I still might, so don't be surprised if I eventually bring my camera down to Las Vegas. I'll fly there just for the day to do some interviews, to connect with people, locals, workers, maybe even some visitors. I want to get their firsthand perspectives on the Oakland A's potentially relocating to their town of Las Vegas. But I also really want to better understand and comprehend this site of the Tropicana Hotel, these 9 acres essentially right now in the back parking lot of the resort. I mean, we've all been to Vegas. We're all very familiar with the Strip. But how about kind of getting like a tour of the neighborhood? That's why I wanted to bring the camera down there. I thought there would be some value to this, but I actually realized the best way I could tour you around is virtually, via Google Earth, because I can't fly a drone, or at least it's very difficult to fly a drone that close to the airport. So this is the true best way to get a bird's eye view and to get the lay of the land, again, on the south side of the Strip. There is the Tropicana Hotel. There is the Strip that runs north-south. As I zoom out here and I pull us overhead, you get a better perspective of where this site is. It is near the airport, right there, Harry Reid Airport. It's near T-Mobile Arena, which is right there. And it's also a close distance, a walking distance away from where the Raiders are over at Allegiant Stadium. But kind of going back to this site here, the Tropicana as viewed overhead, it's a square or maybe a bit of a rectangle. I don't know the exact geometry, but 4 points here. And as I measure it out corner to corner, down the strip, down Reno Avenue, up this corner, and back on Tropicana Avenue. And if I do that math right there, look at that, pretty close. I'll take myself off the screen. There's the 35 acres we talk about with this site. So that gives you a better perspective on the overall situation here, where this is at. Again, it's that yellow square that you can truly see right there. It's busy. I mean, this intersection here, right here, right now, no doubt one of the busiest across the continental United States. Okay, so that's the overall land, and this is where the A's are building, but it's also critical to understand this part. The stadium's going to take up 9 acres in the southeast corner of the site. I'll remove that measurement and watch how close I can actually get. I mean, I've done this quite a few times. This square is going to be pretty close to 9 acres. Let's see. Oh, look at that. 8.9 on the first try. All right, so we'll stretch it out just a little bit. All right, there we go. There's 9 acres. Right now, that is a far different view when you see kind of the small size and the small footprint of the site now as opposed to everything else. And honestly, as opposed to, well, T-Mobile Arena. There's where the Golden Knights play, right? And so you need to fit almost 10,000 more fans, and maybe even more than that, on this plot of land. Here's where the Raiders are at. That's a 70,000 seat facility, 65, 70,000 seat facility. So it kind of gives you that understanding. Also where this is, back corner of the property. You know, the strip being here, Tropicana Avenue being right here. These are the highly trafficked streets. Here's the pedestrian bridges that eliminate the need for crosswalks. So it's very clear to me that you'll need to go through the new hotel, whatever Bally's is going to build there, Tropicana Part 2 or Bally's themed and named resort. You're obviously going to have to go through that resort to get to this back corner of the property over here. But I also find it interesting to do something that, well, nobody's really done yet. And when I take the measurement off here, we actually have the ability, to go all the way down here to street level and see what this is like. Because if you look at this right now, I mean, that is essentially looking at home plate and maybe the front, the very front, or the very back of the facility. Now, it's not really the most glamorous thing right now with the dumpsters and the parking lot. It literally is the back corner, the back parking lot of the Tropicana Hotel. But this is also what would be surrounding the ballpark. And it's not developed right now. I believe there's a church across the street. We can talk about that. Some commercial properties for businesses. I believe this is like a VRBO type facility, a bunch of apartments and condos you can rent. But that's kind of the 360 view of this far southeast corner of the Tropicana property. And again, this would be a main component of the property. So again, I mentioned that this intersection right here, come back on here, this intersection right here is the busy one. The Strip, north-south, and Tropicana Avenue, east-west. But there would also be some other ways to access the facility. And let me put all the layers on here with the street names to give you a better understanding. So here is that East Reno Avenue, which actually starts out here on Tropicana. You can make this left, come down right by the airport. It turns into East Reno, and then I guess it turns into Giles Street, which also parallels this parking lot. Now, it is noteworthy to understand the significance of this parking lot. In 2017, that's where the Country Music Festival was held, where Las Vegas had that terrible shooting incident that killed and injured so many. So in a very unfortunate way, this is a piece of history, and this is an important landmark for Las Vegans. That is directly south of where this ballpark and property is. And maybe the parking lot is currently constructed. Maybe that could serve as game day overflow parking to some degree. And maybe some of this area with the northeast quadrant, maybe this could serve as a staging area for construction of the ballpark. So there is a decent amount of land here, but it's just that most of it is going to be used by the resort and not so much by the baseball stadium. Let's also take another closer look at potential neighbors of this ballpark project. Like this is the Desert Rose Resort. And again, condos, apartments, some type of property that would literally be right next to a Major League Baseball stadium, 30,000 people in and out on a regular basis. Or again, how about this church right here? I don't know much about it. Looks sizable and significant there. Oh, it had a name, Roman Catholic Shrine of the Most Holy Redeemer. I don't know if that's a statue or the name of the actual church, but it's right across the street, like literally right across the street from where this ballpark would be. And maybe some of this development changes over time. As we've seen with ballparks across the country, you build it and then what surrounds it certainly does change. It just prototypically right now doesn't seem like the usual surroundings of a Major League Baseball facility. I also want to take note of, Harry Reid International Airport. Now, once again, you see how big the airport actually is. Where my mouse is moving right now, if you can really see that up there, I'll zoom in to show you one more time. Ballpark essentially right here. And as I zoom out, the airport is right here. So you understand why the FAA is eventually going to need some approvals, some understandings on this. If it's an open air ballpark, how much light will this be emitting? Everything on the Strip is actually a relative low light situation. It's all controlled and contained. And I know somebody's inevitably going to give me the old, the whataboutism on the Luxor spotlight. You know, that big spotlight that shines from the top of the pyramid. That is totally different. That is a focused beam of light that points straight up into the sky. It does really not affect a pilot's vision at night. It does not impact the airport by any significant means. It exists. It's no different than when they have a movie premiere and there's spotlights shining up into the sky. Obviously, the Luxor is bigger and brighter and right next to the airport, but it's always there, and it doesn't shine at the actual pilot's eyes. Thing you need to know about a ballpark like this is that if it is open air and if the lighting is not controlled, which it can be, right? None of this is unfixable. Like you can get around this, but you just can't have a lot of light leaking out to the east here across the approach end of these runways, or quite honestly, even if you're landing from the east pointed west, you don't want this big light source out here kind of off to the right distracting you. So they can get around it, but yeah, I mean, this is super close from where that ballpark is to where some of the busiest and most active runways in the country are. That is a very close proximity. A lot of people have talked about a potential view of the Strip from this ballpark, and as best I can figure out, I think like this is what they'd try and replicate or try and make happen. This is the direction of home plate pointing out. The problem is I'm way on the other side of the property to the point that, you know, buildings would be in the way. See, let's kind of scoot back here. Buildings might be in the way of your actual view. Like, you know, this is the old current Tropicana South Tower, but that kind of blocks, you know, the MGM and New York, and Excalibur to your left if there's going to be some type of structure straight away in center field. But yeah, just going back to the street level view, if you kind of get to the side of this building, more to the front of it here, this from ground level is what you would see. There's one other thing I want to point out here as I go to the top-down view, is just to revisit some of the other possible opportunities for stadium sites. Now, everybody talked about the Rio site. Watch how good I am at this. I know Las Vegas from the air is as good as anybody now. Here's the Rio Hotel, right? And it was initially this site right here. All this parking lot area that everybody was excited about. And you're across the freeway. You're across I-15 from the Strip. But imagine building your own either overpass or tunnel or gondola system or tram thing or whatever. I mean, it would literally drop you off right by Caesar's Palace here. and you'd be that close to the Strip. And then for locals, they wouldn't have to worry about coming to the Strip. And there's a lot more in and out. You're also right off Flamingo there, which is the other major intersection of Las Vegas, the Strip and Flamingo. And so this, again, is more of a local-friendly opportunity. And if you look at the land out here, I measured it before, but if you just kind of take most of this here, now you're talking about, 24 acres. Yeah, look at that. What I just drew right there in yellow, hopefully you can still see it, that's 24 acres at the Rio site. And then look at the view you'd have of the Strip from that site right there. So that was one idea. That was one option. It never came to be. And then farther north, there is the festival grounds. Do a little zooming here, and there we go, to the festival grounds. And so, yeah, a lot of real estate, a lot of open land here. Farther away from the Strip, I mean, in terms of where the tourists are, but the amount of land here and the possibility at this site, also pretty tremendous. There's 40 acres of land and property and opportunity, again, just on the northern end of the Strip, maybe something even more accessible on Sahara there for the locals to get to. I mean, there are other chunks of land out there. Las Vegas does have plenty of options, but this is what the A's are tied to right now because SB1, which spells out $380 million of public funding, is very specific to the A's and this site and this plot of land, these 35 acres. Whether they get more land here, if they need more land here, we'll eventually find out with renderings and drawings, I would imagine, at some point in the near future. Let me take off all the layers and labels here so you can just kind of see it clean. But this is interesting. This is unprecedented. And now you have a better understanding of where exactly this is at. And again, what it looks like from ground level. This is kind of what stuck with me the other day, that like this corner right here could be the home of the Oakland A's. You're looking at ground level at this photo. There you go, of where the ballpark might be. That's it. And once again, this is what surrounds it right now. Will it change? Will it be different? Who knows? But there you go. That's the virtual trip to Las Vegas that I didn't actually make in person, but wanted to bring you on here. Hey, you made it to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, if you look at the Oakland A's and this potential relocation to Las Vegas, the next step of the process is also easily the biggest and most important aspect, and that is an owner's vote across Major League Baseball to either approve or deny the relocation application by the A's. We don't even know when this vote would take place. My best educated guess is probably around the early days of December. The A's have said that they don't even have a final design or cost estimate, and they won't have that until about November. So as they go through that selection process and then the winter meetings happen, nothing will happen, by the way, following the 15th of December or so. Like, people like their holidays, they want to go celebrate. So I think it's about a 45-day window from the beginning of November to about mid-December of potentially, if they can get everything together, when owners might actually vote on this. But what are they voting on? What are the factors of Major League Baseball's vote? Now, I don't have all the answers here, all the angles, but this is my best guess. These are all the things that will be considered as part of an A's relocation application. Number one is public financials. $380 million already committed by the state of Nevada and Clark County due to the special session and SB1. Now, it's pretty clear how that's all spelled out. The A's agree with the stadium authority to get the wheels in motion, and it's pretty laid out in terms of how that public money would be delivered. What's not clear right now is if there are actually legitimate challenges or not to that public funding. Could it potentially go away? Could it also just potentially be delayed? What is the actual scenario of this public money, which we know is imperative to the A's project? They said during the legislative session that if they didn't get this money, they would have to. They would have no other choice but to turn their focus even somewhere else than Las Vegas. So we know it's important. It has been declared. Again, there are some things that could permanently or temporarily stand in its way. And don't get me wrong, I think owners see that $380 million as a huge benefit to them voting yes. The question is, what happens if it doesn't come? How else are you prepared? There's also the private financials here. A ballpark that at the bare minimum, I think, to the A's would cost about $1.1 billion. You know, when you add in the other 400 approximately from the state and county, that gets it to about the 1.5 projected mark. But what happens with cost overruns, of which the A's have said they'll take responsibility for? And maybe there's an expansion of the ownership group, a partial sale or shares. And will they actually, through this move, will they increase the payroll? Right now, the lowest payroll team for players, will that change as part of this process? So there's a lot of questions here, and none of this, I mean, the public financials were very public. They were part of a legislative session. They were out there for everybody to see and argue. But this aspect is one that only the ownership of the A's and owners across baseball would be privy to. But, you know, this is a large consideration of the process, how exactly to assure that this stuff is all good and taken care of. And if there's a hiccup here or a speed bump there, how can they be sure that if they vote yes on this, that there are ways to take care of things that might pop up? The relocation fee being waived or not. This is a huge one. Now, some would say, but hasn't baseball never charged a relocation fee? That's true, because it only became a thing, I guess, maybe in the 80s or 90s. But when Montreal moved to Washington, D.C., that was a totally different scenario and situation, including baseball having to jump in as part of the process. There was no relocation fee in that one because of extenuating circumstances. In this case, there's not really a reason to not enforce the relocation fee. And owners, after, you know, the pandemic and TV deals and things that they always want money. But I feel like they especially need all the money they can get. Why do I say that? Because the relocation fee is split up between all of the other teams. They get to share that amount. I don't know if it's $300 million, $400 million, $500 million. I guess they can choose, but just because a fee has never been enforced doesn't mean it's never existed in practicality. Is there a good reason to waive this? I don't know. And then what's the precedent if you do waive this? What's the precedent moving forward? That there will never be an expansion fee? Because honestly, at that point, if Cleveland wants to move, if Kansas City wants to move, if Tampa wants to move, and you don't charge the A's, are you going to charge anybody else to ever relocate, or is it a free-for-all? How about the temporary seasons? Which doesn't maybe sound like a big deal. Oh, they'll figure that out. It's just some sandwich years. But no, that's 3 full seasons at least. And what happens if the ballpark, because of the Tropicana construction or Bally's Part 2, whatever they'll call it, what if it takes them into 2029? Now we're talking 4 seasons, but hypothetically, let's just leave it at 3. 25, 26, and 27. What are the city options? Outdoors in Las Vegas at the Aviator Stadium, I know that was pitched, but I know that MLBPA has a say, and I have a feeling they're not really into the 109-degree temperature on getaway day games that they'll have to play down there. Or the turf field that would be required at Las Vegas Ballpark in Summerlin, by the way, to have both a minor league team and a major league team occupying that stadium at the very same time. So there's more than Las Vegas, though. What about Sacramento? What about Reno? I think it only seats 6,000 or 7,000 up there. Plus, it's just not, the infrastructure's not there. Would the A's ever share Oracle Park with the Giants in San Francisco? Would they make that an option or not? How would ticket prices for the Giants go? Certainly you wouldn't want fans getting into their beautiful ballpark on the cheap just to go watch the A's, and it would take away from Giants ticket sales. They want that experience to be theirs and theirs only. So what are even the options? Like, this is a big deal. And you might get stuck in this for more than 3 years. What's the backup plan here? What are the options? What's a good one? I've yet to hear a good one. It's not like Las Vegas has an existing older, major league ready park that Washington, D.C. had with RFK Stadium. In fact, I was actually out there in 2005 when it was very temporary, but at least it was big enough. It was in the city they were moving to. You didn't have to worry about a roof or not. It was fine for the time being. You can put up with things for the time being. But 3 years, it's hard to even call 3 years temporary. That's not 3 weeks or 3 months. That's 3 full seasons. Some players will play for the A's for 2 years or even all 3 of those years. And if they're moving, never play in Oakland and never play in Las Vegas. They'll play in that intermediate portion. And by the way, I know a lot of you are saying, well, could the temporary years be at the Coliseum? That's going to be a conversation to be had. Ooh, big time. I don't know how that'll go. I don't know how Oakland or Alameda County or the Joint Powers Authority, I don't know how they will approach that with the A's, extending the lease or the contract through those years, if in fact Las Vegas has been approved. The aspect of a doable timeline or not. Now, again, 2028 is the target, but what if it takes longer? And sometimes that happens, or it could be right on target. My only question as a part of this, and I think this would need to be asked, if you know you're building this stadium in tandem with like a 2 or 3 tower high-rise project on 36 acres at the Tropicana site, does the Tropicana build-out immediately impact or affect what you're trying to do with the stadium or not? Are they separate? Can you do one without the other? Is one going to impede on the other? And they'll find a lot of this stuff out, I think, in November once the 75% concept design comes out. But up to this point, I'm sure some people on the very inside know, but none of this is public. And I think this is a question that somebody at the ownership level of Major League Baseball would like to know about. The A's, if they go to Las Vegas, they've had a lot of criticism, and they've also talked about this before, being a small market team in Oakland. Even though Oakland is part of Northern California and the Bay Area in the bigger picture, they would be moving to literally the smallest market all by themselves in Las Vegas. Las Vegas would be Major League Baseball's smallest market by a significant amount. What about the media rights deals that they would have in Las Vegas? And you know what? I am not jumping into these weeds too deep because this is also part of my business, who I work for, what I do. I'm just going to leave this one surface level. But for broadcast or television or radio or whatever they do and whatever the future brings, streaming or whatever, the media rights deals you get in a bigger market, I'll keep it simple and obvious, the value of those is much bigger than what you'd get in market number 40, which is Las Vegas. So sustainability is a question. The revenue that you used to get that you would probably not be getting anymore, and leaving a top 10 market. Is that something that an owner across the league wants to hear, that one of our teams and the success of this league is moving away from a top 10 market to go to a number 40 market? Throw in tourism. I don't care. You're talking about the base group of fans who live and work there. It's an interesting aspect to consider. Revenue sharing, which has been the hustle in all of this, right? Like the A's are pushing this. They're trying to get this through because if they don't have a deal struck by the first 2 weeks of January 2024, they're off revenue sharing. Revenue sharing, even if it continues for the A's, it still ends after 2025. They need a stadium deal to continue revenue sharing for 2 final years. That's going to benefit them by a total of $50 million between 24 and 25. Now, this is what the A's want. Do all the other owners in the league, do they want to reward the A's by letting them move without an expansion fee so that they can stay on revenue sharing? That I'm not voting, I'm just pitching that as something that's on the table for them. Next one here is to maybe start the spending. And I said before, to change the operation of the franchise. Now, the A's payroll-wise, $100 million into this season below average. The average is $160 million payroll per team this season in 2023. A's were about at $60 million. So does Las Vegas change that? Does the marketing and revenue and sponsorships, does all of that change how they operate? Are other owners across the league dissatisfied with the way that the A's operate, spending among the fewest dollars possible and potential every year? I mean, they win games still. Can't deny that. But are the other owners thinking that a change of scenery changes the payroll? And how about actually using some of that revenue sharing money to actually be a competitive team across the board? Remember, baseball owners, they want the other teams to be successful. The value of their team is dictated a little bit by the success of the league, right? So to think that, the Padres owner doesn't want the Mariners owners to be successful, that's not true. They all want each other to lift each other up and raise the value of their teams. If you move a team from Oakland to Las Vegas, the A's, do you eliminate expansion for a very lucrative market like Las Vegas? And we just heard in the NBA that there's an ownership group that would love to pay for a brand new arena with private money. They'll pay the expansion fee to the NBA. They have so much money. They're loaded. Las Vegas is their target. If you move Oakland to Las Vegas, you've just taken away what might be an enticing market. Again, I said before, it's a small market. It absolutely is. But to somebody out there, to think that they wouldn't have the idea of expansion in Las Vegas, they would. I've got a different video out there, by the way, that details how baseball could be successful in Las Vegas. It largely deals with an expansion team at a different site. Check it out later, but I digress. Are you losing an easy $2 billion expansion fee if you relocate instead of expand in Las Vegas? Or are you creating a situation where you feel like it's the right thing to do by expanding in Oakland, and maybe because you didn't do a relocation fee to Las Vegas, that maybe you expand to Oakland, but then don't capture the expansion fee there? Like that, this is all craziness to me. But it's the slippery slope of how exactly does one thing lead to the next, and what are the decisions that are made here? Is this the best you can do in Las Vegas? You only get one chance at this. Is this the right team? Is this the best location? Is this the best possible venue that they'll build? You don't get to tear down the Tropicana ballpark in 10 years and be like, well, this one didn't work. We're actually going to go build at the Rio where we should have done the entire time. You get one swing at this and that's it. So my point in that is I think owners will be critical of like, is this, if you're enticed by Las Vegas and this is absolutely what you want to do, is this how you're going to do it? Let me phrase it like this. What's your dream car? Do you have something in mind? Just think, whatever. Okay. What if I told you that you could have that dream car, but it's going to be like doo-doo brown color, right? Maybe not your favorite, right? It's just something that, yeah, you love the car, but that's not. You only get one chance to get the car and the color you want. Is this it? Like for Las Vegas, if you want to go there, is this the absolute best path to do it? Because you could say no, even if you love Las Vegas as an idea, but if these elements don't fit the master plan, to my point, you get one swing at this, so you got to get it right. So a lot of different factors there. I might be missing some. You can let me know in the comment section below. Did I miss one? Did I not get one fully right? But those are all the things I can think of that are on the table of at least conversation and evaluation that owners would be considering for potential relocation by the A's. Thumbs up down below. That'll help me in this video out. I mean, you made it here all the way to the very end. I appreciate that. Also, subscribe to this channel. Don't forget that, so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball.
which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
It's been a while since baseball announced its relocation committee for the Oakland A's and a potential move to Las Vegas, but now that we're getting closer to this potential vote, more questions are being asked about who are the members of this committee, what is actually their role, and why specifically were they chosen? Is anything really by accident anymore in 2023? Sometimes it helps to put some faces with the names. You're aware of Mark Atanasio, John Sherman, and John Middleton from the Brewers, Royals, and Phillies specifically, but here they are. This is the relocation committee assigned by Commissioner Manfred that is going to really go deeper into the A's relocation application than anybody else. They'll make a recommendation to the commissioner, to his staff, and then ultimately all of the other owners across baseball. Now, it's just a recommendation. We recommend you vote blank on this because here's why. I would imagine that there's some kind of final report. There's some reasonings. It's more than just vote yes, vote no. But there's Atanasio, Sherman, and Middleton. And you are correct in acknowledging that, wait, didn't the A's play in Kansas City? Didn't the A's play in Philadelphia? Yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it? But that's actually not the connection that people are making most in this. It's not the two A's former host cities. It's more about Mark Atanasio. And that's where we'll kind of take this video and a report from 1130 WISN Radio in Milwaukee. The Dan O'Donnell Show coming out with this exclusive report saying it's not an accident that the Brewers owner, Atanasio, is leading the A's relocation committee. In fact, Mark Atanasio is the head of this A's relocation committee. Multiple sources confirmed to the Dan O'Donnell Show that it's, quote, not an accident that Major League Baseball asked Milwaukee Brewers owner Mark Atanasio to head the committee tasked with relocating the Oakland A's to Las Vegas amid uncertainty surrounding American Family Field financing. Okay, we should explain here. American Family Field, home of the Brewers for about 20 years now. They've just recently revealed, the Brewers have, that the stadium needs hundreds of millions of dollars in upkeep and maintenance and modernization and improvements, and they'll be asking for the public's help for a majority of that money. And initially I thought it was about $500 million. Sounds like it's more now about $700 million. The stadium alone, only 20 years ago, cost about $450. And now you're going to pump $700 more million into it about 20 years later. On one side, I understand you want to keep something nice that way for the next 20 years, no doubt about it. But if I'm correct, this was already a publicly financed facility. Now the team who's going to make more money off it needs more public money, and they're using their agreement to stay at the stadium, that it was supposed to be kept up by public money. They're really pressing the local government, the state and the county, to take care of this to meet every need that they desire. Anyway, important you know that the Brewers have kind of a money issue, public money issue going on, and they're not threatening relocation yet. But stay tuned to the rest of this report. This is a gem of a ballpark, Rob Manfred told reporters during batting practice before a Brewers game at American Family Field in late May. There's a photo of him at that press conference right there in Milwaukee in May. Quote, it's really important that the existing obligation under the lease, the Brewers lease, be funded so that this great ballpark is maintained on a regular basis. Little pressure there. Hey, the agreement we made, you guys are supposed to take care of it. We need your money. It needs to be done in a timely way. So not only do we need your public money, we need it soon. We need to fix up this stadium. Right? So it still doesn't make sense why the Brewers owner is part of the A's relocation process. Hang on here. Manfred added that there is, quote, not a scenario that is in my mind at the current moment, end quote, that the Brewers would leave Milwaukee. But his comments were widely seen as an ultimatum to the Southeastern Wisconsin Professional Baseball Park District. That's the public entity that owns American Family Field. It's kind of like the Joint Powers Authority of Oakland and the Coliseum. They run it, and the commissioner's putting pressure on it to make the improvements. 2 weeks later, after his trip to Milwaukee, Manfred selected Atanasio as the head of the A's Relocation Committee. All right, let's look back at the timeline. Let's really put this together. It wasn't an accident, one Major League Baseball source told the, quote, Dan O'Donnell Show. I shouldn't have quoted the Dan O'Donnell Show. That's what it's called. Quote, the commissioner wanted to give Atanasio a front row seat to how the process would play out in case he would have to go through it, said another source. So initially we were like, does this have something to do with the A's? Why was Mark Atanasio selected to really have a hand in deciding the A's fate? Why him? But in reality, maybe this is more about a favor to the Brewers organization and ownership than it is to anything about the A's. Quote, it's not like there was an ultimatum or anything, but MLB is obviously preparing for any possibility, even if it's remote, end quote, said another source, who added that MLB often asks Atanasio to serve on various committees because he's well respected among fellow owners and is willing to volunteer his time. Two things, by the way, that I can appreciate. And so as much as people, and maybe that's the point of this video, people wanted to question Atanasio. Is there something sinister going on here? His relationship to the A's, why him? Because he needs public money. Maybe this is more, like I said, as a favor to the Brewers than anything else. Here's my takeaways, by the way, about the committee in general, not just Atanasio leading it and there's a specific reason why he's the head of it. This committee should and likely will go into way more specific, deep details about the relocation application than the rest of the owners will. I imagine some of them will want to do their due diligence of understanding what this application says. I mean, look, they've got a lot invested in their team, and one other team is part of like a link in a chain. And if there's a weak link, it could have some ramifications to the rest of baseball. Other owners don't want one franchise or two franchises in a heap of trouble. Then you know what happens. Baseball's got to come in and buy a team like they did with the Expos before they move them to Washington, D.C. So again, I think the owners individually will go into detail, but this committee should really go over every single page. This committee will make that recommendation to Manfred, his staff, and the owners. And I just think there's always a reason of even why the Royals ownership was involved here, why the Phillies ownership is involved here. And this video is not here to give you all the answers to that. If I had it, I would tell you. But I think it's up to us to understand that it's not like names were pulled out of a hat here. If you're thinking that, I guarantee you're way off. And like I said, this is probably more about the Brewers situation, that this didn't happen by chance, than the A's situation. But Kansas City, like Milwaukee, also wants and needs something. The Royals have not one, but two proposed ballparks right now that would get them out of Kauffman Stadium. So as much as I just spelled out a whole story with the Brewers side of this, it seems like the Phillies are the only ones without a rooting interest. They don't want anything that I know of a ballpark or a public subsidy. But the Royals and the Brewers definitely do. So not by mistake. Seems like it fits the bill for this situation. Hey, you made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below since you did. And also don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I very much need to say a couple things here at the very beginning of this video. First off, I'm only doing this as the result of popular request. A lot of you out there have asked me to comment on the Las Vegas Review-Journal as it relates to their coverage of the Oakland A's and potential relocation to Las Vegas. Let me also say that I really only have like one thing to say. One comment, one statement, one approach, and you'll get it by the end of this video. I just want to let you know it's going to take me a few minutes to build into this, to kind of paint a picture, tell the backstory, describe everything, explain it, and then ultimately I will get to my point. And there's also this disclaimer, which I need to say straight away. I'm not a regular reader of their publication at all. I'm not familiar with virtually anybody on their staff, so I'm not making generalizations here about the Review-Journal. I'm only talking about specifically their coverage of one story, one angle, the Oakland A's, not everything else. So it's a very small piece of their pie. I don't want to criticize them on the whole. I'm just pointing one area out here that needs some discussion. Okay, all that established, I think we can see in recent weeks and months that they have changed their approach on covering the A's and this situation and the many things that have happened since basically late April, when the team officially put all their focus on Nevada. And you can clearly see that there is a very specific, some might say a very predictable tone that the Review-Journal takes in the articles, pieces, and commentary that they put out there. And headlines like this recently, that the A's and this Tropicana Stadium site, it wouldn't use all of the $380 million that was recently allotted to it of public funding, that the project wouldn't need all that money. They'd need less. Even though I think we all know it's going to cost a lot more, that's an interesting claim to make. And what's the truth behind it? Who will ever actually know that until we get to that point? Also, that the project, which has been criticized for only being a 9-acre site in the back corner of the Tropicana hotel location, that all of a sudden Bally's Corporation would just give away even more space and more land. If it needs a retractable roof, they'll figure that way out and how to do that. Now, that claim has also been kind of challenged or went against, as GLPI got their first comments on all of this a couple days ago. Also, the claim that the stadium will no longer just be a capacity of 30,000. A recent piece from the Review-Journal says it's up to 33,000. And again, some of that kind of a response to criticism of, small site, not enough seats to generate enough funds to pay back bonds that are serviced by Clark County. And then how about just the recent story that all of the renderings we ever saw, the 3 images that came out back in late May to coincide with the pitch for public funding with the Nevada State Legislature, all of those now officially mean nothing. The A's in November will choose a finalist, a design firm that's going to give the actual renderings, the one that will operate off of moving forward. And that design agreement is also going to give an idea of final cost or estimated cost before construction even begins. But all of these stories coming from the Review-Journal, and I'm just trying to spell them out here to paint a general picture of them, there's rarely ever any questions asked with these pieces. They're virtually all endorsements given to the project or something somebody else is doing. And in journalism, there's a lot of questions to be asked and counterpoints to be made, not just kind of cheerleading from the sidelines. And let me just say this. I know that sounds harsh. They are free to take whatever stance they want here. I'm not here to tell them
what to do at all. In fact, let me look in the mirror for just a second. I too make videos. I too have objectives with the information, perspectives, and opinions that I'm trying to share with all of you. But there's one huge difference. I'm not a journalist. I've never pretended to be. I've never claimed to be. In fact, I've got videos here on my YouTube channel begging people to stop calling me that or claiming me as that. I'm not, and I understand why you think I am. I'm in the media. I'm on a screen like right now. You confuse everything. And I'm very much here to earn your trust and to earn your respect. Exactly how a journalist would operate. But that's not my job title. That's not my situation right now. I am free to have these opinions. I'm free to direct things in certain angles. Again, I'm not going to mislead you. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't want to ruin that connection. So in that same way, that's what I have in common with a journalist. I cannot lose the respect of the audience. But I'm not a journalist. Now, I have a degree in journalism, and I understand journalism very well. I've worked in this business for more than 20 years, and I can plainly say the approach of the Review Journal recently has not reflected journalism. It's not what they're doing here. And it's not to say that's not how they handle everything else in every other regard, but as it relates to this case, this story, they're not journalists. And that's my only beef here. I guess this is my point. Do whatever you want, but don't mislead people and tell them that you're impartial, that you really have nothing to do with this story, and these are the kind of the final results you're landing on, when that's not the case. A newspaper is an outlet for journalism. Somebody who calls themselves a journalist should operate like one. To make it look like you have no agenda, but the track record would show otherwise, that's just the interesting part here. I think they do have an agenda. I think they do have motivations, and I'm going to stop right there. What they are, why they have them, I don't know. That's also none of my business. I'm just saying, as it relates to pretending to be impartial and giving yourself the title of journalist and doing journalism when that's not what you're doing, I think that's really my only beef here, because I try so hard to let you know that's not what I'm doing here. And then somebody else may be doing a similar thing, but attaching themselves to journalism. Anyway, I don't think I need to expand on it much more than that. That's really all I wanted to document here. I'll see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Let me first say that I totally understand why right now we're not finding any new information out about the A's potential relocation to Las Vegas. And that's been expected for weeks and months now. I've been saying it all along that baseball has that unwritten rule, usually during the playoffs, but especially during the World Series. You don't come out with any other distracting news surrounding the sport. If you're one of the other teams, you keep it under wraps until the World Series is over. Again, that was my expectation. It also seems like the A's have been asked to keep it silent until the baseball season is officially done. The postseason is officially complete. That being established, we're kind of generating this backlog of information that we don't have, and information that may only be out for 10 days to 2 weeks by the end of the season to potentially when a vote is taken by Major League Baseball owners with their meetings in Arlington, Texas in mid-November. There's at least 10 things we're expecting to come out, information that is unknown, but also information that would be, very necessary to a vote happening one way or another by baseball owners in this relocation application. I've got 10 things. Most of them seem mandatory. A couple of them seem like extra credit. This one is mandatory. And there's no particular order here, but before you get to the actual stadium and details and financing and the Las Vegas side of it, where exactly will the A's play? Where will they exist from the years 2025 through 2026 and into 2027? We know where 24 is going to be, the Oakland Coliseum. They hope 2028 will be in Las Vegas. At least that's what this whole aim and plan and project is for. But there's 3 full years in there of unknown right now. And the obvious choices are the Coliseum or Oracle Park in San Francisco because they're the only logical and local and logistical options. But as far as anybody knows, neither of those options are certainties right now. In fact, you might even say that either of those options, who knows if they're even possibilities right now. There have been weeks and months to figure that part out. And there's been no public information out there about it. Even privately, it doesn't seem like there's any discussion about it. The other option in conversation was that, well, the A's could go play in Summerlin at the Aviators ballpark. Or how about Reno? That's close by. Maybe Sacramento would love to host the A's for a couple of years. There was even the wild card of Salt Lake City. The Bees are eventually moving out of their current stadium, which is not that old. I think it seats 15,000. Let the A's go move to Salt Lake City. In the meantime, get them out of Oakland on their way to Las Vegas. And it's a lot of logistics there. But the more we find out from Tony Clark, the head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, it doesn't seem like the PA is keen on big league games being played for multiple years in a minor league ballpark. I guess there's also the surprise option elsewhere, like, well, the A's are going to split time down at Angel Stadium or Dodger Stadium or Petco Park or maybe up in Seattle. Maybe there's something we've yet to find out. Maybe there's some discussions behind the curtains that will be revealed soon. But as of right now, we need to figure this part out. We also need to figure out how Las Vegas and the ballpark and the team and the roster down there, how it's going to be privately financed. We're aware of the $380 million. That's fine. But a lot of times, when you go to the bank and get a mortgage for your house, you got to spell out your past finances, where you're at, what your job status is, how much, assets you have, how you're going to pay for this moving forward. Or in this case, it's new construction. The bank is going to want to see blueprints. They're going to want to see how you'll get this done. They won't give you the loan until they've got the construction details all sorted away. So what financials are in order, including how to cover the expected overages? The A's have said, all right, $1.1 billion, we're good, we're in for that. But what if they're responsible, as they are, for all the overages? And what if the overages are another $500 million? What if this turns into a $2 billion facility, which it's not impossible. That's also not unlikely. What is the estimated private commitment even at this point? Is it 1.1? Is it more? And also, are there any assurances that the A's will actually spend closer to a league median or average in terms of player payroll, and that baseball owners across the league might want to get them off revenue sharing or the competitive balance tax, those benefits? So how will this be privately financed? Again, that has yet to be disclosed. I think the public's interested in it, but the owners who are voting on it, they definitely want and need that information that has not been out there yet. What's the plan B in case the public funding goes away? There's that $380 million with SB1, which was approved back in June of 2023, but it's currently being challenged by that Nevada teachers and educators group, Schools Over Stadiums. That public money could face a referendum vote if all the signatures are collected, 102,000 signatures by the summer of 2024. There'll be a vote on it if they get the signatures in November. The Tropicana site is estimated to be demolished by the end of 24. Maybe that happens anyway. I mean, look, I think that's a point here. The Tropicana site, GLPI and Bally's, who are owners and operators of the site, it does seem like that's coming down no matter what. I wonder if they have a plan B on what they would do with that site just in case the stadium thing goes away. But for the A's in baseball, what is plan B? What if 380 goes away? Can you still do this? How can you do this if you don't have the 380 you were counting on? Because the A's said not long ago that they couldn't and wouldn't move forward on this if they didn't have the public money piece and asset here. How about a media partner in revenue in Las Vegas? And I'm not going deep on this one at all. We are staying so surface level, it's not even funny, because this is my professional realm, so I'll keep it simple here. Like the A's, like every sports team, they need a way and a plan to disseminate their audio and video telecasts. They need a radio broadcast, they need a TV broadcast, they need to figure out who's going to be their partner in distribution in Las Vegas. Smaller markets, like Las Vegas, tend to have less lucrative deals than larger markets like Northern California, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose. That all makes up one market, just in case you weren't aware. Technically, people think of, in baseball, well, there's Oakland, there's San Francisco. That's true, but they both share the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose market. And that's like usually between the 6th, 7th, or 8th largest market in the country. It fluctuates, but Las Vegas is around the 40th media market in the country, and it would be MLB's smallest media market. So the revenue you currently get from that, how would you address the change in revenue, the delta and the negative delta that you'd be getting in that revenue in Las Vegas? What's the plan to compensate for that right there? Stadium design and constructability. I mean, because we've yet to see any valid concept or rendering or blueprint or specifics. And credit to those who keep showing, I should say, the old renderings, the first 3, but then say, you know what, you can't use these. I guess I shouldn't have said they used them. Credit to those who discredit the original renderings, because the A's themselves discredited those renderings. Was it by July? Did those renderings exist for 2 months? They came out at the end of May, and by the end of July, the A's said, you know what, we've told our designers to wad those up. Don't even look at those as you do the new design. Apparently, there's a 75% concept design that's coming out right around the corner. We'll see, but it also needs to include how this is going to be built. Can this actually be built under budget, which we'll talk about in a second, but can this actually be done on 9 acres at this site? And most importantly, can it be done to the approval of Major League Baseball owners across the board? They only get one shot at going to Las Vegas, right? You don't get to build a stadium and say, well, we didn't like that, we didn't do it right, let's try this again. Is this stadium in this location, under these plans and objectives, is this the best representation of Major League Baseball in a very tourist-driven market? It's just like saying we're going to get a billboard. What do we put on our billboard? Is this the best swing we can take at Las Vegas? But until we have a design or constructability or how this is going to go and what the rest of the site is going to look like, who knows? This is a major detail that we're still waiting on. Here's another one. What is the total stadium cost? Right? We've got the initial number, $1.5 billion. And we also understand that inflation's going to happen, overages can happen. The A's have said that they're actually designing, or they're asking their designers to be very mindful of the $1.5 million cap in the budget, but there could be unexpected situations. If you've ever been a part of a construction project or a remodel project, you know how the original price is never what the final price actually is. But equally important, can the concept, right? What if the renderings come out and it is this spaceship design and, from the year 2050, and it's got all these cool things, but can it actually be built under logistical and financial constraints? Like, can you actually do this on this site? Can you also do it for $1.5 billion? You know what I mean? It's like I'm telling you I'm going to go out and buy the most expensive car possible, but I've only got $1,000 in my pocket. Well, I am going to get a car, but what I'm ultimately going to end up with is not that Lambo. So that's a big question right there. What is the actual ultimate cost of this stadium going to be? What's the realistic projection? Here's another thing that needs to be addressed. Could a relocation fee actually be accommodated? What if the owners approve the move, but also with the contingency that they're going to ask for $300 million? Because that's been projected, and even though the commissioner said, well, he wouldn't do that, maybe as we've actually seen this process unfold and the deal the A's are getting and how they're doing this and the move they'd be making, what if owners say we're okay with it, but only if you pay your way like you're supposed to. Is there a short or long-term plan to accommodate for the A's to accommodate the traditional cost of moving a team? If the A's could come to the table, what if they came to the table and said, you know what, even if there is a relocation fee, we'll take care of it, no problem. Same thing about the public money I mentioned earlier. Well, if that happens, we've got the 380, we can get it elsewhere. We're so committed to this project, we can knock it out. But I don't know that that's been any of the messaging so far. So could this project still happen without the public money? Could this project still happen with a relocation fee that would be imposed? Now, these next couple here are the icing on the cake that I was talking about earlier. Everything else we've seen up to this point feels kind of mandatory, like things that you'd absolutely have to know that we have no clue about. And we're potentially 15, 16 days away from baseball voting on this. We have no clue publicly how it's going to go. These next couple things would be, again, like, wow, that's momentum that you can't stop. What if the A's already came out and said, you know what, we've got guarantees to ticket sales? Has there been anything stopping the A's from maybe just taking reservations, not taking anybody's money, but establishing contacts in Nevada and saying, well, we have a list right here of X amount of people who have committed to buy season tickets. They haven't given us any money, but they're all on the board. They're all with us. This has actually happened before. If you think what I'm mentioning is crazy, you saw it on the screen already. It happened in Tampa Bay in the early 90s when the Giants were planning on selling the team to Tampa investors. The group out in Tampa Bay, they went out and had 30,000 season tickets reserved. That's the sellout the A's would be looking for in Las Vegas every single game. The group in Florida went out and at least took reservations. I don't think they took anybody's money, but they had that part lined up. Like to the point where if there was any doubt, we've already got the fans. So if you're questioning that, it's not a question. Here they are. Will we see something like this? I don't know. That's the fan side of it. How about the business side of it? Are there any early guarantees to local sponsors or partnerships? Again, what's stopping the A's from making arrangements or establishing contacts down there for the stadium? What if they said already in principle, like for example, we've got a naming rights deal for the stadium already locked in, and it's worth $250 million for 20 years or whatever, 10 years. I have no clue. I mean, they've already partnered with GLPI and Bally's for the free land. And everybody talks about the partnership and business opportunities down in Las Vegas. Where are the other ones? And if you're already in with the Bally's side of things and the GLPI side of things, can you get in on the Caesars side of things or the MGM side of things? Or is that like a no-fly zone? That's a no-go. Are you limited to who you jumped in the pool with? But again, why not come out and share and say, well, we've got our people down here. And maybe this is happening. Maybe this is about to happen. But up to this point, it's not the icing on the cake that exists. In fact, there's not even a cake, let alone icing to go on top of it. And here's another major one that would be icing on the cake that does not yet exist. Are there any early guarantees to hosting other events at your ballpark? Because if there are no other events and the A's say they need like 2.5 million visitors per year to pay off the bonds from Clark County, and they need to basically sell out every A's game for 30 years to pay it off, the other possible way to bring people in and to lessen that expectation on baseball is to have a bunch of other events there. All winter long, have events. Summer days in between homestands, have events there. What's stopping the A's from lining things up now and saying, well, we've acquired, this conference is going to come in, this group is going to come in. That event will be here on an annual basis. We have secured an NCAA tournament or a college division basketball tournament to happen here every year. Or this stadium can also host football on a smaller venue. I mean, Allegiant Stadium's right around the corner. Sam Boyd Stadium exists too. But my point is, what about the other events? Because if you don't do this, it's possible to cost Clark County taxpayers, cost them on construction bonds. It's possible to cost the county if you don't sell a certain amount of tickets and gain a certain amount of revenue to go back and pay off and service those bonds. So concerts, events, etc. I haven't heard anything about the other things they'll do there in this process. And all those things that I just mentioned, the fans that would for sure be there, the businesses that would for sure be there, the other events that would for sure be there. What has stopped the A's from at least making those connections and networking, and to the point now where they can just say, hey, it's not a for sure deal, but we've reached an arrangement on that. That would help facilitate this process so much easier as it goes. So 10 things I'm expecting, I guess 7 things on that list that I'm insistent on seeing. Like you probably need to see those details. The final 3, as advertised, are more icing on the cake. You made it here to the end of the video. Wow, almost 20 minutes long. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Up to this point, I think we can all understand what a normal baseball vote on relocation for the A's to Las Vegas might look like. I say normal in a sense that it'll be announced a couple days beforehand that in mid-November, the owners will be voting on this. Then that day comes, and at some point during the day, we find out yes or no, and what is the vote count. It might be that simple. Or maybe the vote is not announced, and we don't know when it's being taken, but we find out after the fact that, hey, earlier today, baseball voted on this, and here's the final result. It could be as simple and not complicated as that. But I think we all understand through this process the crazy twists and turns, the unexpecteds, the unbelievables almost at some point. And we're also here at this junction of still not understanding every last detail that you think would have to be out there for an ultimate decision to be made. And that's why I've come up with 3 crazy scenarios that, yeah, I mean, they are crazy. They are off the wall. But at this point, you can kind of almost expect the unexpected in this process, like the way things have gone and brought us to this current point. So they are crazy. They are not entirely impossible. I do want to lay that out there. Crazy scenario number 1. A vote just isn't ready by December. Now, the full background is that the A's do need a binding stadium agreement by January if they want to stay on the competitive balanced tax benefit program, the revenue sharing program. But I'm saying that baseball really has to look at this as a calendar year thing, because if this is not voted on by the end of the calendar year, and quite honestly, ahead of the true holiday season, chances are it just might not happen. But this would be a crazy scenario. That after all this planning and all this hype and discussion and the public money in Las Vegas, that a vote just isn't ready. And I don't know if it's the A's that are not ready for this, or baseball owners say, hey, we're not ready to vote on this because there's not enough answers on the fundamentals, like the blueprints or the renderings or the place to play for 2025, 2026, 2027. How about a decision on the relocation fee, yes or no? There's a lot of things to be squared away that we just do not know about yet. And the owners also, I would think, right, because they could have approved this vote long ago. If they didn't need any details, what stopped them from voting on this back in August. They basically have known the same things back then that they know here now almost in November. So maybe they do need the proper evidence and materials and documentation and answers to vote. Maybe they do, and maybe they're looking at this saying, this is kind of incomplete. And so I'm not saying that a vote doesn't inevitably happen. I'm also saying that the owners don't vote yes on it. Maybe that happens. But maybe they just don't take this vote on the A's timeline and when they want and need it to take place. Remember, the deadline here of why they're trying to push this before the calendar year is so that the A's can stay on that luxury tax benefit program. So that's one hypothetical, that the vote simply isn't ready by baseball owners' standards. Here's another one. What if there's an approval of relocation, but it comes with a $300 million fee? And that's the possibility. That's the one that's been discussed and speculated. Maybe that's close. Maybe that's way off. Again, baseball hasn't done this in a while. They did move the Expos to become the Washington Nationals, but baseball had to buy the Expos and move the team. So, of course, there was no relocation fee back then. But in all the other sports and with all the other teams moving over the years, basketball, hockey, football, there's always been a relocation fee. Why would there not be one here? So maybe that's what owners look at and say, we actually want that $10, $12 million apiece. And if there is a relocation fee for the A's of $300 million, I mean, it really counters the $380 million of public funding. It almost kind of washes this out. And they worked hard. This was a big deal to get this public funding. It was said during the legislative session that if they didn't have this, the project was going to cease and they were going to turn their focus somewhere else. I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe there would be an injection of money from an external source. But the point is that $300 million, the way this project is going, is not a marginal amount. It's a very critical amount. And so again, I'm not saying that, the move being approved, but only with a relocation fee, I'm not saying that this stops the project entirely. It could delay it. It could stall it. It could impair the ability for this to move forward. Maybe it could stop it in its tracks. But the bottom line is this could be an interesting new element brought to the table when it actually comes time to vote. This would be something that we wouldn't really hear much about until it actually comes time to where the rubber meets the road. Okay, crazy scenario number 3. It gets voted down before January, before 2024, but then eventually gets voted on again and passed in early 2024. February, March, April, whenever. And here's the reasoning why. What if baseball owners want to take the A's basically off that revenue sharing that everybody talks about? It's baked into the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement with the league and the players. There's really no way to take it away from the A's, but there is one. If you don't set them up with a binding agreement, which they need this vote to get a binding agreement, if you don't set them up on that, by January of 2024, they're off it. But if you're okay with them moving and not carrying over that revenue sharing benefit, you just basically vote no. Like before I said, well, the owners could say they don't have all the sufficient evidence. They don't have every detail they need to take a vote. This would be a different scenario. What if every detail is presented to them? Here's how we're going to pay for it. Here's what we're going to play in the interim. Here's what the ballpark looks like. Here's every last question answered for you. And baseball says, okay, cool. We're still going to vote this down now. We will reconsider it if you make these changes. It could be small sticking points. They could be big changes. Maybe they could ask the A's to alter the current site plans or just start fresh somewhere else. Maybe the owners say, hey, we like the idea of baseball, Major League Baseball in Las Vegas, but not at this site and not surrounded by casino property. We want to have our own space down there. We want to open up a baseball flagship retail shop, and maybe on 9 acres, there's not enough room to do all this. So it could be voted down before January for two reasons. Number one, to get the A's off the competitive balance tax benefits, or number two, to get the A's to do a different set of plans in Las Vegas. Now, to be very clear about that, a lot of work went into the Tropicana site and where things stand, and this would delay and set things back by many years. And this does seem like this is the craziest one of them all. To say no to something in December or November or December, and then to say yes to it 3, 4, 5 months later, like that does seem crazy, but you can understand the reasonings behind this and why this is far-fetched, but definitely a distinct possibility. So I just wanted to make this video to spell out that, yeah, it could all happen in some conventional process. It could be over just like that. But at the same respect, I wanted to document these things. Maybe we'll revisit this video down the road and say, oh my gosh, you called that crazy way back when, but you called it. And some element of that just happened. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Before I get into the deep details of this video, I want to shout out Jason Burke of SportsIllustrated.com. He covers the A's. He's been doing a lot of great work lately, including this piece, which points out that the A's might be up against a draft lottery limit in the near future because of their current revenue sharing status. They very much benefit from baseball's competitive balance tax. The higher spending teams pay out money via tax to the lower spending teams, and that benefits the A's financially, but it might cost them in an upcoming draft year. Let me explain, because the rules have changed, things are a bit different, and to understand the present, we need to go in the past a couple years. I want to talk about the 2022 season, which led into the 2023 draft. Back in 22, the A's had baseball's second worst record. They were 60-102 2 seasons ago, right? So second worst record in baseball. But this was also, 2023, the first year of the new draft lottery system that was established in the most recent collective bargaining agreement with the players and the league. And what they switched to was this lottery system that prevented teams from tanking, like losing on purpose to get a higher draft pick, right? The league did not want that. They were a bit afraid of that. Because back in the old days, with the second worst record, you automatically get the second highest pick in the draft. So in San Diego during baseball's winter meetings, I was there. Everybody was excited to see, well, maybe the A's will get a 1, 2, or 3. They had a pretty good chance at all three. I think about a 16, 17% chance. Turns out, typical, right? The A's get the 6th overall pick. They statistically should have had the 2nd or better, but they get number 6. So not a good start for the A's in this new lottery system. And actually getting number 6, you're going to find out, also turns out to be costly, potentially, in the very near future. So let's talk about 2023, this last season. The A's go 50-112, their worst season in Oakland history. And they also have baseball's worst record. Again, back in the old days, they'd be lined up for a number 2 pick last year and a number 1 pick in this upcoming draft. Right? That's a heck of a way to benefit. That's a heck of a way to rebound your franchise. But this may not continue. In fact, it's not going to continue this year because of the lottery, but they may not even be eligible for the lottery system, which I'm about to explain. So the A's right now, set up for 2024 in that draft, they're right there with the Royals and Rockies, and because the Nationals have been disqualified from the lottery, this is all complicated. These 3 bottom teams have the identical percentage and the odds to pick first. It's about an 18.3% chance that the Royals, the Rockies, or the A's will pick first. Obviously, that sets you up to pick second pretty good, or third or fourth. But I mean, it is possible that the A's could go fifth or sixth once again. But this will likely be the final year for the A's in the draft lottery. Like, they're not eligible after this year, most likely. Now, that penalty, it seems, is only going to last for a single year, as I explain the new rules, because you can't be on revenue sharing for a long time and also cash in baseball's lottery. This is straight from MLB.com as part of explaining the new format. Teams that receive revenue sharing payouts, like the A's, cannot receive a lottery pick for more than 2 years in a row. Well, they had one from the result of 22, the draft of 23, and they're about to have one from 23 into the 24 draft. But they can't do it for more than 2 years in a row. That means that likely they'll be in the lottery draft for the 24 season into the 25 draft. They'll be eligible for it. They should be, but they won't be because they are a revenue sharing team. It goes on to say, and by the way, none of this directly affects or impacts the A's right now, and those that can't get a top 6 choice in consecutive drafts. Furthermore, a club that's ineligible for the lottery can't select higher than 10th overall. And that makes sense, right? If you're not eligible for the lottery, they don't want you getting a very good pick somewhere within the top 10. Okay, we move on here to explain this, that picks 1 through 6 are the lottery selection, right? They draw those 6 ping pong balls. I guess that's how they did it. Last year was kind of secretive for the first year. That part wasn't really broadcast or televised live. We didn't see how it happened, but picks 1 through 6 are the lottery selections. The rest of the picks go in reverse order of the regular season record. So the point here is that the A's are going to be out of that 1 through 6 spot if they remain on revenue sharing. Now, what determines that? Well, if or not they have a binding agreement on a new ballpark anywhere, Oakland or Las Vegas, by January 2024. And we also understand that that is up for a vote, conversation. That's up for a lot of things right now, whether the A's do get baseball's approval. The public funding has already been approved. It might be challenged. Keep an eye on that. But the bottom line here is that if the A's move forward with relocation, they will remain on revenue sharing, or at least that's the expectation. And so because of being on revenue sharing for yet another year in 2025, they would be ineligible for a top 6 pick. But also to be eligible for one of those spots, or to have it be highly likely, like they could very well finish bottom 6 in Major League Baseball, even in the 2024 season. I know this is confusing. This is a lot. We're looking at next year's team, and how they do will determine a 2025 draft pick. But the whole point here is that at this juncture, they're not eligible if revenue sharing continues. They have to forfeit what would be another high draft pick, because you cannot be on revenue sharing for more than 2 years in a row. And for the third year, you cannot get one of those top 6 lottery picks. I mean, look, no question this is going to cost the A's in some way, shape, or form. How do you know when the next Mike Trout or Aaron Judge is coming along in baseball's draft, and you have the opportunity to be top 1, 2, or 3, but instead you're not even in the top 6 anymore, and it's because of the revenue sharing situation that is obviously supposed to help you out, but this totally costs the future of your franchise and maybe that transformational player that you would get with a top pick. For the A's, I don't know when success happens. I don't know when the big turnaround happens with their record. In terms of projections, I would have to think they'll be better in 2024 leading into a 2025 draft, but they have to be like 20 or 30 games better to not be a bottom 6 team and to likely get one of those top 6 lottery spots that they won't be getting so long as they're on revenue sharing. Okay, I know that was complicated. I know there was a lot to that video and trying to understand it, but the point is, being on revenue sharing likely going to cost the A's a very high draft pick in 2025. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Let me say first that I hope this is okay to use a clip from David Samson's YouTube channel, because he recently published a video and the last few minutes of it were absolutely mind-blowing. What he said, how he said it, what he's suggesting, how it all was laid out truly caught my attention, and I'll play it for you here in just a second, but I wanted to share it. I also wanted to interject just a little bit here and there with some reactions, some personal thoughts and comments, not necessarily to criticize what he's saying, but kind of to add to the conversation. But let me also throw this in there that I really do respect and appreciate his interest over time in the A's situation. Again, obviously, he's in the media side of things, and he's looking for interesting discussions, but he's on the opposite coast. And he's using his experience from the Marlins front office and being their team president, relating it to what's going on right now with the Oakland A's, Major League Baseball, Las Vegas, and the city of Oakland. So again, somebody who is thousands of miles away has dedicated his time and attention to this topic, and I do really appreciate that on the national level. Okay, without further delay, here is what David recently said.
Will Oakland get an expansion team? They may.
Okay, first reaction. Was that 5 seconds in? I like his optimism on that, and at first, months ago, I thought that was way off the table. But as we get farther along here and things make a little bit more sense, I actually agree with that sentiment more than I ever have.
But here's the funny thing about what's happening in November. There will be a relocation vote, and it will pass.
Whoa. He said that with a lot of certainty and a lot of confidence, and he didn't mince words right there.
However, even with the relocation vote, and even with it passing,
yes,
it still doesn't mean that the A's are moving to Vegas.
What? We have been trained all along that there's a process here, and that really the last thing in the process is baseball owners approving relocation to the tune of 75%. And once that's done, the public financing has already been taken care of, or the public contribution, that this is a done deal. This is the last ultimate hurdle. But here's somebody from the inside telling you that it's actually not. Here's why.
Now, that may sound counterintuitive, and I may be the only voice in the media to say this. But let me explain.
Please do, right? How could you say that? That a vote is passed, everybody approves it, why couldn't they absolutely move forward the next day?
When Rob Manfred is telling you about the problem that could happen with the referendum,
and you've seen videos about that here on the channel, the Schools Over Stadiums group is trying to collect signatures. They need 102,000 by this upcoming summer. If they get that, there will be a referendum vote on the table November 2024 with the election in the state of Nevada, which would be before necessarily demolition of the old Tropicana Hotel. It would also be well before groundbreaking of construction on a new A's ballpark at that site. So all of a sudden, this referendum vote would take place before the other important parts of the project moving forward, and Schools Over Stadiums is really pushing for that $380 million to disappear.
What he's saying is if we lose the $380 million from the state, the local authorities are going to have to come up with it, because the deal will not make sense to John Fisher to put an extra $380 million into it.
So it's not ultimately a decision of, yes, we're all good, we have everything we need, we're good to go. It's more of a flex. It's more of a power move to say, well, Nevada, we've approved this, and you've promised 380, despite what the general public might do and taking a vote and having it go away. So if it's going to go away, you also need to figure out another way to come up with $380 million.
You can come up with $30 million. You can find a way to maneuver $75 million.
But wait a second. How far away was Howard Terminal from being a reality? How far away were we with infrastructure money? Wasn't it like 30, 40, 50? I mean, the number was always changing, but weren't we somewhere between 30 and 70 million? And David just said those are marginal numbers. You can come up with that stuff. So I know I'm going back in time a little bit there, but interesting how that's a perspective here, but maybe for the A's in Howard Terminal, it wasn't. So those numbers are smaller, obviously, but
the economics of a stadium deal, when your contribution has to go up by 380 and it gets delayed by yet an extra year, no less.
Oh, good. By the way, good mic technique. Had to do the cough, and I'm not sorry to pause it right there. Here, okay, there you go. That's an expert broadcasting move, the old cough switch. Even I don't get to that sometimes.
Because that's the reality of what this referendum would mean in Vegas. It would mean another delay.
Yes.
And another hole in financing.
A big one, $380 million of a project that's anywhere between 1.5 to start, but probably more like 2 when it ultimately gets completed if it does.
And Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan or whatever shop is doing their financing, and I think it's Goldman Sachs, and I think it's at a high interest rate.
Which is crazy that we don't know that yet. Maybe we might find that out in the very near future, officially. Again, when you apply for a loan with a bank, I mean, usually you need to show them for a construction loan, blueprints, the contractor needs to be involved, insurance all squared away. I guess this is totally different when you're getting public money for a construction project.
Whether you think Fisher's family can afford another 380 or not relevant. The capital markets will not avail themselves. The team will not be able to secure an extra $380 million. They're going to need partners. They're going to need to sell equity. They're going to need to do something other than what can happen quickly.
So, and I didn't mean to cut him off and pause there, but I think that's the point, right? If the 380 goes away, doesn't necessarily mean the entire project goes away, but they're going to have to take a detour. They're going to have to go a different route, do some things they weren't counting on, weren't expecting. I think that's very clear. Also add in, the delay, because now we're talking November 2024, you're not even certain, but maybe it wouldn't be that much of a delay. Maybe groundbreaking or demolition doesn't start until early 25, but maybe but I take it back. Maybe you are a year late. Yikes, now you're talking 2029 for Las Vegas.
That's the reason why that even after a relocation vote, and wait to see, by the way, official wait to see, the relocation vote will not get delayed.
He's very confident on that. November 14th through the 16th, those owners' meetings right around the corner in Arlington, Texas.
It's going to happen during the November owners' meetings, even though we're all calling for it to be delayed because we don't think that it's a fully baked relocation packet.
Well, and that's the source of a lot of videos here on this channel, just asking questions. And I understand people in Las Vegas, they don't want to hear those questions. I mean, the few supporters we've seen, the few people who are really interested in baseball, the A's coming their direction. But I mean, there are some relevant questions here that should be pretty basic, should be pretty obvious, and maybe the answers are right around the corner. But up to this point, for many months, they've yet to be addressed.
We don't think that the other owners have enough information. We don't think that there's enough of a design of the stadium or an understanding of the budget or an understanding of their pro formas, their financials. We don't know enough about the timeline. We don't yet know where they're going to play in the interim period, and Rob Manfred said that directly. We don't know any of those things.
That's all true. And the temporary location, by the way, the 2025 through 28 thing, or 27 thing, I'm still so lost on that. I'm not hearing much from the Oakland side about staying at the Coliseum, not hearing anything about potentially playing at Oracle Park. The minor league stadiums seem like they're farther than ever from being a possibility or a reality. Are we going to get a total wild card here? A's playing half their or all their season at Angel Stadium, T-Mobile Park, Coors Field? I have no clue.
Yet, there is a reason that MLB wants to get the vote done.
Good
they
cough.
want to.
Oh, good cough.
They want to send a message to Vegas. They want to send a message to Oakland. And they want to get this over with because this offseason should be dominated by Ohtani's free agency.
Oh, no. Wait a second. Now we're rushing this. We're trying to get it over with because it's like, oh, it's the easy thing to do, right? And I've been worried about that. As one of the things here, it's the easy thing for owners to just be like, oh, my gosh, I'm so tired of this. Just do it. Get it over with. Even though it's not fully considered or all the details aren't there, just rush this through. We want to get on to the next thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if, to some extent, it is like that.
Excitement of a season upcoming, enough of all of this stadium drama. That's why in the first owners meeting after the World Series, the relocation of the Oakland A's will be voted on and it will pass.
Again, not so much to say yes to the A's, but more to say yes for now, so long as you, state of Nevada, you come through with what you promised. You made a promise, and if it goes away, we're going to hold you to that promise. Again, this is more of a flex, a strong arm. I don't know the right term I'm searching for here, but a power move. This is more of a power move. And again, we've been trained all along to think that this was the ultimate final step. And after this, nothing could stop it. But here we go into that dangerous limbo situation again. Nothing is 100,000 million% secure until, I guess, shovels are in the ground. Oh, that was the end of the clip. Brazil, you dummy. Anyway, I think David makes some compelling points there, saying some interesting things, something that I hadn't yet thought of. And again, I could have made the video with the keynote and the topic points, but I just wanted you to hear it the way he said it, the way he spelled it out, give his opinions, and I could interject a little bit to it. My reaction to this, I don't think he's way off at all. I think it's a possibility. I think the other obvious possibility is that, to his point earlier, the owners look at this and say, we're just not even ready to do this vote yet. And they may ultimately vote yes on it, but just not today because it's not complete. You turn in a paper in college and it doesn't get the A, B, C, D, or F. It gets an I for incomplete, just not done. Maybe, but he's got a lot of background and experience and insight. And he's telling us right now that it's going to happen and it's going to pass, but that doesn't necessarily mean the end result will take place. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So as a product of the 1980s, I obviously was nowhere near around when the A's came out west from Kansas City to Oakland. But like a lot of you, I heard stories over the years about individuals and situations, and there's a lot of details that, quite honestly, I knew but never really connected the dots on, never really put them together to understand the bigger picture. Until now. And in recent weeks, we've heard the news, the A's with a land purchase agreement in Las Vegas, considering relocation once again. I've become fascinated with this A's franchise history, and in this deep dive, we're about to look back on their move out west from Missouri to California. It is crazy to see the similarities and the parallels, and it begs the question, is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? I mean, some of the things I'll spell out here, you're wondering, wait, were those happening in the 60s? Or is that the same exact scenario happening here in 2023? And so there's a lot of details, a lot of things I never really made sense of until now. We'll actually begin this journey in 1955. So Kansas City gets the A's. Via Philadelphia, they're the first pro sports team in Kansas City, first major pro sports team. And they were lured out there by Chicago businessman Arnold Johnson. He was searching to become a baseball team owner. He bought the Philadelphia A's for $3.5 million with the sole purpose of relocating them to Kansas City, Missouri. And of all things, and of all places, he was convinced by Kansas City Star sports editor Ernie Mell. That's right, a journalist, a newspaper person, had found Mr. Arnold Johnson and convinced him, hey, buy this team, bring them out here to us in Kansas City. We're ready for you. It's crazy how there was media influence to get an owner to buy a team and relocate them out west at that time, right? Going from Philly to KC, that was very much west. It wasn't the West Coast, but obviously you're getting a lot closer to the Mississippi River. So in 1955, Kansas City gets the A's. And actually, in retrospect, they were not there very long. More on that in just a second. It was a bad ending in Philadelphia for the A's. They'd been drawing about 4,000 fans per game. And as soon as they moved to KC, there was that honeymoon effect. They got 32,000 in their first game in the state of Missouri. Now, the A's were also a very bad team as they left Philly and came to KC. In fact, their first season in Kansas City, they lost 91 games. But still, baseball was a big deal. They finished second in American League attendance that year to, of all teams, the New York Yankees. So a team that just moved was right up there fan-wise with the New York Yankees of 1955. So they're established in Kansas City all of a sudden, but they only spend 13 years there. And it was a rough go on the baseball field all 13 years. The A's finished last or second to last 10 of their 13 seasons in Kansas City. They were nothing to write home about, which is amazing in retrospect because they came to Oakland and things obviously timed out, but had almost instant success. Within a handful of years, won back-to-back-to-back World Series titles, 72, 3, and 4 at the Coliseum. But going back to Mr. Johnson, who had bought the team and who had moved them out west, all this time that he owned the Philadelphia turned Kansas City A's, he also had financial ties to the Yankees. And after some questionable trades of Kansas City players going to the Yankees for weird things in return, everybody asked him to divest in one. He had to get out of what was ultimately the Kansas City A's. But the way that he gets out is not actually because he wanted to. He passes away in 1960. Enter Charlie O. Finley, but not so easy. Johnson was the majority owner. There was also a minority ownership group, and they put forth a bid to buy the rest of the team. The minority owners of the Kansas City A's wanted to take it over in a majority fashion. They are denied by a probate court. And a slightly higher bid to buy the team is awarded to a Chicago insurance salesman named Charlie O. Finley. And Charlie O., you could do the research on him separately. This is not necessarily all about him, but he obviously brought a lot of interesting things and ideas, and some that did work out, some that didn't work out, to the game of baseball. Look up the orange baseball. Look up the designated hitter. There's a lot of things that Charlie O. was behind. So he, with a slightly higher bid, is able to buy the Kansas City A's. And initially when he comes in, I mean, look at his quote here. Kansas City's the place for him. Quote, "Kansas City is a great sports town, and I'm sure we'll have excellent support. One of the first things I'm going to do is prove that Kansas City isn't a Yankees farm team." So there was that whole thing like, hey, all right, we're tired of supporting the Yankees. We were tired of maybe being used by previous ownership. We're planting our roots here. This is Kansas City's team. This place works for us. We're going to really thrive here in KC. Well, like we know now, they only spent 13 total years there. And during Finley's tenure, there's a lot of things that happen. I mean, I don't have room for all of it here on one screen, but he signs a 3-year lease in Kansas City. So he establishes the team there. But at the same time, he's got back and forth spats with the newspaper, the Kansas City Star. He's constantly going against their critiques of the team. He's fining his own players for various things. He also went through 5 general managers in 7 seasons alone in Kansas City. And so ultimately in 1967, he names himself general manager of the team. That's right, owner/GM. Not unprecedented, but let's just say not one of the more common things in professional sports. All the while, though, that Charlie O is in charge of the Kansas City A's, there is a saga of relocation. And I mean, it's crazy, right? We just talked about 1955. They landed in Kansas City. Not long after, Charlie O takes over. We're staying here. But by 1962, he was openly seeking relocation. By 1962, 7 years after they got there, they're already talking about leaving. Charlie O was denied by the American League a move to Dallas in 1962. The A's were denied a move to Atlanta in 1963, right? This is... We're talking about the Oakland A's here of present times. This is their history in Kansas City. This was all going on before they even thought about moving to Oakland. There was all this talk, all this speculation. It was different back then. No social media, no instant news cycle. I'm sure it was discussed here and there, but imagine if this craziness was playing out in 2023. Denied to Dallas, denied to Atlanta. They both eventually get their baseball teams. And he did not want to sign a Kansas City lease extension in 1964 because he was going to have to share a stadium with the Kansas City football team. Wait a second. Think about that for a second. All the years with the A's and Raiders in Oakland and their stadium conflicts and it couldn't get along and Mount Davis and one prevented the other. Did you ever go back in time and realize that the A's for basically 60 years have been fighting with football teams to have their own home? In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been established that the A's as a franchise have never had their own park built specifically only for them. It's pretty nuts. So here's the move that actually gets the A's to Oakland via Kentucky. Yeah, did you know about this? January 1964, Finley goes out and signs a 2-year lease in Kentucky because he is so fed up with Kansas City, and he didn't really want to sign that 4-year lease. He was against it. He's like, just get me out of here, get me to Kentucky. I think they were going to build or expand a 20,000 seat venue at the fairgrounds in Louisville and make it a 30,000 seat venue, again, at a state fair, something like that. American League owners said, no, you don't. They voted 1-9 against relocation to Kentucky. And by the way, Finley had already went out and signed this lease, agreed it, got it all, squared away. He did this before the American League said, no, you don't. So the American League voted him down. They basically forced him into signing that 4-year lease with Kansas City starting in 1964. And then Charlie O goes back and calls Kansas City a horse bleep town. I mean, this was not long after he said how great it was, how we're going to make it work here. We're not going to be the Yankees farm team anymore. And now that's how he's describing Kansas City. So now all of a sudden it's getting messy. A 4-year lease. He doesn't want to be there for any of that. What's Charlie O. Finley going to do? Well, 1964, then he says, all right, I will sell this team. And he sets a price of $8 million, but groups in Denver nor San Diego, which obviously both got baseball teams eventually. It's crazy, right? Dallas, Atlanta, Denver, San Diego were all potential homes for the A's over the years. Neither of those groups could match his $8 million asking price. All the while, though, so he hangs on to the team. All the while, these stars emerge, not only in Kansas City, but also in their minor league pipeline. You got Blue Moon Odom. You got Catfish Hunter, Campy Campaneris. You got Sal Bando. You got Joe Rudy. You got Raleigh. You got Reggie. And this team is going to be something special. And all the while, right? So you could see that train coming down the tracks. There's also another train coming down the tracks. out west in Oakland, the Coliseum was being built for football. And they knew it was a multi-purpose venue. They knew baseball could be played there. It was built specifically for that occasion and that opportunity. And Charlie O had his eyes on it. So a different situation than like how teams move nowadays. They'll move to a place with no stadium. This stadium was already going up. And he saw it and he knew it. And eventually he would act on that. So Kansas City makes this final bid. They want to keep the A's. There's a downtown domed stadium proposed. But guess what? That domed stadium is for both the Royals and the football team. Excuse me, I said the Royals. The A's, jeez. The A's and the football team. See, I'm sorry, I got caught up in present time. That dome stadium was going to have baseball and football in it. Charlie O said, no, I will not do that once again. Turns out Kansas City readjusts their plans and they get to what is currently existing today. The Truman Sports Complex, which is Kauffman Stadium, the baseball stadium, and Arrowhead, which is the football stadium, which are basically side by side in the same location. So they propose what exists today, and in June of 1967, they get $102 million of public bond money approved to build both stadiums. I'm just laughing at the amount, $102 million to do two stadiums. Crazy how different money was in 1967. Okay, so Kansas City is going to move forward. They're going to do two separate stadiums so they don't have to share. No dome, no downtown stuff, which is ironic because here and now in present times, the Royals are trying to move to a downtown location. They're trying to get out of Kauffman Stadium because it is definitely outdated. So all of this in efforts to keep the Kansas City A's, but ultimately October 18th, 1967, Charlie O asks for it. The American League approves it. Relocation to Oakland. Kansas City is devastated until they find out that they will be awarded an expansion franchise along with Seattle starting in the 1969 season. So for 1 year, 1968, no baseball, but also kind of no big deal because Kansas City knew that they were getting their team and their franchise replaced. So let's revisit the big takeaways from, what's kind of a long and drawn out story here. I mean, there was a lot to all that, right? Now that you know the weaving and bobbing and turns and all the talks and then what eventually happened. Here are my takeaways. I mean, number one, the A's have had such a transient history through 120 plus years. They were one of the original American League teams in the early 1900s. Started in Philadelphia, spent more than 50 years there. In fact, it was at the beginning of last season, the A's had finally spent more years in Oakland than they ever even did in Philadelphia. So it was a long time in Philadelphia in the early 1900s. Then it was a quick span in Kansas City. Bunch of losing years, a bunch of drama back and forth. But let's also understand, too, between the 50s and 60s, there were a lot of teams moving out west. I mean, baseball in California wasn't, or even the West Coast, wasn't a full-fledged thing. Los Angeles, San Diego, the Bay Area didn't have two teams at that point. Seattle didn't have a team. So it was a migration west for Major League Baseball, but like the A's have been a part of a couple major moves already. And if they were to relocate in the near future to Las Vegas, this would be the first major pro sports franchise to move 3 times. Philly to KC, KC to Oakland, Oakland potentially to Las Vegas. And you know who another team out there is that has similar geography and a similar history? The Sacramento Kings. Weren't they the Rochester Royals to the Kansas City Royals to the Sacramento Kings? Wait, KC, yeah. Oh, and that's right. And if the Kings had moved one more time, they would have been in this rare territory of moving 3 times in their history. So they avoided it. Let's see if the A's can do the same thing here. But the biggest takeaway of all this, wherever the A's have left, baseball has not evaporated. As far as I know, Philadelphia still has the Phillies. Kansas City still has the Royals. But if the A's leave Oakland, I don't know that there's going to be a replacement this time. And that's the biggest part about this history that's not in line to repeat itself. Like all the craziness of sharing baseball and football stadiums and, somebody who was desperately seeking to get out and couldn't get out and was voted against and found a way to get out. And then ultimately baseball said, fine, just go to Oakland. All this stuff is not identical, but so similar in the saga and the drama and the storylines. But that is the biggest difference right there. Philly and KC still support Major League Baseball. Would Oakland even get that opportunity to continue as a Major League host city? So this is not a question or a topic that I take lightly or that I was pleased to have to go down this road and do some research and really put this all together. But hopefully it helped you. Like I said, I'm somebody who had heard about all these different things, but never really understood how crazy it was that the A's even landed in Oakland, let alone now hoping to keep that home in the East Bay. Is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? Let me know what you think about this video in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it because, hey, you've lasted here all the way till the end. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Okay, so I know you clicked on this video because you want to hear what Matt Chapman has to say about the A's recent news, their land purchase agreement for potential relocation in Las Vegas. And we'll get to his comments in just a minute. But first, I wanted to actually share with you a clip, me interviewing Chappie at the start of the 2021 campaign, what would be his last season in Oakland, and to really understand what he said just a few days ago, you need to hear what he said a couple years ago about his existence and the Oakland situation. I suppose that the closer you get in your big league timeline to being free agent eligible, just the more people look at you, they realize your talent, and they're just going to talk about you, right? In terms of rumors, hypotheticals, this and that. I know you're not necessarily paying any attention to any of that, but is it weird to have people discuss you in that way? Do you mind it? Do you even care when your name's brought up?
I mean, it's better to be talked about than not talked about, I guess.
Right, I guess, yeah.
But as far as that goes, I never dig into it too much. I figured if something was, real, I would hear from the team or my agent before,
right.
I find out about something like that on Twitter. Or I know that my friends and my family and people love to send me these hypotheticals and things and be like, what is this? What is that? But, obviously this is a business, anything can happen. But as far as I'm concerned, our goal is to win here. And I'm here to stay. And I know that the free agency is coming up, but I still got, 3 more years of arbitration. 2 years after this one. So I like to think that, something can get done, or hopefully this new stadium comes and things like that can happen. But it's, it is a business. Anything can happen, but we're trying to win here. And I think I'm here to stay.
Did you look at the new renderings? Have you been paying attention to kind of that process?
I have. They look pretty cool. It looks, I can tell you what, the clubhouse, everybody that's in this clubhouse really, really hopes it's a real thing because, we want this to happen. We want it for the fans of Oakland. We want it to, it's only going to make Oakland, a better destination to play, hopefully a better city, and just bring more everything to Oakland and help it boom, because I think it is a great city. And I know a lot of these guys in this clubhouse really want to stay here. And, we want to be that group of players that gets to stay in Oakland for a long time, not just, the typical Oakland player that comes in and comes out. We want to stay here for a long time and, build something great.
I think you know this. I grew up going to games at the Coliseum. I'm going to cry for the last A's game at the Coliseum, like good tears, I'm also going to cry the first day at Howard Terminal. You know what I mean? It's an emotional thing. And I agree with you. I really hope it happens.
It'll be bittersweet for sure.
Yeah.
Good memories in that old stadium. But, you know, if that new stadium does happen and we're all suiting up in Howard Terminal, I think good things are on the horizon. And you know, I think it'll be a happy transition for all of us. And we'll look back at the Coliseum and, you know, reminisce on some of those days, but hopefully that means the future is bright in Oakland and, you know, we get to start really, you know, going after, you know, championships.
Okay, back to the present, and I'm sorry I didn't warn you in advance about my early 2021 hair situation. Yeah, convenient memory that I forgot about that. Okay, let's get to these comments that Matt Chapman gave to Sportsnet. Now, they are the Blue Jays game broadcaster north of the border. They were talking specifically in this story about the A's potential relocation situation. He said, quote, "I'm not going to hold my breath because I feel like I've heard that before the news that came out. I've heard them do that dance for every year I was there, so 8 years," end quote. Now, let me also just say this. I'm not going to jump in and editorialize and offer thoughts and comments after every quote here from Matt Chapman. In fact, this is the last time I'm going to do it. But I do want to say, after just reading this first part right here, there's a little bit of built-in complacency because, yeah, a lot of us have heard about Fremont and San Jose and the Peralta site and Howard Terminal. I totally understand why promises over and over and momentum over and over might lead you to believe this or feel this way. I'm just here to say, because this matters so much to so many people, I would avoid the common fan to have this same complacency like right now, all things considered. I get why he feels that way. I'm not questioning why he said it like that, but I'm just saying from the fan perspective, the current fan perspective, I would guard against this narrative just a little bit. Okay, sorry, I will not editorialize anymore. He goes on to say, "If they're leaving and going to Vegas, I'm happy for the players. They get a new stadium. They deserve it. I'm hoping that means they'll be able to start signing guys long-term and not have to do the same kind of business structure they do now, where they just kind of turn over their roster, right, every couple of years. I feel bad for the loyal A's fans in Oakland. They lost the Raiders. They lost the Warriors to San Francisco. There are a lot of good Oakland fans that have been loyal through the years, through all the stuff that they have to deal with. I feel bad for them. We're bummed out when we didn't get a lot of fans, but the fans that did show, they were always there, loyal fans playing the drums, really passionate about the A's. They loved us. And I understand why they didn't draw, because of the way the front office does their stuff. The ownership in Oakland turns a lot of fans off. So I think it was kind of unfortunate we didn't get the support we wanted, but the fans that were there were great. We had so many good players, but that's just the way it goes. All of us knew we weren't going to be there long term. Now looking where I'm at, my situation and everything, I think it all worked out for the best. But in the moment, all those guys that were my teammates, those that are my friends still today, my buddies, and we thought we were building something special. So it sucks when the front office doesn't do what they should and sign guys and keep guys around. First off, and he talks about his own background and situation here, I wasn't going to take a discount to stay in Oakland. So I don't think they were going to pay me my full value. But also, even more importantly than that, I don't think they were going to sign Marcus Semien or Matt Olson or any of the players that we had there. So that kind of made it tough knowing that what if I sign this deal and nobody that I'm playing with and signed up to play with is here? I don't know if they would have given me a no trade clause. They could have traded me, so I felt like I was giving them more than I was going to get in return. Now he's talking about being in Toronto. You just look at this stadium, look at the facilities we have, the weight rooms, the batting cages, the money that they do spend on the field. It's a good feeling knowing that you are supported by the organization and they have the same goals as you. And I feel like in Oakland, the owners did not have the same goals as the players. So those are thoughts and comments to sportsnet.ca. I'll link the article down below so you can read the whole thing from Matt Chapman on the A's current potential relocation situation. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Thumbs up on this video for surviving here all the way to the end with my raspy allergy voice. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So in the past, week and a half, since this news came out with the A's and their land purchase agreement in Las Vegas, I've been here on the YouTube channel making a consistent amount of videos about the situation. And my goal here is to just keep you informed and updated and give you perspectives and analysis the best way I know how. And that usually involves me cultivating a number of different sources, putting things together, and trying to paint big picture topics out for you. And hopefully it's, like I said, it's been valuable on the channel. But this time around, I want to do something a little bit different. I want to give you just some flat out personal thoughts, maybe even opinions on this situation. And so these come from my brain, maybe some from my heart, and they're not things I've just made up and thought, well, this is a good idea for a video. These are actual real things, 5 of them in total that I completely think are worth passing along. Maybe there's something you can chew on as well too here. Okay, let's begin with this. I still can't believe that from the Oakland side of it, like we're here. And it's been talked about and discussed in parallel paths and 20 years basically of a stadium saga between Fremont and San Jose and the Peralta site and multiple Oakland sites. I still can't believe, though, that we're here in 2023 in a 133 loss pace season right now. Yeah, that's going to take many more months to play out like that. But here at the end of April, the A's are on pace for 133 losses this season. And that should not be anybody's primary focus. Like the baseball at hand this year, I'm not going to say who cares because all of it does matter, but losing games and losing your team are 2 totally different things. And just going back to the idea of Oakland potentially losing a team here, it is amazing looking back that the city has got 0 breaks along the way. And the team has got 0 breaks along the way. Let me say it like this. The fans, the fans, have got 0 breaks along the way. Nobody ever came in and was the turning point, the tipping point of the whole situation and made it happen, or a group of people that came in and made it happen. Nothing worked out. And even Howard Terminal, which has got so far, and I'm not even saying past tense yet, I'm keeping it in present tense. I'm not sure that it is done, idea-wise, forever. But it came so far and multiple good things happening, but in the end, 0 final breaks caught for this franchise. It's like any good championship team. A lot of talent, a lot of strategy, a lot of execution gets you almost the entire way. But at some point, every championship team needs a little bit of luck along the way. And for the A's, in this process, through multiple different entities of the team and multiple iterations of the city of Oakland, there has just not been that one lucky thing that has pushed this, I would say across the goal line, but across home plate. How about that? So it is amazing. Like I've had this lingering thought for the past week and a half. I can't believe this is real and this is really happening. And I wake up sometimes and it's the first thing I think about. It's mind-boggling to be in this scenario, even though we've been talking about it for a while and we always knew it was a possibility. Okay, here on the YouTube channel, I know most of you are from the Bay Area, but some of you are from across the country. And a specific amount of you are Las Vegas sports fans. And you have not been shy in sharing your comments, your opinions, and your takes, like down below in my comments section, which, hey, is fine. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you found the channel. I hope that you think what I'm passing along is sensible and not just plain crazy a majority of the time, which that's how some people operate, but not me. I understand if you're from Las Vegas right now and you're seeing this side of it, you are super excited about the potential of landing a big league baseball team. You just got the NFL, and a couple years before that, you have your own brand new hockey team, and in their first season, they go all the way to the Stanley Cup final. The Vegas Golden Knights have created something so unique, so amazing. Quite honestly, it's not supposed to happen like that. And don't ever think that it necessarily is your thing to happen again. But good for you that it happened. And I know you're going to get F1, and I know you're in the hunt for the NBA and MLS as well. More on that in just a second. I get how excited you are about this situation, but I do feel like sometimes the fans in Southern Nevada are so excited that they might even just see beyond the facts. A land purchase agreement does not mean that this has been Major League Baseball approved or that the state of Nevada has approved $500 million in funding. And that might happen. But for fans to comment and say, oh, it's already happened and give each other misinformation and for it to be believable enough to some, it blows my mind. But then again, it kind of doesn't here in 2023. That's the way everybody, like, forget just Las Vegas, everybody seems to process information. Once you've read the headline, you know the whole story. Well, in this case, maybe not necessarily. I also want to, share my thought here. Look, Las Vegas is relatively new to pro sports. Now, if you're from Las Vegas, maybe that doesn't mean you're actually a native of Las Vegas. You're a transplant from somewhere else. So pro sports may not be new to you, but pro sports is new to Las Vegas, and you're growing and expanding so quickly as a small market in our country, the number 40 media market in our country. That can be debated about what Las Vegas is capable of. More on that later. I've got a thought on that. But I'm also here to say that Las Vegas is relatively new to the A's situation. And for people in Las Vegas to criticize the A's fans or attendance or the team or this or that, like, you haven't lived this. Like, there is a tremendous history and backstory here with everything that's been going on. I mean, like, everything going on. How much do you even know about Howard Terminal and those negotiations? You likely don't. You did not live through it. So to jump in here, just because your name has been mentioned and you think you have a seat at the table, like, I'm not telling you you can't comment on the channel. I'm not trying to be mean or difficult here. Hopefully you're seeing I'm sensible. I'm just saying, take it in stride instead of just running away with what you think is a foregone conclusion. So I just want to point that out. But again, I appreciate everybody who is here on the channel. Okay, next up is this. A's players and manager Mark Kotsay, of course, they've been asked about the situation, and that might continue to be the case. As this team tours the country, as other media entities come to do interviews, who else are they going to talk to at this point? Players and the coaching staff are accessible. What's your guys' opinion on your team potentially relocating? In my opinion, it's not fair to judge the comments or the opinions of any player or coach on that team. And that's for two main reasons. Number one, hardly any of them are actually from this area. They didn't come from here, but they're here now. And after their playing career or job is over, they'll go back home. So this area, the Bay Area, Oakland specifically, it means something to them, but it's not where they're from. It's not their roots. It's not in their DNA. They're transient by nature. That's what a baseball professional is. You work a couple seasons here, a couple seasons there. If you're lucky, you're with one team start to finish, but we know how rare that is. So for them to feel attached, sure, I do appreciate the sentiment and their observations about, how a team and their fans respond to them and the environment. I do appreciate the sentiments, but I think we all need to take it into perspective, like the current team right now. If you want to ask players who have been here, that might be different. If you want to ask people who have been here or people who are from this area, like a major leaguer who's actually from Northern California, okay, that thought, that opinion has a little bit more weight and credibility. But to widespread ask Aviator players or Oakland players about this situation and to take it with any type of, real significance behind it, I don't know that that's a fair way to operate. I also want to say that looking back in this saga of at least 6 years, right, between the Peralta site and Howard Terminal and really when Oakland and the A's got serious in negotiating and talking, I can't say anybody has been right here. And it does seem like, again, with public commentary, that everybody's searching to point the finger. It's their fault. It's the government's fault. It's the team's fault. It's MLB's fault. That saying of two ships crossing in the night, like, you understand what that is. That's pretty simple, right? They just can't see each other. One went this way, one went the other way. never saw each other. That must be a really old saying, by the way, because they were so dark on the ships without any type of electricity that they missed each other. I think in modern, never mind. You understand that's probably a long-standing saying, but it's still so applicable to what has happened here so far with the A's in Oakland. Both of them are at fault in some way, shape, or form. The truth is they've both been wrong sometimes, and they've both been right sometimes. And it's just never synchronized so that they were both actually on the same page to get things done. And it really makes me go back in reverse and say, well, why are we picking sides? Why are we holding grudges here? I mean, we're so quick to do all this finger pointing at how things fell apart. And sure, maybe in the last week and a half, as things did really seem to dissolve, that's the time to point fingers, I guess, from a public perspective standpoint. But if you really actually want to make progress and see this thing through and see it back to where it could be, picking sides and holding grudges at this point, until something is done, signed, sealed, and delivered, done, picking sides does not help us get to a final equation, when both sides have easily been wrong at one point or another. Simple as that. And then obviously all of this has become an Oakland versus Las Vegas thing, and the Raiders moving away. And then people will say, well, Oakland has now lost 2 pro sports teams with the Warriors and Raiders. Could they lose a third? How, monumental and unprecedented would this be? And I guess, look, it is geographically a little bit of a connection to Western cities. And here's what I do know. Oakland has proven over the years that it can be viable with Major League Baseball. And heck, with only one true team in town right now, it definitely could be viable under proper circumstances. The last decade or so, yeah, it's been turbulent. It's been difficult with things here baseball-wise in the East Bay. But looking at Las Vegas, right, and how quickly they've expanded, they are the number 40 media market across our country. Not a lot of number 40 media markets have NFL, NHL, WNBA, F1 coming this fall, and then add MLB, MLS, and the NBA, and add them all in a 10-year span. Like, Las Vegas is expanding quickly as a city, and their sports portfolio is also getting quite bulky quite quick. But let me give you a Las Vegas analogy here. And again, this is just a thought. I might be wrong. You might watch this video in 10 years from now and say, dude, you were so off. Possibly. I'm willing to own that in this situation. But right now, I want to say it like this. Think of a Las Vegas buffet. Think about going to the buffet at, I don't know, MGM. Do they have one there? And your eyes are bigger than your stomach. And you put way too much on your plate. You can't finish it all. You can't get to it all. You end up leaving most of it there. Now, that's the idea of a buffet, but it's just a little bit more costly when you commit all that public money to the NFL, to potentially Major League Baseball, potentially to the NBA and MLS. Hockey, by the way, the NHL, the Golden Knights, they didn't need any public money to get started right off the strip. But it has become this weird thing where there's questions of viability both ways. Look, Oakland can handle, and the Bay Area can handle 2 baseball teams, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking, can Las Vegas do NFL, NHL, WNBA, F1, MLB, NBA, and MLS and expand it out all in 10 years? I don't know. Like, I truly don't know. And if you're from Las Vegas and you're like, oh, for sure we can. How do you know that? Nobody knows that. You think that, you believe that, and you're there, and you might have a really good instinct. And you might be right. We just don't know it yet. So there you go. Not exactly news or information or something breaking or whatever, but this is just personal perspectives and some answers that I've come up with, thoughts. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Please be civil. Thumbs up on this video. Since you made it all the way, you survived my raspy voice. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball. which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So a couple weeks ago, in fact, right after April 19th, when the A's announced that they would be shifting their focus entirely to Las Vegas, I decided to start paying attention to Las Vegas media coverage, as in how are they seeing the other side of this? Obviously, Oakland has its own perspectives, but what is Las Vegas seeing and saying about potential relocation for the A's? Now, obviously, their initial reaction and impression was a lot of excitement and joy about potentially landing a big league baseball franchise. They said how they'd packed the stadium and they were making Oakland jokes and possum jokes and whatever. I digress. But now I just wanted to go back and kind of take the temperature of Las Vegas media all over again. I think I have 6 or 7 different clips here to play. So let's begin with what they said on a radio show a couple days ago. And again, these are just some of the first things I came across. This is not everything. I just am trying to sample what I could literally find out there on the internet.
The A's soap opera continues. Oh my goodness, my brain's going to explode. Yes.
Your brain's going to explode. Try Oakland.
They were telling you that the team was starting to now flirt with its old exes. Even though it had the Wild Wild West land, we thought, hey, that's where they're going to build it. 49 acres, done deal.
But
they have a
is
binding
land
agreement.
Take backsies? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't really want it anymore. Like, that's so crazy to me.
So, okay, they had a binding agreement with Station Casinos.
Mm-hmm.
They did not say how much they bought this land for. I think the rumors around $150 million.
Which does seem pretty accurate, by the way, in retrospect.
Binding agreement, I don't think says you have to buy this for $150 million. It probably has a little escape clause that says, hey, if you don't take this, you have to pay us X million of dollars.
It did say, what we understand, it did say the binding agreement was that if the A's couldn't secure the public funding, they could get out of that binding agreement.
So that's probably what they're doing there. They're exercising that right. And then they're instead going to knock down the Tropicana and build this stadium on the land over at the Tropicana, Las Vegas Boulevard and Trop.
9 acres.
They're not going to have to pay money for the site.
True.
Because they essentially, like Bally's, who owns Tropicana. This is so confusing.
They run it.
Bally's down the street was owned by Caesars, but there's another company called Bally's that owns Tropicana, which is part of the reason why they named Bally's Horseshoe.
Is this Sean? Is this Amy and Sean? Sean, I feel you right now, buddy. I really do.
We're getting really crazy. Yeah. Whatever the case, they now lease the land. So they pay X amount, like whatever's on the...
It's going to be $10.5 million a year, I think, for 50 years.
And they're going to pay X amount of dollars for the lease. So they're going to knock down the stadium. Or
the hotel.
Knock down the casino, build a stadium there, and then build surrounding hotel casino around that stadium, supposedly. This means that the team has now lowered its public ask for money to $350 million.
$395 million.
It's so confusing.
Yeah.
And now, like, at least the Trop and Dean Martin property there, like, you can take Dean Martin, you can take Tropicana. If you're coming from the east,
Now, this is, again, what I appreciate is this is stuff I don't know. This is local knowledge of ingress, egress, and how locals would prefer to get to a ballpark site.
And go around a little bit, take Dean Martin from, like Blue Diamond or something like that, if you want to get there and not have to go to the Strip.
Not have to go to the Strip for a local.
But now that it's going to be on the Strip, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's already bad enough.
Right.
And there are people who are like, oh, the Aces play and they sell out. Yeah, the Aces sell like 200 and some odd thousand.
And mind you, I mean, I don't know Amy and Sean of what, 102.7, 92.7, 102.7. But I mean, they look like true Vegas people. Golden Knights, hat and shirt, Aviators shirt. I mean, these are people who would be the A's fan base in Las Vegas.
Seats a season. 81 games, 30,000 seats that they're expecting locals to fill, 2.8 million seats they need to sell. It's a terrible idea to put it here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I'm just saying, I'm surprised that they are at this viewpoint, to be honest with you.
It's crazy.
Stories at 1027vgs.com.
And also, like, the Trop just did a little makeover 5-6 years ago, and now they're just gonna blow it all up.
It's gonna be in a rubble pile soon.
Yeah.
It needed that makeover since the last time I've seen
supposedly, or not. I don't even know if they're coming now.
Right.
Gotta be honest.
Whoa! All right. That's one video. Let's go to local news.
Well, the Tropicana Las Vegas opened in 1957, over 6 decades ago.
And apparently, there's some chatter that people are trying to register it as a national historic site. I don't know about that.
Remains one of the longest standing strip properties.
That's right. Now the Oakland A's are eyeing the land for their new ballpark. Our Brian Horwath found out not everyone is on board with the late inning proposal.
Oh, good baseball reference there. A lot of curveball references, late inning stuff. Can I just say, I want to compliment my presenters here. The red tie, the red outfit, good coordination. I'm sure it wasn't planned, but good coordination.
Hardly any casino hotels on the Strip are as old as the Tropicana Las Vegas, but its era may soon be coming to an end. If the Oakland A's decide on this site for a new ballpark, this could soon be a big pile of rubble. Tony Fields visits Las Vegas several times a year. On this trip, he and his wife are staying at the Tropicana, a destination he says he doesn't want to be torn down to make way for a new Oakland A's ballpark.
Why did we need to use that shot? Or why? Okay.
The Tropicana is a landmark. And landmarks, you don't tear down landmarks, you know.
The Tropicana, a 3-story hotel structure, opened nearly 70 years ago on the south end of the Strip.
Shots.
Las Vegas native and real estate developer Lorenzo Dumani remembers it fondly. His father and uncle owned it for a time in the 1970s.
That is so different, to be honest. That is crazy how different things are. And that's snow on the ground? On the trees? Unbelievable.
In order for it to be successful, they needed to modernize it. So they built the high-rise, which is that building there, although in those days it was beautiful.
Dumani says celebrities were frequent guests. Even sports icon Muhammad Ali used to train in the hotel's showroom.
So Muhammad would do like a training camp / comedy act. He had the boxing ring on top of the stage. He'd train. They charge $5 or $10 a head.
Despite the memories, Dumani says he wouldn't mind seeing the property raised.
It went from a class act that was probably the nicest on the Strip in the 70s to what it is today, which is something that I think an implosion would help it.
So far, there's no solid plan for a ballpark. Reporting from the Strip, I'm Brian Horwath.
All right, that's what we call a tag in the broadcast world. On camera, say one last thing and sign off. Is it Brian? Thank you for that, Brian. Okay, let's switch to the Fox 5 affiliate.
The clock is ticking for the Oakland A's to make a deal. The team wants $500 million in public funding or mechanisms to build a stadium near the Strip.
Now, that might be for the old site still. Maybe they didn't have updated information. I think this clip is from 1 or 2 days ago. We'll figure out as we watch here.
Jacqueline's here. She's been digging into the concept of the tax district.
Yeah, what on earth is a tax district?
Well, if you've been following the Howard Terminal saga, you know everything about a tax district.
How could it actually work? Tonight, we're getting an exclusive look at the pitch from A's to lawmakers.
Although I don't know that this is the exclusive pitch, because I don't think in this report, if I'm correct here, I don't know that we're actually going to get the ultimate details. More like the broad scope, which has been painted out by the A's to Oakland and now to Las Vegas.
How they say tax breaks could help the stadium pay for itself, and why the public would essentially own a ballpark.
This stadium is going to be owned by the public, right? This stadium is not owned by the A's.
That's Jeremy Aguero, by the way.
Aguero,
who works for a company called Applied Analysis, who the A's are paying to work with him for his consultation.
Applied Analysis explains the team's pitch to Nevada lawmakers. What the A's build on this land, taxpayers will own.
Okay, so this story, let me just clarify. This seems to be from a little bit ago. This is obviously the old Wild Wild West site. You can see the Tropicana site right on the other side of the strip, right beyond the Excalibur there.
He's helping the A's negotiate a bill on a possible so-called tax district. One lawmaker says a tax district is one way for a massive project to help pay for itself.
That's true.
A tax district is really just kind of a technical term that says, imagine that we draw a boundary around anything and just say that whatever the taxes are that are generated within that boundary, that we're going to use them for a special purpose.
I think what the A's had also suggested, and again, none of this is for sure because it's not been officially presented, but also in this district, they and the site and anything on the site would be exempt from maybe ever even paying taxes. State, regional, local, county, city, whatever.
In a proposed sports and entertainment improvement district, a ballpark would automatically generate the following taxes: live entertainment, payroll, insurance, sales, and even retail from supplies for construction. Aguero explains tax revenue could be reinvested back into the project to offset the cost.
So they'll still collect the tax for everything, but the local government, local resources, hospitals, schools, they won't get any of that. It'll go into paying for the project.
They ask for a property tax exemption.
There's what I was saying before, the property tax exemption.
Would make the ballpark publicly owned. A proposed lease would be 30 years with a penalty clause.
So again, this sounds like more of a publicly funded stadium. And obviously, we're talking about public money here, but stadium would be eventually publicly owned and a 30-year lease with a penalty for relocation.
Before the term of the lease is over, they're required to pay off the bonds that were issued in support of its construction. So if the A's, under unfortunate or unexpected circumstance, were to leave Southern Nevada, the public should own a baseball stadium free and clear.
Aguero says these packages are typical for other stadiums, and negotiations mimic deals done for Tesla's factories. In Northern Nevada, Aguero was hired by the team to analyze the economic impact of a baseball
Again, was hired by the A's to do this.
Stadium, which includes 400,000 rooms booked a year by visitors. I'm sure you've heard a lot of the skepticism from Las Vegas locals. Will this team invest the money in a winning team?
It's largely misplaced.
It's largely misplaced. She asked a very... Let me rewind this for a second. Sorry. She asked the question that A's fans had been asking for a long time. If you get Howard Terminal, does this mean that you make more and in turn invest more in actually the team?
This team invest the money in a winning team.
It's largely misplaced. Let's not forget that this team is going to invest over $1 billion in this stadium. Right? That gives them about 1 billion reasons to make sure that the fans in there have a great experience, that they come back.
I don't know if that was a yes or no.
Lawmakers say the A's could ask for $150 million in tax credits as well from the state.
$150 million in tax credits in addition to the $500 million back then? Interesting.
So what actually ends up in the bill will be up to the governor and lawmakers. Lombardo says if the bill is not passed by the end of the session, he'll explore his options, but has not said whether he would actually call back a special session. John.
All right, there you go. That report from Fox 5. We're going to the CBS Channel 8 affiliate now. Ooh, breaking news.
Breaking at 4, multiple sources reporting the Oakland A's have made an agreement on a new site.
Sorry, I gotta. Is that what the state? Is that our first rendering? Is that what it looks like? That's a big infield.
Stadium will now be built on part of the Tropicana's property.
And by the way, I think that's the entire 39-acre site, which they're detailing there. 34 acres, 30-something acres. But the A's would only be utilizing about 9 of 39 acres. So a small portion of that square, not obviously that entire square.
Thank you for joining us at 4. I'm Kirsten Joyce.
And I'm David Charnes in for Brian. The move comes after that formal announcement just a couple of weeks.
By the way, they've now also incorporated already their own version of the A's logo. They've stopped using the Oakland Athletics logo. They've already made up their own Las Vegas A's logo. All right.
That the A's would be building the stadium on land owned by station casinos. 8 Sports Now reporter Ron Futrell here in the studio with the details. Ron, this is sort of a little change after that big announcement.
A little bit, moving a few blocks east is what they're doing here, David and Kirsten. What we got, the Oakland Athletics are throwing a little bit of a curveball.
All right, so we heard late innings before. We're doing all the baseball references. Now it's a curveball. And no offense, Ron. I mean, it's just a lot of people have been using that. Well, it's a curveball, and they're moving a couple blocks, which is true. Geographically, it's a couple blocks, but it's a couple blocks, and now you're on the strip on a very small piece of land.
On their site location for a new ballpark, reports are they are moving a few blocks east on Tropicana. In fact, the Tropicana Hotel site, one of the sites they were looking at early on in the process. This would put the ballpark right there on the Las Vegas Strip.
Now, he is right about that. I mean, this A's and Tropicana conversation, this has been going on multiple years, almost as long as their entire search in Las Vegas has been going on.
The A's play here often for Big League Weekend.
Often, they play once every year and every couple years lately. They come to Las Vegas at some point of spring training to do exhibition games.
Minor league team, the Aviators, play at Las Vegas Ballpark. Now, the A's have an agreement to buy the land where the old Wild Wild West casino was, just west of I-15 on Tropicana. But the Nevada Independent says they now have a deal to buy the Tropicana site. The hotel would be
not buy, rent the Tropicana site.
Also, the deal would reduce the amount of special tax district money needed from $500 million to less than $400 million.
$395.
Logan with the Aviators recalled recently the search the A's went on to find property in Las Vegas.
Watch this clip, by the way. The Aviators president, literally saying about how he was the facilitator of kind of chauffeuring A's brass around.
I was the chauffeur. I took John and Sandy and Dave Cavell, and we drove around the valley and kind of acclimated them with what was going on, and had some meetings with elected officials, and just started opening doors for them. So it's, like they've said, they've been very deliberate and very thoughtful in examining every opportunity here.
Now, the A's have this season and next season still on their contract with Oakland's Alameda Coliseum. They're looking at playing at the Las Vegas Ballpark downtown Summerlin until a new stadium is built. They figure by 2027 here in Las Vegas. Attendance has been way down in Oakland.
We know.
The A's have the worst record in Big League Baseball.
We know.
Now, the state legislature still has to approve the special tax district where those who use the ballpark would pay the taxes. It would not be a general tax on Nevadans. Still a lot to be done before the A's play somewhere here in Las Vegas.
Somewhere.
The Tropicana Hotel site. I'm Ron Futrell, 8 News Now.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Okay, we're back to Fox 5. This looks more like an afternoon or a midday or a morning show. Oh, no, wait, it's 5:39 a.m. or p.m.? I don't know.
After agreeing to buy land off the 15 to build a new stadium, the A's say, hold on. We have
Hold on.
New plan now. Now the team has a deal with Bally's to build a stadium where the Tropicana currently stands.
Yep, the deal would still include a $1.5 billion.
Wait a second, I need to go back on that. Did that person just go, yep?
The 15 to build a new stadium, the A's say, hold on. We have.
I think they're. Oh, is that an eye roll? Wait, did I really freeze it on? Is that an eye roll?
New plan now. Now the team has a.
I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just saying that's instant human reaction right there.
Deal with Bally's to build a stadium where the Tropicana currently stands.
Yep, the deal would still include a $1.5 billion stadium, but would require less public funding.
Just the body language and the delivery here. Like, I'm a presenter. This is what I do. And I don't need to say much more. Just watch this.
At $500 million, the A's would be asking for $395 million.
Look at his look now. There's so much animation here.
Okay.
All right. So.
Okay. Wait. Hang on. Sorry.
$500 million. The A's would be asking for $395 million. Okay.
All right. So State Senator Scott Hammond of Clark County says this is coming straight from the A's delegation. The Trop Hotel and Resort site, which you can see in green there, is being considered for a deal for a ballpark. The other site outlined in red on the other side of the 15 there, according to Hammond, is not entirely off the table. Now, the Tropicana site would not have that special tax district that the team said would be used to pay back the $500 million of public money.
Whoa, is that true? It wouldn't have the tax district on the Tropicana site? And by the way, they're in green highlighting right here the whole site. It's not that whole site. It's just 9 acres. The red is 49 acres. That gives you an idea. Like, look how much more space and land and opportunity there is for stadium, development, ballpark, village, all that stuff. The green site is not going to offer you that. But anyway, but I didn't know that. I'm not sure about the reporting on this. I just don't know.
Begs the question, without the taxes from that special district, how would the team pay that public money back?
Interesting. Let me just rewind this here for 1 second. I think we need to just hear all this again.
Of the 15 there, according to Hammond, is not entirely off the table. Now, the Tropicana site would not have that special tax district that the team said would be used to pay back the $500 million of public money, which begs the question, without the taxes from that special district, how would the team pay that public money back, even though it, at least as of proposed, is $105 million less? We don't know that answer yet.
That was the end of it. Oh, all right. Oh, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to freeze frame you on a bad one there, but there's a lot of skepticism there. Okay, I think this is from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Now, they're a newspaper, so they're not really they are a multimedia outlet, but they don't do television productions. I don't know what we're going to see here.
The Oakland A's have shifted their Las Vegas.
Look at the headline. I'm sorry, I'm cutting it off. The A's throw a curveball.
Stadium plans.
There, let's rewind it here. Let's try this again.
The Oakland A's have shifted their Las Vegas stadium plans, entering an agreement with Bally's Corp to build a ballpark where the Tropicana sits. The Tropicana would be demolished to make way for the $1.5 billion, 30,000-seat stadium on 9 of the site's 35 acres.
So there you go, 9 of 35 acres.
The deal includes Bally's having an option to construct a hotel casino on the remaining acreage.
Option? You would think that would be a slam dunk if I'm going to use sports reference.
However, during the earnings call Tuesday, Bally's president didn't make it clear if talks between the A's and Bally's remained ongoing.
Wait, it's Thursday, and they said and this came out, I think, on Wednesday, yesterday. So even as of Tuesday, interesting. All right, I guess that was the end of that clip. Okay, one more here, I think. This might be the last one from the Review-Journal.
The Oakland Athletics' potential ballpark site switch would give the team a stadium with a strip view. Plans for the stadium...
It would have a strip view. Let me make sure I got that again.
The Oakland Athletics' potential ballpark site switch would give the team a stadium with a strip view.
See, I actually think the old site, because a ballpark has to face easterly or even northeasterly, which would give the Wild Wild West site, like if you're facing east and you're west of the Strip, you would face the Strip. But if you are on the east side of the Strip and you have to face east, and Harry Reid Airport is east, directly east of the Tropicana site. Even if you're in a retractable roof, I mean, all of the new retractable stadiums of modern times face east still. Interesting.
Plans for the stadium at the Tropicana Resort site call for the baseball diamond to face northwest, allowing fans facing outfield to see the Strip in the background.
Howard Terminal could not be built facing west or northwest because of sun reasons. Everybody wanted it to face the water. It couldn't. For a reason.
Legislation for the stadium development agreement is being drafted, and a bill is expected to be introduced in the legislature next week.
Okay. If this next one is Amy and Sean, I think, yep, well, all right, we're back to where we started. So, again, look, I searched YouTube. I searched Las Vegas A's. I didn't go for everybody with a podcast. No offense. It's what I'm doing here. I didn't go for YouTubers. I was literally going for broadcast media. What is broadcast media saying? about the A's. And surprisingly, there's more coverage, I think, in the Bay Area of this Las Vegas search than there might even be in Las Vegas. And that's not a knock. I'm just saying it's just hard to come by. In fact, I was even searching for information from our own NBC colleagues down there, and their YouTube just does not post a lot of Las Vegas A's stories. So I don't want to think that I was handpicking, I'm literally just saying anything that's relevant, I want to put in here. And that's what I came across. So I just wanted to give you that sample of Las Vegas media and how they're covering all of this. Thumbs up on this video. Hey, since you watched here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Major League Baseball definitely has a growing problem on its hands. And some of it is just unavoidable. I understand it's part of doing business and comes with the territory. But the other side of this is dangerous as a business as it relates to fan bases and the epidemic of relocation across Major League Baseball clubs. Yeah, this is a big deal. It's grown lately, and I don't use that word epidemic lightly. Why don't we just get to the definition, because it's very applicable here, as in occurring widely in a community at a particular time. How wide has this epidemic got? I'll show you in just a second. The community is obvious. Major League Baseball owners, the league as a business, in tandem with regional and local government entities. Obviously, there's a lot of public-private partnerships to make Major League Baseball happen in stadiums and venues across the country. But the particular time is right now. The last couple years, the next couple years, there is a lot going on to the tune of 8 different teams right now. 8 of 30. That's 26.7% of the league, who is either attempting relocation, like the A's, they've already started the application process, threatening relocation, mentioning relocation, even insinuating relocation, like, hey, we've got a deal to work out here, and if this doesn't go well, we may not stay. And I'm just saying, once you bring up relocation as a government or as a team or as any big stakeholder in the conversation, once you bring up relocation, it catches eyes and ears, and it's pretty difficult to kind of put back in the box. You can't unsay that. And it does not go over well at all with fans. They're torn. They've become attached and passionate towards a team that's been there for decades, or in some cases, centuries. And now here we are in the 2020s, and because of a business deal or negotiations, somebody wants to take all that away. Now, I understand. Again, going back to the very first thing I said, some of this is unavoidable. It's part of doing business. There are negotiations every day across the world with 2 companies or 2 different parties, and one side wants this, other side wants that. So they're going to negotiate. They're going to take positions and stances that are uncomfortable. So I get it. But in this case, how far down the road does each team get with relocation? Because everybody's at a different spot in the process. So those 8 teams, you know what we're going to do? We're going to dive through every single one of them here. And we're actually going to do this in kind of reverse order. Teams I think that are the least likely to actually relocate, but have been connected to that very process. Like the Baltimore Orioles. First off, what a season they're having here in 2023. I hate that this is a distraction for them. 28th lowest payroll in all of baseball entering this season, and as I record this, best record in the American League. But there's the headline: Orioles lease talks expose rift over Camden Yards renovation. The team owner and local officials, they have very different viewpoints on proposed renovation. The lease expiration drawing closer, amid a resurgent season for the team, which, like I just said, they're a great story. There is no Orioles lease at Camden Yards for next season. And a lot of these other teams you'll see, they've got a couple years. Like literally, it expires after this season. So obviously something has to get done quick. We've heard comments from the team and from Baltimore and Maryland officials saying this should have already happened. We should not be at this point. The team wants a long-term deal. They've already said, we're not going to leave. We're going to stay, but we want a long-term deal. Camden Yards, you may recall, was entirely paid by public funding back in the day, and it was a game changer. Often imitated, rarely duplicated. The old style ballpark, it was the first of its kind. It is still one of the gems across the league in terms of stadiums. But now, from what it sounds like to me, there's about $600 million waiting for upgrades and renovations. Sounds to me like government officials want to use that money to fix up the ballpark. The team would rather build out the old, ballpark village. They'd rather spend that money elsewhere, and maybe that makes the project cost more to also fix up the stadium. So there's a disagreement here. I don't know that the Orioles are instantly threatening a move, or that's a possibility. I think we are way far away from that. But like I've said before, this is kind of like a crack in the sidewalk. They start small, and then they grow. Then they spider web out. They go a million different directions. The crack that was no big deal becomes a problem if it's not tended to. So just to be clear, I don't know that we're on the verge of anything disastrous here, but this is kind of how it starts. And the urgency kind of makes it an issue. We'll see what these two sides do. And obviously the Orioles have enough things on their hands right now. This is just one of the few. Then there's the Kansas City Royals, which as of literally today, when I'm recording this on a Tuesday, they're set to unveil ballpark renderings and I believe some more detailed information for two proposed locations, both in the East Village and North Kansas City. They're proposing a $2 billion stadium, of course, with the ballpark district that goes along with it. Team says they're going to spend at least $1 billion, like $1 billion plus. Okay, so I don't know where the other billion is coming from or how that's been allotted or where we're at with any of that. I also want to say that they're trying to get out of Kauffman Stadium, and they have been for a while. Now, it's an old venue, right? It's one of the oldest across Major League Baseball, but it's also kind of like Angel Stadium, where it has been maintained, it has been upgraded over the years. I think within the last decade or so, didn't they host an all-star game? Usually that's a reward in baseball. You fix up your stadium, and as part of it, you get an all-star game to kind of show it off to the rest of the league. Kauffman Stadium, it's old, but like I said, it has been upgraded, it has been modernized. It's not the worst by any means. Now, I'm not saying that the Royals or their fans don't deserve something new. When you get up there in age, like it's from the late 60s, at some point, just like the A's and their fans, you're past due for a new opportunity. But as of right now, totally sustainable. They're entering multiple years of their stadium search. This has been going on for a while, that the Royals have pitched ideas, different spots, but they want to have more of an urban, modern ballpark rather than being out in the suburbs, having the big old 1970s parking lot. So we'll see where this goes. And again, nobody's talking about relocation here yet, but there's going to be an ask, right? There's going to be an ask of, do the math, close to $1 billion, that if the team's not paying for it, how will they get it for this project? Okay, down in Arizona, the Diamondbacks are in active talks on a new Phoenix area stadium. And Chase Field, Bank One Ballpark, opened in 1998. Feels like just yesterday. We're talking 25 years ago. 25 years and we're already like, it's not usable anymore. We've got to do a better job in North America with our sports venues. Look across the pond in Europe and all the soccer stadiums, and largely they can't build there. They're kind of tied in with land and real estate. It's tougher to find a new stadium spot. Plus they seem more entrenched in their history and tradition over there. Stadiums over there, and don't get me wrong, there are new ones, but largely there's a lot of old ones too. In America, we've got Finley and Wrigley, and those are kind of our legacy ballparks, and Dodger Stadium, but that's it. So we've got to figure out a way so we build these better, that they last longer than 25 years before a team is trying to get out. The Diamondbacks say upgrading Chase Field is hundreds of millions of dollars in cost. And the team, because of that, they're saying, well, this is going to cost so much to fix this place up. It's almost not worth it. Why don't we spend all that money and do a new development? And what do you think they want? Ballpark Village. Everybody wants that trend. They all want to be real estate investors and developers. They all want that situation. Their lease, by the way, ends after the 2027 season, so we can start to see the urgency here. The team is exploring both renovating the stadium, but also, like I said, preferring building a new stadium elsewhere. For years, they've been dealing with a leaky roof situation. Apparently, the leak they can't fix, they can't address. It keeps happening right over the pitcher's mound. That's not good. And downtown for them has never been the best spot. If you've been to the greater Phoenix area, I mean, look at the other areas that have kind of grown out and panned out, either in Tempe, Mesa, Scottsdale. I don't know that downtown Phoenix was ever really the greatest home or forever home, but that's where they decided to build it. And again, I don't know that we're at relocation here, but the team has the ask out there, right? How can we do this? We'll kick in some money, but we need something from you. And that's kind of the trend of everything we've seen so far. All these teams, they're not exactly saying, well, if you don't give this to us, we'll move. But they're saying, hey, we'd like to move. We need this, and we need you. And what do you think the next statement is if we don't get your help? How do you think that's going to go? They're not just going to stay satisfied where they're at. Boy, the Angels, there's a lot of drama here. On the field, off the field. This is an older headline. It's from more than a year ago, but I don't know that this conversation ever completely went away. Discussion of the Angels relocating potentially to Long Beach, closer out towards the ocean. And like I said, lots of drama here. Anaheim, the mayor, I believe, had to resign because of some issues and a little bit of corruption with the Angels trying to buy the land of the Angel Stadium site. They'd actually, I think, prefer to stay where they're at and redevelop the land surrounding their stadium, kind of the parking lot that exists. Again, a team looking for an upgraded ballpark, a new ballpark, and a ballpark village to surround it. By the way, the on-field drama, you've got a team with Trout and they didn't trade Shohei Ohtani. Is he gone? Is he just going to be a free agent? Did they let him walk away and get nothing for it? They haven't made the playoffs since 2014. My goodness, that's on the field. But all of this stuff is off the field. I mentioned the Angel Stadium site issues. The team had tried to purchase the land. They had tried to get that going. It all fell through. And as soon as it fell through, Long Beach said, hey, you want to come on over? We've got a spot for you. This could be enticing. The team was reportedly for sale. Then reportedly it's not for sale. Their current lease at Angel Stadium expires in 2029. So I think you're going to see the urgency get stepped up here. If nothing happens in 23 or 24, all of a sudden 2029 is right around the corner. And I just don't think there's a lot of Los Angeles options, Southern California options here. We're talking about LA. And although SoFi Stadium just went up, I know the Clippers are getting a brand new arena, there's not a lot of land opportunities to, just plop down a stadium on 30, 40, 50 acres in the ballpark village that every team wants. Again, I think the Angels' preference is to stay in Anaheim. They've kind of already gone towards that, but they are having a ton of complications with Anaheim and with themselves, quite honestly. And even if this is just a move from Anaheim to Long Beach, does that really affect the fan base? Probably not really. I equate it to the Golden State Warriors of the NBA. They started in San Francisco, then they moved out to the East Bay in Oakland, and then recently, they moved back out to San Francisco. Fans in Oakland can still go to a game. Now, it's not their favorite thing that the Warriors up and left, but it's also not like they are inaccessible. They're still around, and they did not leave the region. It would be kind of that same thing here. It would be a different style of relocation. And again, all these teams have different scenarios, so that's why I'm kind of spelling all of them out. The Brewers recently, this came out a couple weeks ago, may threaten to leave Milwaukee. Well, I think they did threaten to leave Milwaukee if Wisconsin taxpayers don't fund stadium upgrades, per a report that came out from the Milwaukee Sentinel Journal or Sentinel Journal. I think I got that right. The stadium, American Family Field, which opened in the early 2000s, needs $450 million of upgrades and repairs. Now, it only costs, I think, $400 to build. Here we are about 20-something years later. It needs another $450 pumped into it. Now, they have plainly hinted relocation. I think the quote from an anonymous team source, which, come on, put your name to it. The comment was, well, we'd love to stay here, but we think the stadium authority is broke, and that might be difficult to do. They're going to claim that their agreement with the stadium authority spells out some high-class ballpark. And look, it is important every 20 years to upgrade a ballpark. It really is. Look at the Oakland Coliseum. In the 80s and 90s, nothing changed, nothing improved. In fact, it only got worse as a multi-purpose venue rather than a Major League Baseball facility. And because of it, now here we are in 2023, and it's well past its expiration date, no question about it. So I can appreciate the forward thinking and the desire to improve it, but at the same respect, the Brewers are going to taxpayers and saying, well, we need this, we'll kick in some, but if you don't kick in the rest, I think it's $290 million, there it is. The governor has proposed spending $290 million in upgrades of public money, and the Brewers are saying, if we don't get this, Charlotte, Nashville, they're just throwing cities, they're picking cities out of a hat and saying, we might go there. So relocation here has been insinuated, hinted, mentioned, all of the above. Their current lease goes through 2030, so that's also a factor here. It seems like if they don't get upgrades in a couple years, or at least the process started, they're going to take that first crack in the sidewalk and start to spiderweb it out and extend it. I said this all along. When this came out recently, I looked at it and I don't have any connections to the Brewers. I don't have anything relating to them that would make me feel one way or another. But because of this and because how I see it's playing out, now I want the Brewers to stay. I'm instantly on their side. Oh, and then there's this, which came out, I think, just yesterday. White Sox ponder a move from their South Side home. The Cubs are the team in Chicago that are, connected to history and tradition. Well, don't forget the White Sox. They've been there for 123 years. And their lease at Guaranteed Rate Field, I almost said U.S. Cellular, I almost said New Comiskey, it ends in 6 years. And so they're kind of waving the flag saying, well, no, we haven't had any discussions yet. We're getting a little nervous over here. They, of course, would also like to do something bigger, better, bolder, greater in Chicago. They'd like to take the next step. And of course, they've seen what the Cubs did. They totally renovated Wrigley Field. It's historic, and now it's been even preserved for more decades to come. Jerry Reinsdorf, their owner, also owner of the Chicago Bulls, getting up there in age, and there's some rumors that he could sell the White Sox, keep the Bulls, but sell the White Sox. So even more instability to this franchise. Would somebody want to buy them and keep them in Chicago, or would he say, hey, somebody in Orlando, you want to buy the White Sox? You remember, the White Sox were one of the teams that almost became the Tampa Bay team back in the early 90s. And then the Giants were literally out the door to Tampa. Then they weren't. So relocation here has been strongly hinted. This is not a situation of, we'll get it done. This is a situation of, hey, we're here, we got to get this going. And if we don't, we're already looking. I don't want to speak for anybody, but that's kind of the way it's been presented. Okay, and then we get into the big two, so to speak, Tampa and eventually Oakland. First, the Rays. Headline here says, will the Rays leave Tropicana Field? Orlando Magic co-founder hopes to lure MLB team and the Rays with a $1.7 billion stadium pitch. This is a three-team fiasco. You've got Tampa. You've got St. Pete, where the Rays currently play and have had their only home as the Suncoast Dome and now Tropicana Field. And then you've got Orlando, which has entered the fold, as you see here. I'm not sure what Orlando's trying to do. They want a baseball team. They would take an expansion team, but that's way too close to Tampa. That's like a 90-minute drive. That would be a third different team in Florida. I'm not saying they're not capable of it. I just don't know how baseball would feel about, Tampa's already a small market team, kind of. And now you'd be putting competition right up the road in Orlando. Anyway, the Trop has always been bad. It was built before the Rays were even a thing. It was built so that Tampa could try and lure in other big league teams. I think the Mariners, obviously I mentioned the Giants and White Sox, and there were a couple others that almost went to Tampa. But here's the deal. And when I say Tampa, I got to be clear about this. To St. Pete, right? The issue, which I understand right now, is that it's kind of like Oakland. Howard Terminal is maybe the more desirable spot. That's Tampa. Where they're at right now is St. Pete, which is kind of like the Coliseum site. St. Pete might be easier to do, but it sounds like the team is more interested in finding the opportunity to get out to Tampa rather than staying in St. Pete. So you've got this argument, this conversation, which in itself has a lot of voices and a lot of problems there. Now you've got Orlando entering the fold to complicate that even more. Because if either one of these two don't work out, Orlando would like to snatch them. The Rays lease at the Trop ends in 2027. And I'll just make this final comment. It always seems like in the recent, 3 or 4 years when relocation is mentioned in baseball, it's always the A's. A's are first. A's are on the forefront. The Rays are like right there in the same issue, but they're never really talked about in the same way like, oh, this is so urgent. Baseball never said, well, we're telling the Rays to explore Orlando or any other Charlotte or any other market. It's interesting how the A's have been kind of like pushed and forced, and the Rays are kind of like they're jogging. Like the A's are either because they want to or they're being told to. They're sprinting at this point. Versus the Rays, who are kind of taking a little saunter down the road. They've always been behind the A's in this process. And then I said I was doing this in order. We get to the number one, imminent team and situation here. The A's right now, and the headline, I think this is a Las Vegas headline, says it perfectly. Fate of the Oakland A's relocation rests in MLB's hands. Specifically, the owners, they'll have to vote on this. It's 75% yes. That's what's needed to approve the relocation application, which I also don't know if that's complete yet. Who knows? This is all behind-the-scenes process. There's a relocation committee, 3 teams, representatives of the Brewers, the Royals, and the Phillies, and they'll review the application. They'll make a recommendation to the owners. The owners will eventually vote yes or no. More on that in just a second. But this is like an almost 20-year-old saga. Fremont, San Jose, a couple sites in Oakland, different A's ownership groups, different government entities. There have been so many ships crossing in the night here that just missed each other. Honestly, I feel like the A's were excited to do Howard Terminal, then the city wasn't. And all of a sudden the city got excited, and then the A's got unexcited. There have been no breaks for the future of the A's, positive breaks. There have been no real great developments, no game changers in all of this. In fact, all of the game changers have gone the other way, like the change of heart. April 19th, that story breaks at night. The A's are turning their back on Oakland, putting all their focus on Las Vegas, when they were reportedly only days away from having a high-level summit, a final negotiation to try and hammer out details with a mediator and everything. And the A's said, nope, we're not doing that. The Nevada public funding has already happened, $380 million from the state and from Clark County. And there's some challenges to that, I know. This would be an inconvenient move in a sense that you're already going from a large market, and you say you're a small market team, going to the smallest MLB market. Not to mention, you can't even play in your new stadium, until at least 2028. Well, it's 2023. 24, you're in Oakland for sure, but where are you for 25, 26, and 27? And there are not a lot of great options. There's not. But this is the most immediate and most imminent situation in Major League Baseball. And because of that, however Major League Baseball decides on this apparent vote, the A's are kind of like a pivotal domino situation here. Let me explain that. The line is growing. I just showed you 8 total teams, more than a quarter of baseball, which is saying, hey, we need something. We're leveraging here. We're starting this process, which begins with we need help. And then it turns into, well, we might leave if we don't get help. And then it's full-fledged like the A's, who are hiring a construction company and working on renderings and have the public funding approved, all that stuff. The line is growing here. It's not just one or two teams. This is an epidemic in baseball, but it's a big precedent to set. What owners might actually vote on here, but not just the A's. They've got to see through this. They've got to see past this. What about all the other teams? The Chicagos, the Milwaukees, the Angels, the Royals, the Orioles. What about those teams that are also down the line of this process? It's a big precedent to set. Should it be easy to relocate? Do owners across the board, and I don't know the answer. We're going to find this out. But this vote is no longer just about the A's. This vote is about a precedent across Major League Baseball. Do you want your teams to be able to up and leave? And do you want it to be like, well, the A's did it, so the Rays can do it. And you know what? The Rays did it, so the Brewers can do it. And the Brewers did it, so the White Sox can do it. Does that create some instability? Does that create animosity with your fan base? Does that create more bad situations than good ones? Remember, there's a reason why only one franchise has relocated in the last 50 plus years across Major League Baseball. There's also a reason why outside of the Montreal Expos, every other city that's lost a team has either gotten a team back or had another team already in place. So do you want it to be easy to relocate? Also, this is also a big one, do you want the A's to move without a relocation fee? Because if there's not one here and the Rays want to go to Orlando, you think there's going to be a fee there? There can't be. And Milwaukee wants to go to Charlotte? No relocation fee. Chicago wants to go to Portland? No relocation fee. So the decision that's made here, if it comes to that, for the A's, and I think it will come to that, they will force this issue. They will force the vote. I mean, the process has already started. But when they get to this, it's no longer just a decision about the A's. I mean, sure it is about that scenario and how it could play out. But all of a sudden, because so many teams have lined up here, this is more of an issue about the future of baseball and what teams are allowed to do, the precedent that will be set by this vote. So again, kind of an epidemic of relocation in baseball. I know a lot of you out there as fans watching in different markets, you're not thrilled by this, and you're not supposed to. It's a part of business, but it shouldn't get to this point this often. You made it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that so much. Thumbs up down below. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time.